Rock Galactic has a wide variety of enemies, from those that crawl, fly, roll, spitfire, are complete hoaxes, act as a carrier for intergalactic plague, and there are those that are just very peeved rocks. So I've decided to talk about every single enemy in DRG and discuss how they work and how they want to turn you either into a fine red mist or try and be your friend forever. Now of course, this isn't going to be an in-depth explanation about every single mechanic. The wiki is there for that, and I don't really want to read off data for this entire video, so this will be more of a general thoughts and strategies type of overview. But despite that, I hope you all enjoy the video. Starting off with the smallest of the Glyphid family, we have the Glyphid Swarmer. As the name may suggest, they swarm you, as you may tell from the name. They will spawn in groups of, decently large numbers, 10, 15, and of course with the mission modifier that they are related to, Swarmageddon, up to entire groups up to 50 in number. They spawn in pretty large numbers, and that's for quite a few reasons. First off, they are very, very weak to anything that actually hits them. A pickaxe swing will instantly down them, and most ammo short of the weakest of shots will instantly down them without any issue whatsoever. Even AoE of any kind will very often instantly take them down no matter what. And they are basically any form of AoE or damage that can be applied to them, they will instantly go down. However, despite the fact that they also have some of the weakest attack damage in the game, they are very, they'll barely get through your shield individually. They get around this by, as I said before, swarming you. Sure, one of them may not be an issue, 5 of them may not be an issue, 10 to 20 of them will be, and if they all swarm around you, they will quickly go through your shield and quickly start going into your health, especially on higher hazard levels, like hazard 4 and 5 or 5 plus. They will start to get through your shield pretty quickly if there's a group of them around you, and given that how relatively fast they are, relatively, they're not speedy, but relative to other glyphids in the game, they're relatively speedy. And given their small size, they can actually be a little bit hard to hit and soak up a bit more ammo than you may expect. Because if you're going to use an assault rifle to take them down, it's you're not going to get it's not going to be an efficient trade, which is bad since you want to conserve ammo. However, there are a lot of ways to get around this issue. First off, good old Driller with his flamethrower, cryo cannon, sludge pump, gunner with autocannon or rockets, or any other AoE weapon will instantly take care of them, no problem. So as long as you have a basic AoE weapon that can do AoE somewhat efficiency, half decently efficiently, enough to get by, swarmers won't be an issue. And of course, there's also another way you can deal with them pretty easily, which you can do as any character no matter what build you have. There's a perk called Thorns, and it's basically a relatively simple perk. It retaliates damage back to an enemy if they melee attack you, and of course the scales with the rank and all that stuff. But a max level Thorns perk is pretty solid against swarmers, as well as most other enemies around that category where they're more meant to swarm you with numbers, because they're just they're individually very weak in terms of health. This makes them very weak against Thorns, because if they hit you, you'll pretty much instantly kill them in 1 to 2 hits automatically via Thorns. You don't have to look at them at all. And that is very good because, again, they go around you, they swarm you, and they bite at your ankles. And if you don't have Thorns, they'll keep on doing it over and over again. And sure, eventually you're able to take them down, but they'll probably get 3 to 4 or 5 bites in, possibly, depending on how bad stuff gets, how bad the situation gets. And they'll get a lot more damage in than they probably should, honestly, especially in some higher hazard levels. Thorns means that at the very least, sure, you'll get they'll get 1 or 2 hits on you at, decent amount of time, but the thing is the Thorns will take them down before they get to the 4th or 5th hit, or they, do a lot more damage than you probably want them to do. So at the very least, you have that kind of stopgap where it's they'll do some damage to you, but even if you can't get rid of them fast enough before they start melee attacking you, they won't instantly just burn your health away, because they're literally all surrounding you, because the Thorns will take them down pretty quick. Now of course there's a lot, these swarmers are spawned by a lot of stuff, including stuff we'll get into relatively shortly later down the list, but very often these are just going to be common enemies you'll see in the game, and very often they're just chaff. They're basically just pure chaff. They're meant to swarm you, and basically just charge you. Though of course, since they're relatively fast, that could be an issue. They also can do a semi-jump kind of move where they actually jump. But however, this is not ready to attack you per se, it's just that they just do it occasionally. At least as far as I know, like they can jump attack you, but it's like sometimes they just do it because they feel like it. Honestly, sometimes it definitely feels like that. But like they can jump off walls and on ceilings and look up and you see a spider the size of your face jump on top of you. That's definitely a fun experience, but very often it just jump is not really that particularly dangerous overall, because very often just it's basically equivalent to regular melee attack, and very often you just shoot them the same way as if they try to charge you via the ground. But yeah, this again, AoE works well. Thorns is very effective, and as long as you just keep moving and just if you need to use melee attacks to save ammo, you can pretty much deal with these guys most of the time without much issue. The Glyphid Grunt. Now, I said the Swarmers were kind of chaff before. These guys are the proper chaff. These are your foot soldiers. These are your stuff you'll be fighting 99% of the time in most missions. You'll pretty much always see a Grunt in missions. You'll always see them. You'll always fight them. They are basically your standard issue enemies for the entire game. And they are very well rounded. They have a decent amount of health. They are relatively semi-quick. They're not incredibly fast, but they can move, they can move a little bit and they can get around stuff. And of course they can attack you with a decent amount of hits, and they actually have a little bit of armor, so they can actually somewhat take a hit or two, but it's not strong armor. Like, armor is very weak, so it's not strong armor in any way, but it's enough where it's like they can survive a hit or two extra because of it. So very often you'll see, depending on your hazard level, and if you do Haz 5+, and kind of mess around that, like a little bit around that kind of area, like I did before, especially with like more enemies, you increase that modifier, you can get a lot of Glyphid Grunts to spawn, and that is kind of their main benefit. Because they're well-rounded, and relatively solid they're solid on all fronts, which means that when they spawn in groups of 50+, on like Hazard 5+, that is actually very dangerous, because like they're relatively tanky, they're relatively fast, and they hit, not strong, but they hit. They can do damage decently well. This makes it so that basically you're dealing with a giant wall of bodies coming at you, and they're relatively tanky enough that sure you'll take a few of them down, but they'll get close enough to you where you won't be able to take them all down before you reach melee range, because sure you may take down 10 of them. If you have a gun, or if you have explosives, you'll take down half the swarm in one hit. But some of them will probably still get to you, especially with how their pathfinding goes. Because again, they climb across walls and ceilings, so if they find a route to you, they will go to that route, and often they come from multiple angles, so just due to their overall strengths, they're just able to get in there pretty relatively reliably, assuming you don't do overwhelming firepower in one area. And of course, this overall they're just tanky enough and just do enough damage where if they do get into amongst your team, they can do pretty decent work, because like sure, not too much, but a few hits and it'll get through your shield, and then it'll get to your health, and then that's a whole different issue. So once they get between your team and all that stuff, it can be pretty nasty. Though of course, just because their main weakness they have is just overall they're decent at everything, but they're not good at anything in particular. They're not great at being quick, they're not great at being overall tanky, they're not overall great damage dealers, their armor is it's not that great. It's pretty weak. And of course they have a weak point, their head, which is the main thing you'll see if they charge you. The head is the first thing you'll probably see, so their weak point is pretty easy, because you literally have to shoot center mass as they charge you, and you'll pretty much hit their weak point, and basically any solid shot, weapon, or any high decently damaging projectile will instantly down a grunt most of the time from a headshot. Especially if you have like scout with an assault rifle, or engineer with a shotgun, or like even like driller with a Sabata or anything like that. You can do some pretty decent work against grunts with just headshots without much work. So like they're pretty easy to down, especially if you get them into a small area, and they're all charging you from one area, especially like a choke point, but that also makes them very weak against explosives, because again, they're not that tough, and this makes them very weak to explosives. You know, wing damage effects, poison is very effective against them, fire damage is very good, you know, freezing them is very good. Like, they're, like, due to the fact they all charge at you pretty much directly, like, they're not stupid. They will try to avoid damaging areas if they can, but they're not totally smart. They'll try to avoid like very dangerous areas, but you can easily funnel them into areas, and due to their overall weak health, basically even persistent like poison damage, again, will just take them down pretty quick. So overall, just basic grunt soldiers are just grunts. It goes over the name. They're very basic overall. They have no real perks that really help them, but there's nothing really wrong with them per se. They're simple, they're effective, and as long as you don't get their as long as you're able to take care of numbers, you'll be fine. But of course, if they get between you and your team and they start to swarm, then there could be some serious issues. Spawning alongside the regular grunts, we have the Grunt Guard. This is the one of the two variants that could spawn alongside a grunt swarm, and these are the tankier version of them, so they skew much more heavily to a tanky side of the grunt spectrum in terms of like stats. They are a bit slower, and they are just way more tanky overall as well, because they also have a massive amount of armor, since they have a proper amount of armor in their front legs, which they will actually use to defend themselves, because sure, they have that weak spot in their head, which, you know, the first thing you'll see is to shoot the head. You know, head's in the first part you'll probably see, so shoot it. But they'll actually try to avoid that situation of happening, and avoid the situation of you blasting their head off by actually trying to protect their head. So they'll actually move their armored legs in front of their head, and this will slow them down a little bit, but that basically means that, you know, instead of getting a free shot off, you basically have to deal with the heavy armor in the front legs, which is proper heavy armor, which you have to actually break through to do proper damage. So they're actually way tougher overall, including a bunch of, you know, they're resistant overall to a bunch of other stuff. They're just tankier, they're just overall just much more sturdy than an average grunt. While, like, for example, like most explosives that will kill grunts, they'll struggle a bit against a grunt guard. They won't just take it without any issue, but they'll still take a hit, but it won't instantly kill them immediately like a regular grunt would in that situation. So they're tanky enough to actually survive a lot of anti-grunt stuff, and overall the main role of them is basically to act as like grunts are kind of like speed bumps a little bit. Like, you'll have to put some effort into shooting them a little bit, but they're not that dangerous. They're like speed bumps. You go over them and you spend maybe a slight amount of time into them, but you get through them pretty quick. A grunt guard is basically equivalent of like a much more sturdy barrier overall, like very similar to, like, I wouldn't say concrete wall, that's for a different enemy, but they're tanky enough where you actually have to put some effort into them, which is bad because these guys spawn alongside other grunts, and they also try to charge you at the same time. So while they may be a little bit slower, so they may occasionally fall into back areas of the swarm, because simply they'll spawn alongside the grunts, and the regular grunts will go forward faster, so they tend to end in the middle or back a little bit more than preferable. They'll still take a lot of hits, and while you're focusing on the grunt guards, they will, the rest of the grunts will charge you, so it's definitely an issue. However, any anti-armor, despite the armor, it's still relatively weak overall in comparison to other stuff. So, literally just any anti-armor weapons or any anti-armor modifications will still do pretty quick work of them. Like, if you have anti-armor engineer shotgun build, it'll go through it really quick. Like, they're tanky by grunt standards, so they're not that tanky overall. And of course, with their slower speed, they can't rush you down as fast, so that's also a major weakness. But overall, their main goal is to simply clog up your sight lines and basically force you to focus on something while the rest of the grunts charge you. So long as you keep that in mind and always focus on the other grunts first, usually, these guys aren't really that big of a deal, because again, they're slower, so you can easily outrun them, a lot faster overall a lot better. So as long as you go after faster targets first, the grunt guards they're not that bad overall. They're meant to be roadblocks, and if you simply go around them and just ignore them until you have to deal with other more immediate threats, that's kind of the thing you have to do. So, you know, overall just avoid them if you can, and focus on other stuff if possible, but if you need to, anti-armor is very effective. The Glyphid Grunt Slasher is the second of the two, you know, varieties of grunts that may also spawn alongside the regular grunts. And then while the Grunt Guard may have been more defensive, this guy is pure offense. He is way faster, not way faster, but he's definitely noticeably faster. He's quicker, and he has a much higher overall attack in terms of like raw damage. And also, if he hits you, you get stunned, which is bad. It's very bad, because while you're stunned, you are slowed. Now, keep in mind, the main reason why the Grunt Guard had a weakness is because it was slow and get around it pretty easily. Not only is the Slasher quite a bit quicker than a normal Grunt, at least noticeably enough to matter, it also slows you down heavily, and it also attacks pretty fast and has a high attack stat by itself. So this thing will not only go through your shield very quickly, it will slow you down, and then that'll allow you the rest of the grunts to quickly catch up to you. And once you have, again, grunts are not that strong overall in terms of attack individually. 5 of them at once alongside a Slasher can easily kill you if you're not careful. Just because, like, they'll go through your shield very quickly, the Slasher will basically keep on stabbing you over and over again and basically pin you with a stun, and they'll basically just tear you apart. And at best case scenario, you get out with only a bit of your health missing. Worst case scenario, you go down, which can be a whole set of other problems. So, Slashers, along like overall, are the highest priority target in terms of like grunts overall. Because like, sure, they thankfully only have limited amount of armor. They're very similar to regular grunts in terms of armor. They have the same amount, give or take. So, they're relatively frail if you focus on them, but they're the highest priority grunt target in my personal opinion, because like, sure, the guard may be tough, you know, way tougher, but it's way slower, so I can just go around it. And regular grunts are pretty weak by themselves, and they don't go that fast overall, so you can kind of go around them too. Slashers are actually to the point of being speedy enough where they could catch up with you. Like, they're equivalent to swarmers a little bit, where it's like, they can actually kind of catch up to you a little bit, so like, Slashers are probably the one thing you should focus on the most, because if one gets behind you and you're not ready for it, it can easily take out your shield, stun you, and then possibly enter a death loop, basically, where you get attacked over and over again. You can't defend yourself because you're slowed, and then everything else piles on top of you. So that's very dangerous. So basically focusing down over everything else is very important. Thankfully though, as I said before, they're relatively weak in terms of armor. They're still a grunt. They're not that tough. And as long as you focus them down, they're pretty simple to deal with, and plus they're pretty obvious to see because they have very visible armor plates that are very distinct looking, so you're not going to get caught off guard by one. You'll see it pretty far off, and as long as you know what you're doing, you can shoot it pretty quickly. But of course, if they get behind you, that's another thing. But yeah, that's why you should probably always be aware of your surroundings a bit, because again, they climb on walls, they climb on ceilings like all other grunts and most other enemies in the game that can move across walls. So yeah, just be very careful around them, and again, focus them down. And overall, just focus Slashers first, the regular grunts next, and then last, if need, last overall, the grunt guards if need be. Though of course, it can depend on how stuff works and like how stuff is spawned, but Slashers first, grunt guards next, and not grunts, Slashers, regular grunts, and grunt guards in a rough order of priority is a rough priority list in my opinion, just to go roughly by. Of course, you can change as you will depending on the situation, but yeah, the Slashers are mean. Don't let them get close to you. The Ebonite Grunt is the final variation of Grunt in the game, as at this current moment as of Season 5. They are very distinct, being basically completely made of rock, and that actually has quite a few implications. First off, their armor. Any shot will just bounce right off them. Their armor is impenetrable. They are basically immune to anything. Fire won't work, cold damage won't work, firing, bullets at it won't work. Basically invulnerable to everything except melee attacks, which is very fortunate because whenever they spawn, either due to a Ebonite machine event or the Ebonite mission mutator, you'll get provided basically a free use of the Berserk power-up that occasionally pops out of either the machine event itself or Maui during the missions where the mission mutator for Ebonites is active. So you basically get the free use of the Berserk power, which is very good because that basically gives you free power attacks on a very short cooldown, which will basically one-shot a grunt very easily. So, which is also very good for vampirism, where you get free HP on a melee kill. But overall, they're very similar to other grunts. It's just that they're they're invincible to everything but melee attacks. But so long as you keep on top of them, you should be relatively fine. And again, just they're dangerous with other enemies because you'll try and fight other grunts and then you have to deal with them. And basic melee attacks won't do very much against them. You like 2 to 3 or 4 like swings, depending on how stuff goes, is usually a decent amount, like, you know, the amount needed to kill them, but a power attack will instantly down them no matter what. And of course you have a driller, you have your drills, which are melee attacks, or they count as melee damage, and also you have your axes as well, so driller has a bit easier time with them, but again, that should be taken note of. But overall, just keep melee attacking them and avoid them, and besides that, they're normal grunts, and they don't have, again, they're relatively slow, and or at least not as quick as you, so you can outrun them a bit if you need to, and also they're just not that high damaging. Just hit them once and with a power attack and move on as quick as possible so you don't get caught up too much by them. Next we have the Glyphid Warden, a support unit as close as a Glyphid can be to a support unit as, you know, possible. It's definitely unique, as in it gives basically a defensive, it gives a slight heal as well as giving a overall defensive buff to any nearby Glyphids nearby. So it'll basically do a slight heal and basically give a decent defensive buff to Grunts, Praetorians, and any other Glyphid available nearby, which is very bad overall because that means that they're much more tanky overall. And again, problem with Grunts, they swarm you. You may be able to take down 10, but the other 20 will get to you. That's kind of the main issue with Grunts. This guy makes it way worse because the Grunts are now way tougher, so instead of taking down 10, you may only take down 5 before they get to you. Of course, that's an exaggeration, but that's kind of a rough idea. Thankfully though, they're pretty overall vulnerable in terms of, because of the fact they have a giant bulbous glowing bit to them. That's their weak point, and basically shooting that will easily down them if you have any form of precision weapon with weak point damage bonuses. And of course, they are very visible. They actually glow quite a bit, and overall, once you take down the rest of the swarm, they are harmless. They cannot directly attack you. However, they can spawn reinforcements by basically yelling and calling for help, and spawn a small group of grunts to support them. And again, just like, it's not too much of a threat because they don't spawn massive amounts. Like usually like 5 to 7 or 8-ish grunts is a good estimate roughly of how many they can spawn at once, but still they're all buffed by defensive bonus, so they're still a lot more dangerous than they may initially appear. Though of course, if you just instantly focus them down, like Scout's very good for focusing down Glyphid Wardens, because his primary weapons are all very good at just annihilating this type of enemy with a giant glowing weak point that is just out in the open. So Scout's very good against them, and just as long as you focus them down, it will mostly deal with them, kind of. But of course, they actually can also be stopped by freezing them, because once they're frozen, they'll actually stop emitting their beam, and of course when they die, they actually take a second for the beam to dissipate. So freezing them is also very good because of damage bonus, but freezing them is just overall just a great way to deal with them, just in terms of both slowing them down and just also just bursting them down in terms of HP and all that stuff. So yeah, just focus them down first, and you'll have a lot better time with a lot of swarm situations, because grunts are a lot easier when they're not being constantly buffed by defensive bonus and also a slight heal. So yeah, focus them down. Up next is one of the more unique Glyphids, the Glyphid Stingtail. So this is a relatively unique entity among the Glyphid family, since it actually has a tail, which is very important since it actually has the ability to pull you in, basically, where it will basically swing out its tail, and if it comes in contact with you, it'll pull you towards it, and then it'll attempt to basically gore you with the tusks it has on the front of it. This is very similar to a slasher, where it has a very strong melee profile. However, not only does it have the tail attack, to grab you. It also has a lot of armor, so it's very much similar to a Glyphid Grunt. So it is very, very tanky given its size, relatively. And given how slim and like small the profile is overall with its relatively smallish size, given how much armor it has, it can actually be pretty hard to hit sometimes, and also just be overall just a big nuisance because it actually is somewhat tanky and also just somewhat small as well, so you can't easily pin it down sometimes. Thankfully though, they are very noticeable. They make very noticeable sounds, and you'll be very quickly aware of what sounds they make, and you'll be able to quickly focus them down very quickly. Though of course, the problem is that their weak point is partially under their head armor, so you have to break that apart to properly do a lot of damage. And overall, they're just very dangerous overall. They're equivalent to, they're actually a little bit less dangerous than slashers and melee, despite being relatively damaging by themselves because they don't have the stun, which is the main issue with a slasher. Though, again, with their ability to pull you in, this can also lead to them pulling you towards other glyphids, other slashers, if there's one nearby, and as well as possibly pull you off cliffs, edges, or zip lines, or like, they'll pull you into situations you don't want to be in, and possibly give you quite a bit of fall damage depending on how your momentum goes. So even if they aren't able to, properly get a connection with your melee attack after grabbing you, it's very dangerous overall despite that. So yeah, just thankfully they're pretty noticeable despite that. So despite all the how slim how relatively small they are in comparison to how much of a danger they are, they're pretty noticeable because of the sounds. So yeah, by the time you realize what sounds they make, you'll pretty much be ready to simply just get on high alert from whenever you hear one. Though thankfully though, the Sting Whip can actually be somewhat easily bamboozled, because if there's a lot of terrain in the way, or like a very spotty terrain where there's a lot of terrain and gaps and all that stuff, or if you move a little bit too quickly for it, you can actually miss the tail attack and basically make it whiff its attack, which basically leaves it very exposed because it has a long animation relatively. So if you're able to exploit that, it's pretty easily able to be taken down because it'll try to grab you, but then it'll throw the tail out, it hits a terrain piece, and then it pulls it back and has a whole animation for that. So you easily retort with a proper attack back. And of course, if it does grab you, you can always just power attack it with your pickaxe, like as basically another form of a retort, basically. And given how they're not too tough, they're like tanky-ish, especially with the armor, but a power attack, especially if they're already damaged from other attacks, like other gunfire, a power attack can be pretty reliably used to instantly down one. So if need be, you can always just power attack it and just as a last minute resort to avoid getting hit, and very often you'll be able to attack faster than it can attack you. So at the very least, you're able to retort back, if you do get grabbed. So though of course this depends on if you have it on cooldown or not, so yeah, you gotta be careful of that. Talking about the recent addition to the Glyphid family this season, we have the Glyphid Stalker, a very interesting creature overall, because it is a Glyphid that has somehow managed to gain the ability to cloak, which is terrifying. So they're very dangerous, as in they can go invisible, and plus when they attack you, they will basically disable your shield. They will basically completely pulp their shield will be gone, and that will leave you very much exposed to everything else. So very bad. First off, it's basically a worse version of a slasher, because at least a slasher, there's a chance you could at the very least have a bit of shield left after the initial attack to have at least keep your health safe. The Stalker will just immediately disable your shield, which is very bad, because then it'll give you everything else a free shot at attacking you and going straight to your health. So that's very bad. And of course, it is also very slippery overall, because it is invisible, and also it burrows around. It can actually dig around and pop up in different areas. So actually trying to pin it down could be very difficult in some ways, especially in open rooms where it's there's a lot of terrain in the way, and it could be very difficult to actually pin one down enough to actually know where it is, which means that it can pop up at the worst times, and worst times means a swarm, and you don't want your shield going down in the middle of a swarm, without prior notice. So it's really bad. Thankfully though, it has very limited armor. If you ping it, it can be pretty easy to, ping it with your laser pointer. It's pretty easy to point it out to the rest of your team, and also it'll force it to basically uncloak, so that's good. So if you do see it, you're able to at least point it out, and then the rest of your team will very least know where it is. And of course, it isn't that tough, like it isn't that tough overall compared to a regular grunt, so if you do power attack it, it'll basically take it down pretty quick, thankfully. So at the very least, while it may be able to do a lot of damage to you, you can do a lot of damage back to it, so that's very good overall. And also, the great thing is, if you need to, that's something I found out recently, if you're in a corner, or if you're in a tunnel, like say Drill Man is doing a tunnel from one place to another, and you're in with him, if you hear a Stalker, which Stalker has very audible noises, so at the very least you'll be able to tell that a Stalker is around. Because not like organic noises like a regular Glyphid Grunt where it like roars and like, it chitters around and all that stuff. The Stalker has that weird like noise where it isn't like technology like related noises, but also isn't organic. He has that kind of, I guess, a weird humming noise, I guess is the best way to put it. You're able to tell it's around, and if you need be, you can go into a tunnel, and while it may be able to go invisible, you can still see its outline a little bit. And so, if it only has one way to go in, it'll still go in. It still has regular grunt pathfinding, so go to the target of its choice and just go towards it. And that means, since it only has one way to go, into your sightline, you'll see the outline and shoot it. And given how weak its armor is, and how exposed overall the weak point is, it has a pretty obvious head. But very often a burst will very quickly take it down, or bring it close to death, which next time it pops up, it'll go down pretty quick. So, at the very worst situation, you can always just try to get yourself into a corner so that if you hear one nearby or right next to you, you can at least guarantee it won't come up behind you and you're able to see it in front of you, hopefully at least, before it strikes. Though of course there's always a great thing of accidentally killing one because of explosives, so even though you didn't know it was there, so just because it's invisible doesn't mean it's invulnerable, so if you want to nuke at it indirectly by attacking another swarm or a Praetorian or anything like that and take down the process, there you go, Stalker down. So yeah, so it is very dangerous and it's a very fun enemy. I love the enemy quite a bit, especially for design. You need to be careful around it, and of course avoid it at all costs as possible, because again, losing your shield is such a big issue, especially in some situations, so it's just best to avoid it at all costs and basically just constantly keep your eye out for an outline that may or may not be a Glyphid Stalker. Getting into the heavyweights of the Glyphid family, we have the Glyphid Praetorian, a very common enemy that will probably be seen in most missions overall. These are basically your main bulwarks or heavyweights for most swarms and most missions overall. They are pretty tanky overall. They have very heavy armor relatively, for at least compared to a Glyphid Grunt. Like compared to a Grunt, they're very heavily armored. They have a lot of health, and they're pretty resilient. They're less likely to run away from fear. They're a little bit more resistant overall, so they're act as very heavy bulwarks for a swarm to kind of go around. So they're very dangerous because of that, and also because they also have a ranged attack that is also very dangerous. Because not only do they have a decently damaging bite and slash attack, regular melee attacks that do a decent amount of damage, or a bit higher damage than a regular grunt, like a bit. They also have a ability to spray acid and basically vomit acid in a cone in front of them, which is very dangerous because if you're trying to defend a point with your team, a Praetorian can basically constantly coat that area with acid and do damage over time and just be a major nuisance, because especially on like higher hazard levels, that acid spray can do a lot of damage, and the range is very deceptively long, so you may think you're out of it, but due to how it's angled and all that stuff, it could be vastly different how long the range is, and you could take a lot of damage and can easily take down your shield and start going into your health, and if you're low on health, it can easily down you just because you just didn't realize that it could actually hit you from such a deceptively long distance away. And of course, it's not done yet. Also has a death cloud, where if you kill it, it has a poison cloud that spawns around its body a few seconds after it dies, and this cloud will deal damage to anyone that gets into it, and if you set it on fire with a flamethrower or any fire-based weapon, it will explode, doing fire damage and also setting people on fire if they're caught within the blast. Though very often the actual cloud itself will do more damage to you. Regular grunts and other bugs aren't affected by it, but everyone is affected by the explosion, so if need be, you can always take advantage of that. And on top of that, their weak point is not in the front, so that's bad. That's the actual opposite end of what you're going to be usually facing if they're charging you, so that isn't good compared to a regular grunt. So it's the big glowing big glowing backside that is the weak point. So you have to focus on that mostly if you want to get some extra damage in. Thankfully though, the acid spray and a lot of melee attacks do have a little bit of animation stuff to them, especially the melee attacks not so much, but the acid spray requires a long animation to go through, so via using the acid spray and just going around them while you're doing it, you can easily damage them in the back and do a pretty decent amount of time damaging before they can get out of the animation and get back into actual trying to chase you down. So yeah, it's very good for that at least, so that the animation is just very long overall, and that's bad in some cases and good in others. So as long as they're on the move, you can easily outflank them. And another good thing is that their armor is, well, very tough relatively. It isn't that tanky overall. Like, any anti-armor modifications for your weapons are very good here. And it'll take a bit of ammo, but you'll still go through the armor relatively fine if you have a decent anti-armor build, which is pretty good in a lot of cases to have overall in most situations. So yeah, having the anti-armor build is good overall, because like, again, like when the enemy is like 90% armor from the front, it's pretty good to have anti-armor stuff going on. So basically, minigun or gunner with anti-armor is very effective for this situation in particular, because you'll be able to quickly focus down the stuff in the front and then basically shoot the glowing area behind it from the front, basically, depending on how the angle is. So if it's on the wall, maybe, because of course these guys can climb on walls and ceilings. So yeah, if you're able to get a good angle with your minigun, you can just burst right through their armor and just shoot behind of it, basically, for little effort. And of course, the Death Cloud again is also very easily able to be turned into a weapon against the other bugs in the area. So while it won't do too much damage overall, it'll still do a hefty damage to grunts. It'll still do a pretty decent damage to most other stuff in the game. So at the very worst, you can use the Praetorian Death Cloud as a miniature explosion to help soften up some stuff as it comes through behind it. So though of course, you know, there's some times where you have like 3 of these guys spawn at once, and that could be very dangerous because, again, they're tanky, they're strong, they're large, so they'll absorb a lot of hits and allow the rest of the swarm to get into your area. So these guys are basically the bulwarks, and you basically need to take them down as soon as possible, because if you don't, they will do a lot of damage. Like, again, Praetorians do quite a bit of damage in melee, and the acid spray can be really bad in some situations, so focus them down, because yeah, they're very, very dangerous if you get them close to you and allow them to actually do proper damage. Going into the Glacial Strata variation of Praetorian, we have the Frost Praetorian. He's very similar to the regular Praetorian, and for pretty much a lot of reasons. He has basically the same attacks overall. However, his acid spray is now frost damage, and he has his Death Cloud is now frost damage as well, which will freeze you, which is very dangerous in the Glacial Strata because you don't regain heat naturally in that area. So if you freeze, you'll become immobile, and if you become immobile and unable to act, you know, that's a repeat of the slasher, basically. You'll basically get shredded, essentially. Just because the fact of the slasher being so dangerous is, you know, it immobilizes you, partially. The Frost Praetorian could do it completely, and make you unable to fire as well, because frost damage being frozen, if you get frozen, you can't do anything. You have to do a quick time event to get out of it, so it's pretty bad. So yeah, avoid it at all costs. And of course, they're a little bit more resistant to freezing, which is another important thing, because that I want to bring up, especially for this case, because the Frost Praetorian has a little bit more of a special relationship with cold damage. If you freeze an enemy, all hitbox, including armor, no matter what status it is, if it's impenetrable, if it's heavy armor, or if it's white armor, it all becomes a regular hitbox. So if you hit it, it'll do regular damage, and if you do direct damage, it'll gain a multiplier. It's quite a bit of extra damage. So freezing a Praetorian is very often a great way to deal with it, because you'll freeze it, and that large armor hitbox will become a large regular hitbox, and you'll just pump damage into it, and you'll just take it down pretty quick, especially if a build related to it. So having a Praetorian that not only has a chance to freeze you, but also has a little bit more resistant to freezing is pretty bad, though of course it can still be frozen, but it just takes a little bit more work. And given the biome it's in, it's particularly dangerous, so you gotta be careful with that, since, you know, Glacial Strata heat doesn't really happen. It's frozen, it's a glacier, so if you get partially frozen, you have to get to a hot, I think it's more like a hot steam vent mostly, I think that's the best way to put it, and warm yourself up there. So that's the only way to regain heat. So you gotta keep on tabs with that, and especially with how the cave spawns, it can be really dangerous if there's not that many. So yeah, in the biome it's in, very dangerous, so be wary of that. Besides that though, it's basically the equivalent of a regular Praetorian, just freezes you, and you know, it's a little more resistant to freezing itself, but if you know, it can still be frozen like any other Praetorian or any other bug. So if you freeze it, you can pretty quickly take it down, but again, it can easily freeze you, and you know, you don't want to be frozen when you're surrounded by 20 grunts. Going into the next biome, specific variation of the Praetorian, we have the Radioactive Praetorian for the Radioactive Exclusion Zone. So he's actually very similar to other Praetorians. As you can tell, it's a biome variation, it isn't that different. However, there's actually some differences. He's first off immune to radiation, because of course he's already glowing, so more radiation won't really do much to him. When the enemy's a glow stick, you can't really do much more to, irradiate them. But he doesn't actually have a acid spit. He doesn't have a acid spit or a frost spit attack. Instead, when he's close to an enemy, he will roar, and it will basically make a small AoE around him with radiation damage, and this radiation damage is pretty strong overall, so though it has a noticeably less range as well, so he has to get closer to you, which is fine because he is actually a little bit faster than other Praetorians overall. Not by a massive amount, but it's enough to be noticeable. And this allows him to get closer to you faster and not only do melee attacks, but also irradiate you. So if he manages to stick himself in the middle of like a black box area where you're trying with your team to get the progress done, him irradiating the entire area is very bad because it does quite a bit more damage more quickly overall, and given he's already close to you, he doesn't have to deal with the fact of doing acid spit and then getting further to you, walking up a little bit more, then a melee attacking you. He's already in range to attack you and slap you, so that's pretty bad. Though of course his death cloud is also not a regular death cloud, it's instead it's basically a copy of his already existing radiation attack, so that can be pretty bad because the regular Praetorian has his acid cloud that can explode. The Frost Praetorian, its cloud is ice, you can't really do much to it, so it's stagnant and you can't make it explode, so you have to wait for it to dissipate. The death cloud of the Radioactive Praetorian is very similar to the Frost Praetorian. You can't do anything, you just have to wait it out basically, which can be pretty bad, especially during a swarm when there's like 3 of these guys coming out at once, and you have to basically try to avoid all of them and take them down, and also avoid getting irradiated heavily. So thankfully though, the radiation damaging, breath, quote unquote, or radiator, I guess is the better way to put it, animation is very similar to regular Praetorian's acid spit or frost spit attack. It's a long animation. You can get around him easily, so you can hit the backside very quickly, and again, he's like a regular Praetorian. If you do enough burst damage, he'll go down quickly enough, and as long as you stay away enough, you should be able to take him down before he does any real damage. But of course, if he gets between you and your teammates, it could be really bad. Finishing off with the 4th Praetorian variation, we have the Ebonite Praetorian. Very similar to the Ebonite Grunt, and spawns in the same events, either due to a machine event for the Ebonite Mission Mutator, and is basically just a larger version of a Grunt, because this variation, while having a rock skin, making him invulnerable to most attacks except melee, he doesn't have a death cloud, and he doesn't have a breath attack or radiation attack, so he's very much similar to a giant Grunt. And basically same strategy here, use the free berserk power-up stuff to actually melee him down quickly, though unlike the Grunt you probably need to use the proper power-up, because you can kind of skirt by with regular Grunts, Ebonite Grunts, because they only take like a few hits to take down overall, but a Praetorian is going to take a lot more, and you probably need the berserk power-up to burst him down fast enough before he returns the hit back. And they do hit decently hard, so you gotta be careful with that. So, but yeah, basically treat them as larger Ebonite Grunts. Use the Berserk power-up if you can, and just take them down as fast as possible, because they're basically just giant blocks of health that can't really be damaged easily, so they're easily able to be a bulwark for other Glyphids or any enemies around them, so take them down quickly and get through them fast to focus on other stuff that, we have to deal with. Next up, we have a Pseudo-Praetorian, I guess is the best way to put it, with the Glyphid Oppressor. A heavily mutated Praetorian, where basically the front part of it is completely invulnerable because the armor is literally just too thick to pierce. So, despite being a little bit slower, his entire front half is completely invulnerable and you can't do anything about it. No amount of shots will damage him, it's like the rock skin of the Ebonite stuff. You won't be able to damage it from the front. However, the backside is like a regular Praetorian. It's exposed, it glows, and if you shoot it, it'll do damage. And you basically have to rely on that for damage, because again, that's the only part of the body that actually can take damage normally. Though of course if you have poison, or you have acid, or electricity damage, or fire or frost damage, you can damage it in other ways. Of course the freezing technique can actually help a lot, because if you freeze it, all the armor becomes a regular hitbox, and you can do a lot of damage very quickly. However, he quickly unfreezes. He's very resistant to freezing, like even more than the Frost Praetorian. So you'll only freeze him for only a short amount of time and only with a large amount of effort put in. So if you freeze him, you have to commit to it, but you can burst him down pretty quick if he is frozen. However, not only has he gained a massive amount of armor, he also has a bunch of new attacks overall. He loses his overall acid spewing abilities. In exchange, he has regular melee attacks like any other Praetorian, and also the Death Cloud as well. He also has 2 AoE attacks. He has a Sonic Stomp and a fiddly named Rage Quake. So a Sonic Stomp is very simple. He roars, he lifts his arms up, and he slams them down. It's an AoE, does a lot of knockback, does a lot of damage, and can very easily throw you off a cliff. Very easily. Which, fall damage in DRG is a thing, and it will kill you, so very dangerous. And also could lead you into other enemies, so if you're in the middle of a swarm, he can very easily knock you into other stuff. Ragequake, on the other hand, is him slamming the ground repeatedly in front of him with his arms, and basically create a localized earthquake in front of him. And this will basically knock you around, do constant damage, and do a lot of constant knockback. However, it's right in front of him, while the Sonic Stomp is all around him, so you can easily avoid that if you just stay back a little bit. Though, of course, the Rage Quake is it goes a bit in front of him, so it does have some range, but if you go to the side, it won't really do much. Thankfully, though, like similar to the Acid Spit or the radiation damage of the other Praetorians, or the Radiator attack, I should say, similar to those attacks, the Oppressor's AoEs are overall linked to animations that are pretty long overall, and cause him to actually stay still, because he's even slower than a regular Praetorian, because like a Praetorian is like decently quick, relatively for its size, but it's a little bit slower than a regular Grunt. An Oppressor is even slower than that, so he's very slow, you can easily outrun him. And when he's doing his animations for his Sonic Stomp or his Rage Quake, he will go completely immobile and focus on that attack until it's done. So you can easily get around him and focus on his backside and actually properly attack him. Though of course this can always be an issue if he's in an area where you only have, choke points are very good for dealing with Grunts and Praetorians. Now Oppressor can really screw you over because if he enters a choke point, you can't really do much from the front, and you can't really get around him because it's a choke point. So he basically does a reverse choke point on you, so very bad. And of course Death Cloud afterwards can be used to hold you up even more and do more damage even if you do take him down. Though thankfully he is large, he is very loud, and he's very noticeable, so he shouldn't take you off guard, but he's very dangerous, and overall it's simply just freeze him or focus fire on him, and assume you have a decent amount of the team actually shooting him, he'll go down pretty quick. But even still, he's slow, he's dangerous, but he's exceptionally tanky, and he can waste a lot of ammo. Engineers' turrets aren't always the smartest, and they will very often waste ammo automatically shooting into the front side of an Oppressor, so engineers may want to direct their turrets elsewhere, or just recall the turrets back, because they'll waste all of their ammo into like a Praetorian possibly, but they will break through his armor. They won't do that for the Oppressor. They will just waste ammo completely. They won't even do armor damage and break the armor. So yeah, just recall your turrets in that case, but again, just focus them down and it should be pretty simple to take them down without much issue. Though of course, again, be careful of not getting knocked into a wall or other Glyphids or off a cliff, because again, that will happen. And if you're in a choke point or in a small area where you're trying to hold out, a Rage Quake can be really bad because it basically forces you to be knocked around in a very small area and basically comboed and take a lot of damage, because again, it does a decent amount of damage. It is a Praetorian variation after all, in a weird sense, so it still hits like a truck. The Glyphid Acid Spitter is a primarily ranged Glyphid and is a very dangerous one overall as well, having a relatively tanky-ish profile. Like, it isn't that tanky, it isn't like, I think it's roughly around, it's a little bit below like a Grunt guard, but it's still tanky enough to take a hit, a little bit more than a regular Glyphid at least. It mostly sticks to ceilings, walls, and higher up areas in a cave or out, out of the sight directly at least. It'll try and avoid being on the ground as much as possible, and upon achieving a spot it feels desirable, it'll begin to shoot you with acid. And this can do a massive amount of damage. These acid projectiles do a lot of damage, and they do a little bit of damage over time as well. And these can very easily take out your shield and go straight into your health. And in the middle of a swarm or already half damaged, or you are getting slowed down by other stuff, they can very easily hit you and finish you off. Which, if you go down, that could be a whole different thing, that could be a really big problem. So, acid spitters are probably the most dangerous things overall in an average swarm, because if they do get a shot off and they do connect, they will probably take you down very quickly, or at least get through your shield very quickly. Thankfully though, they're still grunts, they're not Praetorians, they're not an oppressor. They are relatively weak overall in terms of HP, they are not that tanky, though they still can take a hit. They are a little bit tanky in terms of grunts overall, but they're not Praetorians, they're not heavily armored. So, and of course any headshots will do a lot of damage. The problem is, there's not really much that you can't really hit them or can't do a lot of damage to them easily. It's more that you won't see them. They are very quiet, they are very subtle, they hide in the ceilings and hide in the corners, the areas of the caves you don't often go to or look to often while in a swarm, where most Glyphid grunts will come in the front and they'll go across the ground to surround you. In that case, you'll be looking eye level with the grunts, you won't look up, so that could be really bad when an acid spitter decides to park itself above you and start shooting you. So yeah, it's very bad, because they'll not only hide up in the rafters basically, they're also not that they're not that visible. They actually are a little bit more visible than regular grunts overall, because they actually have a slight dull reddish coloration, like they glow a little bit in the dark. They have a slight dull reddish color to them that will glow in the dark a little bit, but in places like Magma Core, or especially Magma Core, because that area has a lot of flying embers everywhere, it's very dull reddish in color and very darkish in color, like molten rock color and all that stuff. Especially in that area, it's very hard to tell, because again, there's a lot of embers and ash going through the air, and it's very hard to tell in the middle of the moment while fighting off Praetorians or oppressors to tell if there's an acid spitter on top of you. So, especially depending on what biomes you are in, Glacial Strata, a very blue area with, ice surroundings, it's very, snow, ice, you can tell it very easily, but, Magma Core is a different story, so it'll depend on what biome you're in, but very often they'll hide in the rafters. They'll be very hard to, unless you're actively looking for them, they'll be very hard to see when you're trying to fight other stuff, so it gives them a good chance to shoot you, but thankfully if you do manage to take them out before they shoot you, then you get them done pretty quick. So, and of course, you can actually always, if need be, trace the projectile back to where you saw it coming from, and usually you can tell pretty quick where it came from. So at the very worst, you can always trace the projectile back, but again, preferably you want to shoot it first before it hits you, because if it hits you, your shield's going down on higher hazard levels especially, and it could down you, so again, you want to shoot it first before it can shoot you. Moving on to a very close cousin and possibly color swapped cousin of the Acid Spitter, we had the Web Spitter. A very similar, again, overall to the Acid Spitter in both form and overall function. With a very stylish purple hue, he'll go into roughly the same behavior patterns as an Acid Spitter. He'll avoid facing you directly on ground level, he'll go up to the rafters of a cavern, and instead of shooting highly damaging acid balls, he'll shoot still damaging but relatively low damaging balls of webbing, which will slow you down and hamper your vision, which is very dangerous despite the fact it does way less damage, because the last thing you want to do in the middle of a fight between a lot of space spiders is suddenly not move as fast and suddenly not be able to tell where you're shooting at a glance, because your vision is blocked by webs, and that is very dangerous overall. Because yeah, again, especially when you're trying to chase down a web spitter, having it blind you basically can be very difficult unless you already know where it is and you can already start shooting it. So it can be very dangerous overall, just visually impairing you as well as just straight up just slowing you down. Thankfully though, unlike the Acid Spitter, it is much more frail overall. It is not nearly as tanky overall. It's probably the weakest in terms of like raw HP and like tankiness of any of the regular grunt enemies that are around that area. Like regular grunts and Acid Spitter Web Spitter is the weakest of all of them in terms of physical like defense. Armor is like very pitiful. It's paper thin, is very weak in terms of HP. Even most basic like weapons that are like sidearms will easily take it down in only like a few shots, maybe even 1 or 2 shots, especially if it's a headshot, because again it has a weak point of being the head, so you can easily take it down very quickly. And unlike the Acid Spitter, where it's pretty stealthy, the Acid Spitter is relatively stealthy overall. It only has a dull reddish glow at most. The Web Spitter glows brightly almost in the darkness in comparison. You can very easily tell where there's a Web Spitter. I'm not sure it's like how the shader works with it or if it's meant to be that way, but they're very visible, they're very easy to see, and being a bright purple, they just often contrast heavily with the area around them. Like there's like besides like maybe Azure Weald or maybe like Crystalline Caverns, there isn't really any major areas with a distinct purple hue everywhere. Even still, they poke out. They stand out massively. They poke out massively from the terrain. So visually at least. So you'll be able to see them very quickly. Overall, relatively low threat overall because you'll be able to see them very quickly. You'll be able to take them down very quickly, but you still want to avoid getting hit by them because again, being slowed down is bad in this game. So any enemy that can do that is very dangerous and all that. So, but thankfully they're pretty easy takedowns. So as long as you look up occasionally, you'll be able to easily see them and take them down without much effort. Next, we have the Glyphid Septic Spreader, a very unique enemy as it is pretty much a mortar essentially, at least for the Glyphids overall, and pretty much I think the only major mortar-like enemy besides like one other enemy, and even still it's not nearly as much as this guy right here. The Glyphid Septic Spreader is very unique, not only because it was designed, but also because it's very, how it attacks. It is basically, again, a mortar, where it will stand far back and will basically lob acid balls that will fly through the air, and upon either getting shot down by a bullet or projectile, or hitting the target, it will splatter across the nearby area, and basically leave acid slush everywhere. Very similar to the Sludge Pump for good old Drill Man. However, unlike Drill Man's favorite weapon, it will damage you and your teammates, and that's very bad. And because this stuff can actually do a lot of damage, and given how fast these guys can fire, a group or 2 or 3 of them can easily saturate an area very quickly, and can do a lot of damage because it'll also, like, it doesn't really slow you down that much, the septic sludge, but it's still, it'll still do damage, and it'll still hurt a bit, and it'll still wear you down and prevent your shield from recharging. It'll still go into your health, and overall it's just a really bad time to deal with. So, it's not nearly as devastating as other, area effect attacks some enemies have, but it's still very dangerous because it does a lot of damage overall. And of course, if you take it down, it will explode itself and will leave an acid slush everywhere nearby, and similar to one of its attacks. So basically, even if you take it down, if it gets between you and your team has to deal with the fact that you took it down, but it now has a massive amount of acid everywhere, and that could pose issues. Thankfully though, they are very visible, they are very tall in terms of profile, they're very easy to see. Their sack, I guess that's the best way to call it, glows very brightly in the dark, and again, they make very noticeable sounds. They are very audibly distinct from regular grunts and other enemies, so you'll know when they spawn in, and you'll see them very quickly. And if you don't see them quickly, you'll know full well when you get a wad of acid in the face. And given how large their sack is, it's also their weak point, as well as their head, but the sack is mostly the major thing you should aim for because it's way more big than a head, so, and also a little bit less armored overall because the sides are exposed. So overall, it's better to shoot the back of it, and it's just better to shoot that overall. And you can easily stun it with a lot of stuff because how exposed it is. So if any weak point stun effects on your weapons, it's very efficient here. And if you're able to stun walk it into basically taking it down, that's a very efficient use of time and ammo, because not only did you make it only splatter a nearby area, most likely it's not even near where you are, and you can relatively avoid it, or at least your team won't be heavily disrupted by it. So it's very good for that, but of course you just need to focus it down whenever you can, because again, it does a lot of damage. It is a very decent AoE overall. In terms of like a Glyphid, it has a pretty decent AoE overall, so again, just, you need to focus it down quickly, but if you do, you'll be relatively happy if you keep it out of the way. But again, if it gets it between you and your objective, it can be very painful. So yeah, this is one of the few Glyphids that are actually very terrifying by itself if you get caught off guard by it, because they just, like, again, they can very easily get through your shield, and it causes a lot of headaches overall. Going into the next causer of many migraines, we have the Glyphid Menace, a very skirmishy Glyphid that burrows throughout the entire area and, cavern network as a whole, and will basically burrow up into a corner or wherever and get an easy sightline on the player it hates the most, and will fire a barrage of, suspicious white liquid at you, and basically just barrage you over and over again and do a lot of damage, especially to, say, for example, Doretta, if it gets a good amount of hits in on the escort mission, and it's very dangerous to players as well. And also just very evasive too, so again, it's much more specialized overall because it doesn't have any melee attacks, so it can only spit at you, so even if you run up to it, it won't do anything except spit to its chosen target. And just overall, if you do get caught out in a barrage, it can do a lot of damage if you're not constantly moving. And it can be very, again, evasive, so it's just, it'll bounce around a lot, it'll hide a lot, and it'll often burrow when you try and do some damage, and it'll pop up somewhere else and just, again, skirmish you and extend the engagement by quite a bit, which can be a serious problem because it actually is somewhat tanky-ish. It isn't that tanky, it isn't Praetorian tier tankiness, but it can still take a few hits and more than enough to allow it to burrow and pop up again later on, so it's still tanky enough to do that and, able to pose a threat. Thankfully though, it has quite a few weaknesses. If you freeze it before it burrows, it's stuck there, and sure has some armor, but if you freeze it, then armor doesn't mean anything, and you basically just pummel it into submission basically, because if it's frozen, it can't do anything. It's immobile, it can't burrow, it can't hide, so you instantly down it pretty much, because the freeze damage modifiers and all that stuff will easily allow you to shred it pretty quick. And plus it's very, very noticeable. It has a lot of audible noise cues. It's very visible because it's, very blue overall. And just as long as you focus it down and do a lot of damage overall to it, it can go down pretty quick, especially with the side sacks, which are very weak overall as weak points because they're massive and they're large and they're very visible. So it's focusing down a teammate of yours, you can very easily focus down it as well. Of course, again, you have to be able to have ranged weapons that can attack it, because very often, again, it hides in the rafters, similar to acid spitters and web spitters, and if you don't have a good long-range weapon, it can be very hard to actually do enough damage before it hides again. So, again, some builds are very good for this. Scout is very good against menaces, but Drill Man may have some issues unless he has a very good Sabata build meant for burst damage, which, there's some builds for it, but again, you have to have it in order to deal with a menace effectively. But again, it just depends on what you have, but these guys can be a big nuisance either way. And again, the main thing is you want to focus them down, because again, it's like, you may be able to take a few shots and while you return fire, but again, taking a full barrage is not really a wise thing to do, because it'll do a large amount of damage, and very often the only reason you should be allowing yourself to take hits is if you're returning fire fast enough where you won't take much damage, and only your shield will only be affected and not your health enough, so that you'll be able, you take the damage on your shield instead of your health and return fire enough so that it goes down before it gets to your health. So that's definitely no strat, but again, it's risky. Again, it depends on what stuff happens, but again, if you focus it down quickly, it shouldn't do that much. And again, projectiles are also not that fast overall, so you can actually dodge them. Again, if you keep them moving, it can't really hit you that well. So if you're moving and shooting on the go, it can't really do much overall, but again, you have to be careful not to fall off a wedge or run into a swarm, so gotta be careful with that. But again, if you keep on moving, you fire back, you should be able to take it down quick enough. But again, alongside a regular swarm, it could be a major issue of you have to deal with Praetorian and a few, 20 grunts, and then you have this guy on top of it, basically flush you out of some areas by popping up around a corner and barraging you down, which can be very dangerous overall. The Glyphid Exploder is a relatively simple creature. It runs up to you and it explodes. And if you get caught in a blast, it does a lot, like an absurd amount of damage. Like at higher hazard levels, it'll pretty much annihilate your shield and basically get through a decent amount of your health in the process along with that as well. So very dangerous overall in terms of raw damage. However, it is a piece of paper in terms of defense. Any damage will quickly go through it. And either when it gets close to you to start, the initiation process, or if it takes enough damage that isn't directed to its head, it will begin to explode, and after a second or two, it will explode either from either taking too much damage or, getting close to you to start attacking you. Though this can be actually averted if you hit it in the head, either with a melee attack if you're feeling very brave, or just shooting it in the head like a regular grunt will not only do a lot of damage, it'll also make it not explode, so basically ragdoll and just go away. So that's very good. Also, it can also be deactivated a bit by either being frozen, that works, being melted via acid, or using the microwave gun for drill arcane kind of avert the explosion process, because it actually causes this thing to pop basically because it's a microwave gun, so that kind of overrides the explosion of the exploder itself. So you can actually avert the explosion in a lot of ways, but even if it does get close to you, it has a very audible sound cue, so the second you hear it, you should immediately back up and run, because yeah, it's very damaging overall. It also damages nearby bugs quite a bit. It'll basically annihilate grunts near it, and it'll do a decent amount of Praetorians. So if you do have bugs next to it and it explodes, it'll very easily do a decent chunk out of them. The problem is if exploders tend to spawn together and you shoot one of them, the rest get faster, very fast. And these guys are already pretty fast. They're like some of the fastest glyphids alongside swarmers and like all that stuff. They're very fast. They're very fast. And for some reason they get even faster. I'm not even sure how the system works really, but apparently there's some system where if you shoot an exploder next to another exploder, the one that survives gets way faster, so for a moment. So you gotta be careful of them like blitzing your position basically, where they're basically just going to basically try and blitz an area, and if your engineer has set up stuff around it, you gotta be careful because they can easily box you in basically. If you're like in a bunker, they can easily get into your area and then explode and do a lot of damage. And they also destroy terrain. Their explosions do destroy terrain, so if they explode, that could destroy platforms, they could create holes in terrain to allow other bugs to get through. But overall, if you just keep your eyes out for them, and again, shoot them with anything, like any damage at all will basically one-shot them, especially in the head, you should be mostly fine, because yeah, just they're again pieces of paper, but again they hit like trucks if they do go off and they actually connect. Another radioactive exclusion zone variation, we have the radioactive exploder. Basically the same thing as the regular exploder, except it's immune to radiation. It glows a green color, which is actually very pretty in the caves. But also when it explodes, it doesn't just explode, it doesn't have as strong of a initial explosion. However, it leaves a radiation zone similar to a radioactive Praetorian's death cloud. So it can very easily, while it can't do as much damage burst, in terms of like a burst damage, it'll leave an area behind that will damage you over time and pose a big threat. So while it isn't as good, again, it's very good area denial, and given radiation damage can be very dangerous overall, because there isn't that many ways to actually resist radiation. I'm pretty sure actually there isn't. That isn't just generic damage resistance stuff, so yeah, it's very dangerous. So again, there's a great area denial tool for the bugs to use. And honestly, it's a little bit worse overall to deal with other grunts, because the grunts in the radioactive exclusion zone area are a bit immune to radiation, as well as the Praetorians and swarmers in those areas. So all those guys in that area get a bit of radiation resistance, so they don't die to all the terrain there. So the radiation damage won't do as well for friendly fire, so you can't really exploit that as much. But it'll still, like, a few of them exploding near Praetorian will still do damage, and they'll still take down grunts pretty quick from the initial explosion. But don't expect them to do as well as regular exploders in terms of friendly fire. But again, freeze them, hit them in the head, and basically the same thing as regular exploders, just radiation. Moving into the much larger variation of Exploder, we have the Bulk Detonator. And while the Exploder was a relatively flimsy piece of paper in defense, this is equivalent to a giant sponge of pure HP condensed into its purest form, basically. It is very tanky, it is incredibly tough despite having no armor, it's just a block of health. It also, instead of just running up to a target and just exploding, it walks up to you. It's not too fast, but it can catch you off guard. Sometimes, if it gets, depending on how, situation is, it can't cross stuff quickly, but it'll be decently quick for its size at the very least. It's fast for its condition, but isn't that fast overall. You can easily outrun it. If it gets in range of you, it will lift up its arms and slam down and cause a massive explosion. It'll set you on fire and very likely one-shot you because it is a highly damaging attack, especially on hazard level 5. Basically assume it'll one-shot you or very close to because it'll set you on fire as well, so it'll do a little bit of damage over time as well. So basically count it as a one-shot. Thankfully though, it has an indicator of when it's about to attack, and a rough range as well how big the area effect is, because whenever it gets close to a dwarf, embers pop up around it to show that it's about ready to attack, so you need to back off very quickly, and there's also a very good indicator to see where it is roughly, so very useful for that. But for a regular bulk, it's, very visible as it is. You're not going to really miss it, the giant tumorous creature running towards you, so yeah. But it's still good for seeing the AoE radius and making sure you don't get too close. However, while it doesn't run towards you to explode, if you, shoot it and you get its health down, upon dying, it doesn't die. It takes a second, it rumbles, and then it basically lets off a nuclear bomb level explosion. It is a massive explosion. It creates a giant hole in the terrain, and it not only is it a giant explosion that will pretty much guaranteed one-shot you, it also has explosive bulbs as well that pop out of it as well when it explodes. So it's basically a cluster bomb as well. So you'll have one giant explosion and then it'll spread 5 or 4 bulbs out. I don't actually know the exact number off the top of my head. And then it'll basically cluster bomb the entire nearby area. So even if you survive the initial blast, you can get caught by the cluster bombs and still get hit by a pretty hefty attack that will also, decent hefty explosion that'll probably still one-shot you if you're not max HP. It still hits like a truck, those cluster bombs. Now thankfully though, it has the same weakness as a regular exploder, where if it's frozen, it will not do the explosion properly, where it'll still explode, but it'll just only be a knockback instead of, instantly downing you, which, if you get knocked off a cliff, then that's bad. But as long as you're able to keep that in mind and you're able to freeze it quickly enough, it should be able to avert disaster in some situations, especially if you're in a, closed off area with a, black box or any area you need to stay in to defend and get progress done. Though of course the problem is it also takes a massive amount of effort to freeze, and it freezes for only a very short time, so you basically need to time it very quickly and also very well with what about to die, because if you make a mistake, it'll explode, and if you're close to it while freezing it, you're gonna have a really hard time when it explodes. As in you're probably gonna die unless you immediately book it, so yeah. Thankfully though, it has some weaknesses. Again, it's very slow, it has no armor, so basically just raw damage is very easily able to be pumped into it. And also the bulbs on the back of its, mass, it's not really a body anymore, it's more of a tumor. It basically is a walking tumor. The bulbs on the back of it, the glowing bulbs, those are weak points, and they aren't, well, they're not permanent. They will, pop after a decent amount of damage is put into them. They're still weak points, they'll still do, you'll still get extra damage out of them, so if you focus on them, especially with weapons that, specialize in weak point damage, you'll do a lot of damage to it, and that'll at least make sure that, at the very least, even if it's an HP sponge, it won't absorb too much ammo, which is very important since, ammo conservation is very important overall. It also is able to dig too, so you gotta be careful, keep that in mind, because it'll basically, if it can't reach you via pathfinding, it will actually dig through walls, it'll dig through caverns, and it'll try and reach you in some way. Which is very bad, because that means it can very easily dig into areas it can't really normally get into, so that can be very dangerous. Thankfully though, you don't tend to run into it that much. It tends to spawn naturally in the room you're already in, and unless you try and block off an exit, it won't really need to dig in the first place, so It's a thing it can do, but it won't really do it that often. I have yet to see a bulk really dig in a while, as far as I can remember, so if that tells you how useful it is, then for it to have that, then yeah. It doesn't dig that much, but it can if it needs to. So yeah, it's just an HP sponge overall, so the main thing is you just want to focus it down and make sure you just not only not die, but also waste as little ammo as possible, so focus on the bulbs and try and freeze for the extra damage and avoid possibly getting vaporized. The Crassus Detonator is a distinct cousin of the regular bulk, as you can tell, being it, given that it's completely covered in gold, and it actually has some level of purpose, because it's a regular, bulk in all forms, basically, from regular bulk. However, it has two major differences. First off, the gold skin is a actual piece of armor that cannot break, but it basically acts as like white armor essentially, where you can't break it, but it'll reduce the damage, overall. So the bulbs are even more important because like they're the only unarmored bit, for the body pretty much. So it's a bit tankier than a normal bulk. However, instead of turning when it does the final blow and explodes, as its final blow is what it's called. So I just checked. Yeah, final blow. Interesting name. Instead of turning the area into swag, the area that, the terrain, it makes a giant hole in the terrain, and instead of turning the area that it leaves behind as swag, it leaves it behind as gold, so you're able to mine it out. So, preferably you want to try and get into an area where it's, a small area to get as much gold as possible. But again, this also requires you to try and herd the bulk into an area, which is very dangerous, because again, it's a bulk. That's still very dangerous. It hits like a truck, it explodes, and again, it still has the cluster bombs along with it, so again, it's still very dangerous. It's also very rare, but it's just a tankier bulk that has some reward as well at the end, but it only spawns as part of the mission itself. It can't, as far as I know, it's impossible to spawn it mid-mission. It only spawns to start, so thankfully you don't have armored bulks coming after you at all times, but again, the gold is good, but it depends on if you have time or if you really need a gold, because sometimes it's better just simply to avoid it, save time, but again, it depends on how the situation is, but if you get the gold, then yeah, go for it. It's free gold, so, but yeah, it's basically just a bulk, but gold, so not really much else to say. The Glyphid Brood Nexus is the only stationary enemy that is a part of the Glyphid family. It is not itself very Glyphid-like, resembling a giant throbbing tumorous mass with eyes more than anything else. However, it is going to spawn swarmers with a distinct green tint, so, if you're not in radiation area, you can tell pretty quickly when a brood nexus is nearby, because, the swarmers are green, though, the problem is in the radiation area, radioactive exclusion zone, the swarmers are also green there, so it's a little bit difficult, but the enemies, like the dwarfs, still give a voice line when you take down a Brood Nexus Swarmer, so you can tell by that way, either way, so. But yeah, this is basically a mostly passive enemy. It just spawns Swarmers, and when it goes down, it will explode and spawn like a group of like 20 Swarmers that will immediately try and chase you down, so. It's basically just spawn Swarmers, which again, they're not that dangerous by itself. A pickaxe will still go from pretty quickly, but again, they'll nickel and dime you with health, they'll be a nuisance overall, so very often just trying to take down Brood Nexus as quick as possible is the best thing you can do overall. Though of course, you can freeze the Brood Nexus, which will make it not explode on death and release Swarmers, and also allow you to do more damage because frozen damage bonuses. And also the eyes are also weak points, so if you do enough damage to an eye, it'll get destroyed and it'll do a lot of damage to the Nexus. So even if you can't freeze it, you can still burst it down pretty quick. So overall, mostly harmless enemy in comparison to what other stuff. It doesn't have as much impact overall. It's mostly harmless in comparison, but still it can be a nuisance, and it's just best to deal with it as soon as possible just to get out of the way. But usually just any single, any freezing weapon or just shooting the eyes will quickly deal with it, so overall, so it's not really much of a threat, but just again, something you need to deal with. So we have finally reached the largest of the Glyphids, the Glyphid Dreadnought. So we'll go through each Dreadnought variation, individually, but a shared thing they have is that they all spawn either from a random swarm event where they're going to spawn just by themselves and you just have to fight them, instead of a regular swarm. It's just a random variation of that, or during the elimination missions that are, the major objective of. So they're relatively rare because they only spawn in 2 different scenarios, and both of them are, elimination missions are relatively common, but you very rarely don't really see the Dreadnought swarm that often. So mostly you'll see them doing elimination missions overall, and they are, all bosses, and they're all very dangerous in their own ways. So start off with the, vanilla Dreadnought overall. I guess vanilla is just the most vanilla of all of them, I guess is the best way to put it. A large Glyphid that has high defense, high attack, and just overall just very quick overall, because this is the Dreadnought where its whole mechanic overall is that it's basically similar to a Oppressor, where the front is invulnerable but back of it is weak, and it has a temporary armored shell that pops up occasionally to defend its backside, and once you break through the armor, you have a temporary amount of time, you have only a short amount of time to do damage to its actual health bar before the armor regrows. Either that, or there's certain limits where it'll force regenerate and stop it taking damage if you try and burst down too much. So it can be, if you have a lot of burst damage, it can be, manipulated a little bit, but, the armor will grow back after some time, or if there's a certain limit that's reached in terms of you're, killing it too fast, and that's something that's shared with it and another Dreadnought, which we'll get into very soon. But the main gimmick of this Dreadnought is that it has a kind of enrage feature where it's fast relatively when it's not enraged, but it gets even faster when it is enraged, and it gets a lot faster, it gets a lot more aggressive, it charges you a lot quicker, and is a lot faster overall with attacks. It has, slash and bite attacks in melee where it can do a lot of damage in melee. It hits like a truck. It's even more than like an Oppressor, which is already a strong attacker. It has a trembling stomp attack where basically it roars and stomps its front legs and causes an AoE around it, does a lot of damage, and it can do a lot of damage if you're caught in it overall. So and on higher hazard levels it's basically one shot if you're not full health. So it's very dangerous. It's probably one of the most dangerous attacks ever, because if you're trying to get around it to get behind it quickly, it can very easily just go into that stomp and then basically one shot you. So you gotta be really careful, and it does hit you in the air because the hitbox is very weird. So it can hit you in the air, it can hit you in weird areas, so it's very often, if it starts roaring as it begins to do that attack, you have to back off really quickly before you get one shot. But it does actually have some range attacks, because it is a, it's a vanilla Dreadnought, so it's good at pretty much everything. It has the ability to shoot a fireball, which is a, explosive. It does a decent amount of damage. The projectile itself isn't that fast. The fireball, it doesn't move that quickly, but it's still fast enough to be a threat, and hits like a truck still. Again, everything, Dreadnoughts all overall hit like a truck, so that's a kind of a shared theme. And also can shoot a swarm bladder, which is basically it'll summon a few swarmers with a projectile, shoot a ball at someone, and if it hits a dwarf, it'll pheromone them and spawn a bunch of swarmers, which will basically make the swarmers, while the dwarf is pheromoned, to all focus on that dwarf. So basically if it shoots a scout with the pheromones, then not only does it pheromone a scout, it causes all the swarmers that popped out of the sack that is threw out the scout immediately start attacking him and harass him, which is very dangerous overall, because it basically spawns a swarmer pack on top of him, and yeah, that's very bad, because swarmers on top of you is a lot of damage and go through your shield very quickly. So very dangerous overall, especially if you're also dealing with a swarm or a group of bugs alongside him. And of course, the Dreadnought can also dig, so if for some reason you're trying to hide in a corner or trying to hide in a bunker, even though that's really not a great idea to do, because we'll get into how to fight Dreadnought relatively after we go over what he can do. But if you're in a different area they can't reach because he's large, or can't fit through a gap, he'll dig right through it. Very similar to a bulk, but a bulk will not really dig that much. Dreadnought will very often dig if he needs to get to another area, and he can do it pretty quick as well, so gotta be very careful with that. So there's a lot of ways you can deal with Dreadnought. Of course, you want your full team aware and ready to go and all prepared, obviously. You can very often pull him to the drop room, as I like to call it, where it's the room that your drop pod goes into, and usually the center of elimination. This is before elimination missions. Of course, if he spawns randomly in a random other mission, can't re-prepare, so you just kind of do it on the fly. But like elimination missions where you have a cocoon, you can, you know, pull him into the drop room, and since that area is usually a lot flatter than a lot of other areas, you can easily get a very easy arena to fight him in. Because the thing is, you want, for like, dreadnoughts are easiest in areas that are flat and open. Because the last thing you want to do is get stuck and then he stomps and then you're trapped in a corner and you can't escape. So you want a large open area with not that much, you know, terrain. Because you don't want the dreadnought to get stuck on something, or, you know, he has, you know, the front side is invincible, you can't do anything about that, but the back side is weak. But the problem is, depending on how the terrain is, he could very easily have his, you know, backside stuck against a terrain piece and you can't reshoot it. You know, if it's stuck against like a wall, you can't really shoot the backside at all. So you want to try and get a nice, clean, like, open area that's relatively flat, so the dreadnought can't use the, you know, the terrain to hide its weak points. So especially since if you're trying to burst it down before the armor comes back up, you want to focus fire on it, and nothing ruins focus fire more than terrain getting away. So, and yeah, overall, just get a wide open area, just be careful to stomp, and just keep on looping it around the room. It'll change targets occasionally, and when it'll enrage, it'll go faster. So as long as you keep those in mind, you can, you know, get around the room quite a few times and just shoot it constantly, and eventually it'll go down. The second Dreadnought variant is the Hive Guard, a much more defensive Dreadnought overall, because he's, you know, straight up invincible from all angles. It's not even like the backside is weak. He's just invincible from all sides overall. However, he has his own unique kind of gimmick. So he has, you know, slash and bite as, you know, regular Dreadnought. He's a bit slower overall, so he can get around him a lot faster. However, he will summon pseudo Praetorians called Sentinels. Glyphid Sentinels are basically pseudo Praetorians that don't have any armor, and they're very weak. They have very exposed backsides that are weak point, and they also leave sticky goo behind when they die. It's kind of like a pseudo death cloud. But they're very weak overall compared to regular Praetorians, and again, they have no armor, so they're basically just meat sacks, so you can take them down pretty quick. However, until you take them all down, the Hive Guard will remain invincible. You can't do anything to him, and he'll use a fire mortar, which is basically a multi-shot fireball, basically. You know, bursts of 3 fireballs that can do quite a bit of damage. They do a bit of terrain damage as well, so they'll create potholes they can get stuck in. But it's basically it's basically just a multi, you know, fireball from the regular Dreadnought, basically. And he'll keep on doing that. He'll try and melee attack you. However, once you manage to take down all the Sentinels, 3 like prongs will pop up across his body, which, you know, 1 in the, you know, top part of his carapace and 2 on the sides, one on the left, 1 on the right, and you need to focus those down. But once you focus those down, he'll then expose his backside, which is his actual health bar. And when that happens, all hell will break loose, basically, because he is a much stronger variant of the Stomp of the regular Dreadnought, where he'll not only do a Stomp, he'll summon a bunch of rocks that'll float off the ground, and then they'll spread out around him, kind of like a shotgun almost, all around him in this 360 area. And if you get hit by it, it'll do a lot of damage. So rocks do a lot of damage. They can be dodged, and he doesn't do the Stomp itself doesn't do damage itself. So if you can weave through it, you won't take damage. But again, they're AoE, they explode, and they hit pretty hard. So if you do, for example, get trapped in a corner, it can be pretty bad if they go right into you. So you gotta be very careful with that. But after doing enough damage, or, you know, reaching again a cap of how much damage the game will let you do in one cycle, he'll close up his exposed area, and then, you know, repeat the cycle. He'll summon more Sentinels, he'll summon, and then he'll deal those 3 prongs again, and then backside again. So overall, he's a lot more defensive overall, but again, he has, you know, a lot more damage overall as well. He also has a kind of like enraged state where he'll do a lot more. He'll move faster. He'll do the fire mortar even faster. This is usually done while he's doing like the 3 prong state, but because he'll only do the Stomp during the exposed state. So, but he does do stuff faster, but it's not nearly as dynamic as the enrage of the vanilla Dreadnought. But overall, just very similar to regular Dreadnought in terms of like how to fight him. Open area, flat area, especially not only because the weak point, again, it could be hidden behind terrain, which is bad if you're trying to burst him down, but also the Roxy spawns and throws across the arena. Could be very dangerous if you're trapped in a corner because you can't move, and if you can't move, you can't dodge. If you can't dodge, you get hit and you go down because you're gonna hit by trucks. So again, you want a flat open area, and preferably just go to the area your drop pod started off into. That's usually a relatively flat area, and if you do need to fight him on the go due to him replacing a natural wave, you can always try and get a flat area in the cavern you're in, but that's not always guaranteed. But you preferably don't want to fight him in a pit or enclosed area, so at the very least try not to fight him in like a small cave. You want to try and fight him in as open as area as possible. That's the main thing. So but once you get that done, he's dangerous, but he has a cycle, and once you get used to that cycle, it's pretty easy to figure out what to do and deal with him. And finishing off with the most unique of Dreadnoughts, the Dreadnought Twins, since instead of fighting one giant, bug, you fight two still very large but smaller bugs. So the Dreadnought Twin fight is a fight where you fight two different, Dreadnoughts, the Arbalest and the Lacerator, each with their own moveset and their own gimmicks. So the main gimmick between these two is that first off, they can't dig, so they're like regular Praetorians. They can just go through areas pretty easily. They don't need to actually dig to get to areas, so they can get to you no matter what. And second, when they have a decent amount of armor, they're relatively tanky, Dreadnoughts, but they're not like, their armor isn't invincible. The armor can be destroyed. You just need to put enough firepower into it and it will go through and you'll start attacking them directly easily. However, if one of their HP bars for either one of them gets too low in comparison to the other one, they will both burrow, get right up to each other, they'll burrow next to each other, they'll merge, next to each other, and then they'll start to heal each other, which will, replenish all their armor, as well as also balance their health bar. So if one's, at 75 HP, another is at 65 HP, they'll both stabilize like 70, for example. That's a rough example of what that roughly is. They'll stabilize their health. Though very often, the amount of health that the higher one loses is not nearly as much as the weaker one gains. So they'll very often gain health overall, but again, depending on how much health difference they have, it can fluctuate a bit. So the main thing is you want to keep their health as equal as possible. Or at the very least, you want to burst one of them down when you're able to, so that you can take care of it quickly. However, each one has different movesets. So the Arbalest has Explosive Barrage, which is basically just, it shoots out a bunch of fireballs that stick to terrain, and after a moment they explode. So basically like a sticky bomb almost. And also there's a fireball attack where it shoots out a fan of fireballs. There's a lot of AoE damage and can basically shotgun you if it's too close to you, but you can do a lot of damage if you do get hit. And it has a different behavior pattern to the Lacerator, where the Arbalest will stay high up. Usually it'll stay out of direct melee combat. It'll try to at least, but it'll stay away from people and try and avoid direct fights if it can. The Lacerator, however, on the other hand, will actually straight up charge you. It will try and get a melee combat. It has a flame breath attack, very similar to a Praetorian's acid spray, but a lot more devastating. It's able to slam, do a generic melee attack, and also just do a rock wave attack, where it basically just, it slams down one arm. It sets out a, I guess more like, it basically slams down each of its arms and then its face into the ground, and then it'll create a, I guess like a shockwave that goes forward in front of it and also through the air, because it isn't based on terrain. It's a projectile. It isn't based on terrain. It'll set like street tremors or slash earth, rock, projectiles forward in front of it. One to the left, one to the right, and then one in forward. So it can really be dangerous because they do hit like again high damage, and due to how it attacks, it can really catch you off guard if you're trying to avoid the Lacerator. The Lacerator's attacking you and then the Arbalest is attacking at the same time, so it's very easy for you to focus on one and then the other one pops up against you. But also the Lacerator is able to burrow, and after a moment it'll pop up underneath a dwarf, and it's a shockwave, it does damage, and then it'll basically just pop up underneath you and just do a bunch of damage, knock you back, and they'll try and attack you some more. So it's able to close distance really quickly, so gotta be careful of that. And if you manage to take down one of the twins and the other one's still alive, it becomes enraged, where basically all of its attacks gets overall much stronger overall. So if it's the Arbalest that's still alive, it will attack much more quickly, it'll attack much more rapidly, range attacks are a lot stronger overall, And if it's the Lacerator, it'll burrow a lot more, it'll be a lot faster, it'll hit like way harder, and it'll attack way faster overall, so it can be very dangerous. However, due to them keeping their health somewhat balanced, relatively, and due to the fact that their animation for getting enraged when one of them dies, the other one enters a enraged state and it has an animation for it, and it's vulnerable during that animation while it's roaring, so you can very easily burst down the other one possibly if you have enough damage into it. So again, it's very similar to where if you keep their health relatively equal and burst them down equally, it isn't that bad, but if you accidentally burst one of them down too fast and do a lot of damage while keeping the other one relatively unscathed, it can regenerate a massive amount of health and waste a lot of ammo and time. So it's definitely a fight where you should keep the health as equal as possible, but again, if you're able to burst one down, you should go for it and then burst down the other one soon after. So keep them equally healthy until you can burst them down. And of course, open areas are very advisable because it allows you to see both of them at the same time. You're able to see where Arbalest is. Arbalest has a really bad habit of hiding behind walls and different cavern areas. Because again, it doesn't want to get into a melee fight, so it wants to stay away. But it's often in a different room, and then you attack the Lacerator. It takes damage, it burrows, they both pop up in the room finally, and then a Lacerator heals all the damage it just took. So, because Arbalest didn't take any damage. Again, just make sure you just constantly focus them both down and make sure you keep on top of both of them, because again, they're two different entities and they're both very dangerous, and the last thing you want to do is dodge one, then get hit by the other, or get shotgunned by the Arbalest while trying to dodge the Lacerator, or get AoE'd by the Lacerator while trying to dodge the Arbalest. So again, you just have to keep on top of them, but once you do manage to get into a rhythm, the fight isn't that bad. Just again, you just need to be very careful, because again, it's two instead of one, so you have to keep track of two giant homicidal death machines of bugs. It's, instead of one giant juggernaut, it's like two homicidal freaks. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Moving from the Glyphids to the second most overall impactful family of creatures on Hoxie's, we have the Mactera. So the Mactera are all universally flying creatures. They are all airborne, so that has a bunch of different overall attributes shared among them. So first off, they're all flying, obviously, so they don't touch the ground while you fight them. This can be very important. For example, a lot of effects, flamethrower, sticky flames, sludge pump, and a lot of other effects that are primarily ground-based aren't nearly as effective on Mactera as a whole, which is a very impactful thing, since, if your weapon doesn't work against flying targets, a Swarm Mactera will be a really big issue. And another major thing that they all share is that when frozen, they instantly go down, which is a thing that is shared between all flying creatures pretty much, where if it's frozen, it'll freeze, and then it'll fall and shatter when it hits the ground. So freezing is basically the best way to take down Mactera overall, just in terms of like raw efficiency most of the time, because freezing, especially if you have a good cryo cannon, a very effective way to freeze, it can be very efficient at clearing out large groups of them, since you're able to simply just freeze them, or even the crowd cannon for scout, for example. Not the crowd cannon, crowd grenade. Crowd grenade is very efficient at taking down a lot of Mactera, especially the first Mactera on his list, the Mactera Spawn. This is basically the Glyphid Grunt of the Mactera family, basically. They are pretty numerous overall, pretty quick overall, and are overall just the base standard of Mactera, and just a generic, across the board, decent Mactera overall. They primarily fly around, and when they aggro, they'll fly towards you, and upon moving around a bit, because they have a little bit of a dash feature, which allows them to dodge actually pretty decently well. Especially the elite variations of Mactera dodge very well if you have the elite, mission mutator. They dodge a lot. But the regular dash for a normal baseline Mactera spawn is it's notable, but it isn't absurd. And after a bit, they get a good angle, and then they try to do their sting shot, which is basically they charge up for a moment, and then they fire a pretty relatively quick, projectile, which can do a lot of damage. Mactera are pretty high damaging overall, and Mactera Spawn, despite being the baseline, are still highly damaging, so having a group of more than like 5 or 6 of them pop up immediately in front of you is really bad. Thankfully though, due to them being pretty much overall like the baseline Mactera, they are, relatively easily defeated in terms of health. They have relatively low health. A charge strike from a pickaxe will instantly down them pretty much. and their, abdomen, which is most of their front body, which is the part they're showing you when they try and attack, and actually gets a little bit bigger when they charge up their shot. That's their weak point, and it's out there in the open. So if Scout has like the M1000, you can easily deal Spawn very easily, because especially since they, again, don't have much health. So having a weak point hit is basically an instant kill. And plus, just another good thing against them is that they're pretty their noises are very notable. You'll know they have like that kind of like charging up sound they have that you'll become very aware of as soon as you start fighting them a lot. And even if you're turned around and you're not directly seeing them, if you hear one of them charging up a shot, which is again a very noticeable sound effect, you'll very quickly just spin around and basically try and duck and weave, because that's a good way to avoid Mactera shots. Is that they're very good if you're running straight back away from them. They're very good at hitting you in that situation. But if you try and zigzag, you try and duke their shot, it's very easy to relatively dodge a decent amount of them. Of course, if there's like 10 of them at once, which can't happen, it may be hard to dodge every single one of them, because they'll constantly fire one after each other, so it's possible that you could just straight up just get hit by one just by the fact there's enough of them. But if you zigzag, if you don't go in a straight line, they have a relatively hard time trying to track you. And of course, if you're just going really fast, via the grappling hook for Scout or a zip line by, just going fast down a zip line, they have a really hard time hitting you. So again, they have a decent shot at actually trying to hit you, but the thing is, if you move anyway near erratically, they go pretty quickly down, or in terms of accuracy. So they just can't hit a moving target that is not going straight away from them, since yeah. So they have decent aim, but they're not great. They don't weed their shots per se. So if you just walk in a unpredictable pattern, you can very easily dodge them, which is good, because again, despite being like the base Mactera, they still hit pretty decently hard. And one of the more final things to note with Mactera Spawn and other Mactera Spawn types we'll go into very shortly is that when they're charging up their shot, they actually stop dashing around a little bit and actually sit still for a bit to fire, so because the animation requires them to sit still. So at the very least, if you're trying to pin one of them down, it's usually best to either shoot it while it doesn't notice you if it's spawned passively in the caves, or wait for it to fire and then you immediately shoot it before it can shoot you. And assuming you have a decent precision weapon or even just good damage overall, you're more than likely able to simply DPS it down before it even can get the animation off. Or, at the very worst, you can always just quickly dodge the shot and then retaliate. So yeah, it's just overall they're relatively strong. They're pretty much the main Mactera you're going to see most of the time, but as long as you're careful and you actually have a decent way to defend yourself, they're pretty easy, because again, they hit hard, but they don't have much health or much defense whatsoever. A Mactera that does actually have some defense is the Mactera Brundle. So this is basically the Grunt Guard variation of a Mactera. It is basically just a spawn with actual heavy armor. It's a lot more defensive overall, it's a lot more tough overall, and actually has, heavy armor in front of its abdomen, so you actually need to crack that open in order to properly access their weak points. So they're much tougher overall, since, a spawn, you can just one-shot it. A Brundle actually requires some level of continuous fire into it to break the armor, and overall they're basically the same as Mactera Spawn. They're just heavily armored. However, freezing still works. Another thing to bring up is explosions or indirect damage. That works very well against a lot of Mactera, especially just Spawn types, because for example, Engineer's grenade launcher, if that hits a Mactera Spawn or any variation of it, it'll take a pretty decent chunk out of it, and Mactera Spawn will go down very quickly, and it will tear out a decent amount of HP from the Brundle, if not outright obliterating it, depending on how high the HP is and how much it has left. Of course, there's also freezing if you want insta kill it via that. And of course, you can always just do a charge attack if it's close to the ground with your pickaxe, and that will break the armor, and then you just quickly follow up with a shot in the abdomen, and that will usually take it down, because your charged pickaxe attack ignores the armor, so it'll go straight for the armor, damage it by about 60 to 70% of its health, and then you can follow up with a shot and instantly take it down, which is very efficient as well, because again, that's depending on what weapon you have. If, for example, we'll take Engineer Shotgun, for example, his good old shotgun. You pickaxe him, and then you follow up with one shot with the shotgun to finish it off. That's basically all you expended was one shot for Mactera Brundle. So overall, you got a pretty decent deal overall in terms of ammo efficiency, because if you didn't use your pickaxe, it may take like several shots to get through the armor at all, so you massively saved a lot of ammo, and you also just made it a lot more efficient as well in terms of time, since you just pickaxe, shoot instead of shoot, 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 armor breaks, shoot, shoot. So, of course, the shotgun for engineer does actually have a little bit of armor piercing to it. You can give it that, and it actually is pretty decent with armor piercing as well, with some overclocks that are available, but that's kind of just a rough example. Just Mactera are just overall, especially the spawn, are just very weak to charge attacks from your pickaxe, so if you want to basically crack it open like a nut, it can be really efficient as a way to deal with Mactera Brundle. But besides that, the extra defense, it is basically the same as a normal Mactera spawn. That's basically treated as a much hardier version that you actually need to put a little more time into. And again, use your pickaxe as your big friend here, but also, like, you know, acid's very effective, fire is very effective, freezing is very effective, and of course explosions of decent, you know, strength are very good against them. So those are still other options, but it's still tougher and it still can be a little bit more hardy overall, but overall it's again the same overall damage profile as normal spawn. Moving over to the Grunt Slasher of the Mactera spawn, we have the Mactera Tri-Jaw. This guy is a nuisance because instead of shooting one projectile, he shoots 3. And in a spread shot pattern, which is very dangerous because normally, you know, the great weakness of a spawn, besides its relative frailty and being able to be frozen, which you can do that to a Tri-Jaw, is that they do a decent amount of damage, but you can, you know, dodge their shot and all that stuff relatively easily to keep moving. Tri-Jaw isn't great because it has like a spread shot, so like if you run away from one projectile, you could just run right into the other ones, which, you know, it usually shoots out in like a left, middle, and like right pattern. Like it has a little bit of a spread shot to it. Again, like, you can dodge it, but it's much harder, and they do hit very hard, especially if you get shotgunned by all 3 projectiles. Like, if it gets really close to you, and you just can't react in time, or it sneaks up behind you, and it manages to get, like, 2 to 3 shots in, that's basically your shield gone, and that's basically a good portion of your health gone, too. And assuming this is part of a swarm, now you have a good portion of your health gone, good portion, pretty much all your shield gone. You have a very angry Tri-Jaw right next to you, and more stuff's on the way, so overall I think they are the most devastating variant of Mactera spawn, and probably the most annoying part of the whole Mactera family overall, like in my personal opinion, because they're very dangerous overall if you can let them fire off a shot. And they are a little bit tougher than normal spawn as well, but not by too much, so they're very similar again to like Glyphid slashers, so they're very, very similar. And like the Mactera spawn and the Glyphid Grunts are very similar in terms of how they're split up into different entities as a whole. So you got one baseline, and then you know one defensive and one offensive. And the Mactera offensive is very strong, so making it even worse is, yeah, it's really, really, really powerful. However, thankfully, unlike the Mactera Brundle, you know, it still has an exposed underbelly, so you can very easily get a lot of shots into it, and despite being a little bit tougher than a normal Mactera spawn, it's still Mactera spawn, like, relatively, so it isn't that tanky. And of course the weak point is right underneath it, and it's really exposed when it's trying to shoot you, so it's really efficient to just open fire and just do a lot of damage and focus them down. Like a minigun will easily shred through a Tri-Jaw. Basically any primary weapon will do very good. And of course you can always freeze it, you can always, you know, explosions are very effective against it as well, so like it's still a Mactera spawn baseline, but that's still very dangerous because Mactera spawn are naturally just very, very dangerous. So yeah, just of course the main thing is just you have to dodge the projectiles or possibly just open fire and take it down before it fires. So overall I would say the whole, like, these guys are like the top priority for most waves overall, because like Praetorians are like slow, but they're dangerous, but they're slow. Tri-Jaws will actually catch up to you very quickly, so, and they have very high damage output, and it's very hard to dodge in some scenarios when you're actually trying to fight other stuff. So overall I would just say just avoid them at all costs, and if possible shoot them before they shoot you, as like the major thing. And if not, then I guess overall the best way to just dodge them is to try and again just duke them out, because like or possibly just run way faster than their projectile. Like, the projectiles are a little bit, like, they have some gravity to them, a little bit, so you can use that to your advantage. And they aren't that long range as well, so again, if you're scout, you can always use the grappling hook, and just moving fast and just overall just trying to take them down quickly is the best way you can deal with them, just because, like, again, the thing is, like, you shoot them before they shoot you, but if push comes to shove, you can dodge. It's just a lot harder, because you have to be careful to not, you have to go off to the side for the middle one, but not go too far to get the one that is shot on either side of the main shot as well, so, because, you know, it shoots 3, and it can be really dangerous, especially in groups, if they all fire off at once, because 3 or 4 Tri-Jaws out firing at once is basically just gonna mean you're just going to get hit, and you can't really do much about it unless you shoot them all down instantly, which is possible, but again, it's very, very, very risky to be in that situation. Moving into the heavyweights of the Mactera, we have the Mactera Goo Bomber. So this is basically the Praetorian class of Mactera. It's way tougher overall than Mactera Spawn, and overall it has a bit more interesting attacks, except just, you know, raw damage projectiles. It is able to fire a blob shot, which is basically just a projectile that, you know, it fires out and it hits you, it does damage, of course. But it also is able to basically cover the area with sticky slime while it does it, so this will basically slow you down if you're in it. It's very similar to the fungus bug slime that is naturally in that area. It's very similar to that, pretty much. And this can be very dangerous, because again, it's able to use its main attack to spread the gunk everywhere, but it's also able to have a special kind of, like, I guess the best way to put it is like a carpet bomb type of attack, where it basically just flies around and just drops a massive amount of gunk everywhere. And, you know, while you're trying to deal with a swarm, a Mactera Goo Bomber covering the entire area in slime, which slows you down and your team, is very dangerous, especially since Mactera, the main way you dodge a lot of their attacks, you know, especially the Spawn, Brundle, and Tri-Jaw, is you try and move out of the way, you try and go fast, and you try to actually move in a way where they can't easily track you. Can't really do that if the Goo Bomber is slowing you down. Of course, you know, you think, oh, you shoot the weak point, which is a giant glowing sacks underneath it. Well, if you do, it, you know, has a response, as in, upon destroying one of its sacks, it'll basically drop a massive amount of sludge in one area, which also slows you down until it dissipates. So, again, it basically just drops sludge everywhere, even if you do destroy one of their weak points. However, it also has another gimmick. If you kill it before you destroy both its sacks, you'll basically kind of have like a miniature freakout where it's trying to keep itself aloft still, and just spilling gunk everywhere in a random pattern, which can be really dangerous because it'll basically just go around, just drop sludge everywhere, and then it'll hit the ground and go down finally, so, you know, it'll finally die then. But it'll stay up for a bit, and then it'll just spray gunk everywhere and then go down, so, you know, that'll slow you down even more. The only way you can really prevent this is either, you know, freezing it, which, you know, every Mactera is weak to freezing, or if you destroy both of the sacks before it goes down, it'll just drop down instantly as if it was a regular Mactera and just die. So if you destroy both of the sacks, it won't really do that last, like, final gasp barrage where it just goes everywhere and just drops gunk everywhere. Thankfully, it's kind of carpet bomb attacks. They don't damage you at all, they just slow you down. But, you know, the blob shot can still do a little bit of damage. You can still go for your shield pretty quick if you're not careful. And it can do a decent amount of health damage, but again, just usually you want to try and avoid it pretty easily. Because again, it's like, unlike the Mactera, Mactera Spawn, Brundle, and Tri-Jaw, the projectile for the Goo Bomber isn't that, you know, fast. It's pretty ponderous of a range attack overall, so it's very easy to dodge if you see it coming, but if you're trying to focus on other stuff, it could easily get a shot in. But the main thing is, again, just it'll go around, it'll drop gunk everywhere and just slow you down. And the thing is, you just want to focus on taking out the goo sacks from a distance, you know, far distance away, so that it doesn't drop the gunk directly on top of you, and then just put damage into it, basically. Power attacks are very efficient against it, since it'll basically allow you to instantly take down both of its weak points. If you hit it right in the middle, you know, go center of mass. So you can destroy both the weak points that way if you need to, but any, like, precision weapon is very efficient overall. So if you have that, then you can very easily, like, take it down. Of course, there's still weak points, so take a lot of damage from those areas getting hit, so it'll allow you to quickly take them down. So again, Scout's very efficient against Goo Bombers with M1000, his assault rifle, and all that stuff, so it's very efficient just to shoot him a few times and take him down. Though, of course, if push comes to shove, you can deal with the goo with, like, platforms, zip lines, or, you know, grappling hook and all that stuff, so you can avoid the gunk, but often it's better just to shoot the bug and keep it away from you at all costs, so that at least if it's going to drop gunk, it's going to not do it right where your team is and cause an issue, especially if you're doing a mission where you have to, defend a black box or anything like that. Going into another Glacial Strata subspecies, we have the Frost Bomber. Basically the same thing as a regular Goo Bomber, but now its attacks freeze you. So, it's Barrage, Blob Shot, all freeze you. So, this can be really bad since not only does the sludge that it basically just carpets everything with freeze you, it also slows you down too. So, it's like it does both of them at the same time. It just, it slows you down and freezes you. So, it's way worse overall than a regular Goo Bomber because, it'll slow you down like a regular Goo Bomber, but if you stay in the cold sludge for too long, it will freeze you and then you'll completely immobile and can't do anything for a bit. So, of course, we already went over this with the Frost Praetorian. It's very dangerous when that happens, especially in Glacial Strata, where that's kind of the whole gimmick of the whole biome, of you just being constantly frozen as a gimmick. So overall, just very dangerous overall, just very dangerous. But however, it's the same thing overall as a regular Goo Bomber. Shoot the sacks, do a lot of damage to it, and stay away from it basically, and make sure you stay away from being directly under it. Of course, it's a little more resistant to being frozen, so it's not as weak in comparison to other Mactera in terms of being frozen, but it can still be frozen, you can do it, but very often it may be preferable just to shoot the sacks and just get it over with and keep it away from you. Though of course fire can always be a great way to take it down if you want a little bit extra damage constantly going off on it, so a little bit of damage over time is pretty effective. But besides that, again, this freezing is basically just the whole gimmick of the whole thing, so it's basically just a regular Goo Bomber that freezes you, which of course is way more dangerous, but as long as you're able to take down a regular Goo Bomber, it should be mostly the same stuff here, just avoid being frozen and you should hopefully take it down without much issue. Finally reaching our last major Mactera subspecies, we have the Mactera Grabber. So the most unique out of Mactera, as it doesn't directly attack you. Instead, upon spawning, it flies around a bit, and then once it feels like it can actually get to a dwarf, it will scream in a very unique way. It literally screams, and then it basically tries to charge down a nearby dwarf, pick him up, and fly away with him. So, while grabbed, you can't move, you can't do anything, you can't shoot. You're basically immobile, it's as if you're being frozen. However, it's worse than being frozen, because instead of, being able to get a quick time event to get, out of that state, unless the Mactera drops you, you can't ever leave the state. So, that can be very dangerous, especially if other stuff nearby try and also attack you, so. And also, also keep in mind that the Mactera Grabber will try and drop you from a great height. So, fall damage is a thing, and fall damage will hurt you very badly. And very often they will drop you in the middle of other Glyphids, or other Mactera, or just in a hazardous area overall, which can very easily lead to your death, or at least you going down very quickly. So, it's a very overall dangerous creature overall in terms of the fact that it can basically immobilize the dwarf and very possibly one-shot him, technically using fall damage. However, there's several things working against the Grabber. First off, it screams, so you know it's coming for you. And second, it is very distinct in terms of what profile it has. So you're easily able to see where it's coming from and shoot it down unless it comes up right behind you. Though of course, you can't always guarantee it because sometimes they do catch you off guard. If you can't tell exactly where they are, then you figure out, oh, it's right behind me, and then you get grabbed. However, if Bosco or another teammate shoots the Grabber while it's holding you or another teammate, it'll drop them, and it'll basically go passive for a bit, where it'll basically just fly around randomly for a bit, and then after a bit, once it feels like it's safe again after not taking any damage for a bit, you can very easily just go and just charge someone else. However, this behavior can be possibly exploited a bit. If you have fire damage on it, or if you have poison on it, it'll constantly damage the Grabber and make it very passive overall. Because not only will it go for its relatively, it's tanky, but it isn't that tanky. It'll go for its health pretty quickly overall, and will keep it passive since it will if it tries to lunge for you, poison or fire damage, it will knock it out of the state again and go passive again. So this is a very good way to keep it basically passive enough where it won't automatically just keep on charging you over and over again. And of course, it has a very open weak point, which is the lower part of its abdomen. So this is one of the parts where it has its arms out wide while it tries to grab you, so you have a free shot into that area. So it does expose its weak point quite a bit while charging you, but again, you have to be really careful about not getting grabbed. Though of course, you can always just charge attack it with your pickaxe, because if you manage to hit it directly before it grabs you, it'll immediately go passive. The pickaxe's charge attack is strong enough that's easily able to knock it into a passive state again and make it wander off again. So if need be, if you can't shoot it and you have only a second to react, pickaxe swing will really quickly and efficiently knock it back into a state where it doesn't want to be near you. So and then follow up with a proper response by shooting it, and then it'll go down pretty quick. Because again, it's tanky, but isn't that tanky overall. So it isn't that much. It doesn't have much HP. It has enough to survive a few hits, but not too much. So any focus fire will quickly bring it down. So as long as you realize that and are aware and have like a proper team cohesion about the whole situation, you should be able to easily pin one down. But of course, there's always a chance it could sneak up on you. So yeah, helping your teammates out is just really important, because the last thing you want to do is have the grabber either hold them hostage for a bit and while a swarm is going on, which is very bad because you have one less dwarf to help defeat the swarm, or just straight up down them by either dropping them in the middle of glyphids or off a cliff, or both. So yeah, just one of the more dangerous Mactera overall, but there are counters, and as long as you are able to keep track of it, you're able to burst it down, you should be able to take care of it pretty quick. Moving into another flying group of enemies, we have the Naedocytes. So we have the Naedocyte Shocker, which is a swarmer type enemy that flies and has electricity attacks. Flying jellyfish is bad, because obviously that's, they fly, so you can't reuse the swarmer's main weakness of them not flying to possibly get away from them and AoE them down, because it's a lot harder to AoE shockers down than swarmers, for example, using the autocannon, because the autocannon works by, even if you don't directly hit a swarmer, you still hit the ground, and that still makes the shell explode, and AoE comes out of that. Shockers are in the air, so unless they're right next to the surface, if you don't directly hit a shocker, its shell won't explode, so you waste a shot basically, and it'll just go flying off into the air side of the cave, which is very dangerous. And also the shock does slow you down a little bit, so it is electricity damage, and given how many there are in some swarms, because they do create pretty decent swarms, especially on some types of missions when they spawn a lot, so they can easily overwhelm you, and of course they shock you, they slow you down, and then they often have other enemies with them, so that will also do a lot of damage. And again, just slowing you down is like one of the worst things that could happen in DRG, and having swarmers that basically do that while also flying as well is very dangerous. Thankfully though, despite that being flying, they still have a lot of weaknesses overall. For example, Drillman with his crowd cannon, flamethrower are very easily able to take down these guys pretty quick. They have no defense whatsoever. They're relatively fast since they're flying, they're able to maneuver around a cave pretty easily, but they have no defense whatsoever. And Driller with his flamethrower or crowd cannon can easily just annihilate all of them. Especially he has that mod for his flamethrower that gives it a little bit AoE as well on kills, so one kill will instantly destroy the entire swarm, which is very efficient. But also, since they don't do too much damage overall, if need be, you can always use Thorns, which is I personally use quite a bit. And Thorns as like a perk is very efficient, against any Swarmer type enemy. And this is a very Swarmer type enemy because they have low HP. They don't do too much damage individually, so sure you may take a few hits by accident, but at the very least, Thorns will make sure that they can't constantly hit you over and over again, which is how they go through your shield very quickly. Because yeah, they'll attack you once or twice or 3 times, but they'll go down before they can actually burst you down to a very low amount of health. So the whole Thorns as a perk is just such a effective deterrent against shockers as well as swarmers, so it's always just a great thing to have. And also a good thing is that while swarmers are also relatively stealthy, they don't pop up that much in the caves unless you use a flare or light up the area. Naedocytes glow. They glow very obviously in the dark, and so you can't really be caught off guard as much. Because you could get accidentally caught off guard by a swarmer pack rushing up from an area you didn't see because it was dark. You'll see these guys coming from a mile away. This allows you to easily always get a little bit of distance and hopefully pick off some bits of the swarm before they get all over you, so that's always quite good. But overall, they're very similar to swarmers. They're just, they're in the air instead of on the ground. And shock while damaging in large groups and can slow you down. So long as you're able to quickly take them out before other stuff pops up, you can usually take them down without much issue. Going on to the second major part of the whole Naedocyte family, we have the Naedocyte Breeder, a massive entity that is basically very similar to a whale almost, because they have very similar, like a deep rumbling sound effect to them that sounds very much like a whale almost. And, you know, they do what they say on the tin. They float around a cave, they are harmless by themselves. However, once aggroed, will constantly start spawning Naedocyte eggs, which you call them Naedocyte rows, I believe, and it'll drop them on the ground, and after some sort of time, you know, usually about, I'm not sure how, I don't have the exact time on top of my head, but I'll say after like about 10 to 15 seconds, give or take, roughly, they will hatch and basically spawn a swarm of Naedocytes that are Naedocyte hatchlings, and they're basically shockers that are just recolored, and they act as shockers, so very high damaging overall in terms of long-term fight, because if a Naedocyte breeder is behind you while you're fighting other stuff, it constantly spawning more and more shockers essentially is just pretty bad, because again, they slow you down, they are damaging, they will stop your shield from recharging, they are just a nuisance. And again, also another issue is that while they're relatively slow and they're relatively visible, so you won't really be caught off guard by one, they are very tanky. They are very tanky. They have, despite having no armor, they are very tanky. They're basically health sponges. They are very spongy in terms of their HP. Thankfully though, whenever they're spitting out an egg, their mouth extends downwards, and it's disturbing and all that stuff because it's very gross, but that's their weak point. And once their mouth is extended, you can shoot it and do a lot of damage. It is a very high damaging weak point, even without like specialized weapon modifications. So you can very easily shred a breeder's health pretty easily once you focus on the weak point, especially if like a minigun or like any sort of precision weapon that really hammers that, you know, weak point a lot. So, and of course, you know, Drower can be very effective against the eggs if they do hatch, because again, he'll instantly, with his AoE, it'll be very quick for him to instantly just annihilate all of them once they do hatch. And you can also destroy the eggs as well. So, like, there's the ways around the breeder, but this thing is you usually want to focus it down as soon as you see it in a cave, because it only spawns passively in a cave. It doesn't spawn like mid-swarm. You know, once it spawns in the cave, that's how many that spawn in the cave. That's it. So yeah, so as long as you focus them down quick enough and just deal with them quick enough, they're pretty simple, but they're still damaging and overall in terms of how many shockers they could spawn. Though thankfully though, you know, if you freeze them, they are a flying enemy, so they'll instantly freeze. Once they freeze, not instantly, they're actually pretty resistant to being frozen, but once they freeze, they'll fall and then they'll shatter. So freezing them will be like very similar to how Mactera would respond to it. They instantly die. So if you're able to freeze them, for example, your scout is able to rush it as soon as he enters the cave, rushes him with the grappling hook and throws a cryo grenade at the breeder, that will pretty much instantly kill it. It's pretty efficient to use like cryo, or if need be, just focus on a weak point, because like you can do damage over time and that can help, and you could go through a lot of the health, but again, it has a lot of health. It'll waste a lot of ammo on it, so usually, if possible, you want to either freeze or focus on the weak point just so you save as much ammo as possible, because by itself it isn't that threatening, but still, you don't want to waste a lot of ammo on it, despite how much it could spawn and all that stuff, so yeah. But thankfully also, it has a very noticeable sound effect as it moves around the cave. It has a very deep like grumbling, like a whale noise almost, so you'll know if it spawns in the cave pretty quick. You can pretty easily tell if it spawned or if it didn't, so at the very least you'll be fully aware of it and ready to go once you start the mission. The final major Naedocyte, entity within the family, we have the Cave Cruiser. This is a completely passive creature. It's just ambience, basically. You can stand on them if you want to, but they are basically harmless. There's no reason to really attack them. Just leave them be and they'll leave you be, and even if you do shoot them, they can't harm you in any way. Again, you can stand on them for like a platform against like grunts so they can't reach you, but most of the time it's just better to leave them alone and they don't really get in your way, because they're usually flying in the middle of a cavern in empty space, in the middle, where there's not really much stuff to get to there anyways, because empty space, so they don't even get in your way. So just usually it's best to just leave them alone and just not waste ammo. But yeah, just overall it's a harmless thing, and just leave them be and you'll not even notice they're there most of the time, though they're very cool scenery despite that. Getting into the more niche creatures on Hoxies, we have the Corona, and in this case we have the Corona Youngwing. So this is a specialized, as in is young, Corona that only spawns in the salt pits, and it's relatively simple in terms of concept. It's a pinball basically. Upon spawning into this, area, it will basically just roll around, and occasionally it will sit still for a moment and look around, but then it'll keep rolling over and over again. This doesn't sound that dangerous, until you realize that if it hits you while it's rolling around, and it will actually try and hit you, it actually does try and aim, even if it's a little bit weird about it. They will still try and strike you as they roll around. They will knock you back, and they'll do a decent amount of damage, which, it won't be enough to really instantly take down your shield, but it'll still knock you around a bit, which can be very dangerous, especially, they spawn in groups of, 6, and they just go around an area and just annihilate you if you run into them, and possibly knock you into other Glyphids, or Mactera, or anything else that may spawn. So, overall, they're very dangerous overall. However, they have quite a few weaknesses that make them not nearly as bad. First off, they can't climb up anything. If they go down, they can't go back up. So if they fall off a cliff while rolling, they can't get back up unless there's a slope that's, not steep enough for them to actually just roll up. If it's a soft enough slant, they can roll up areas, but if it's a steep cliff, they can't get back up. They just can't climb up cliffs, so that means that they all fall into a pit, and they can't get out. Because they actually don't crawl, they just occasionally pop back up into their standing position, and then they look around, and they, roll again, and just keep on doing that on a cycle. So it's very often you'll see a pit in the area, and you'll see a bunch of them just rolling around in there, because they all just fell in, and then they just can't get back out. Another issue they have is that they're often, very loud. You can very obviously tell when they're around because you'll hear this constant, rolling and, grinding sound effect as they roll around. And of course, they're young wings. They're not heavily armored yet, and their armor and overall health is pretty pitiful overall. Their armor is equivalent to the stuff on Glyphid Grunts. It's a little bit stronger, but it's equivalent to a Glyphid Grunt in terms of armor. As in, if you shoot it, armor will instantly go off. So if you have any focus fire whatsoever, a minigun will shred them, a shotgun will shred them, engineer's shotgun will just annihilate them. Any focus fire whatsoever will do a lot of damage. Overall, they're just very weak in terms of HP, and they only rely on their speed and the fact that they're rolling around chaotically, they're bouncing off walls, they're rolling through tunnels. That's their main strength. They're just fast and they're agile while rolling, but they don't have much health to back it up. So as soon as they sit still, which they often do, and look around for a bit, you can easily just unload into them, and you'll just easily shred through their health. But even still, even as they roll around, you can easily open fire, and as long as you lead your shot a little bit and make sure to keep your, crosshair on them, you can easily take them down pretty quick. The minigun especially is just so effective against them, because, it's a DPS machine in terms of single target damage, and it'll just pulp these guys immediately, because the armor is not going to do anything, and our HP is, again, relatively small. So, again, the main thing is that they move fast, and if they hit you, they'll hit you hard, and they'll knock you off a cliff, or annoy you at the very least. They'll make you very irritated. So yeah, so long as you make sure you're on top of them and constantly shoot them, you're pretty well off. But again, since they spawn in groups of 3 to 5 or even 6 in the salt pits, it's very dangerous. But as long as you know what you're doing and stay away from areas that they can all pool into, because again, they go down naturally because they can't climb back up that easily. As long as you avoid areas like that and are careful around it, as well as just as long as you're able to keep moving to dodge, even if they do try to run directly into you, you should be mostly fine, because again, they have no range attack, and as long as you just focus fire, their health will just evaporate very, very quickly. Moving into the bigger version of the, Corona, we have the Corona Shellback. The bigger version that spawns in every single biome in the game. So, this guy is a nuisance in the extreme. That weak armor the Youngwing had, gone. It's now heavy armor. It's equivalent to a Praetorian in armor. And not only does it roll around and does a lot more, hits pretty hard, it also has a range attack. So, occasionally, it'll roll around, and after rolling around a bit, it'll pop up, and while Youngwing will just sit there for a bit before starting to roll again, the Shellback may decide, if this so desires, to basically lob mortar shots of, acid at you. It'll basically mortar shot ammo, not ammo, well yeah, it's ammo in some way, acid at you, and these acid globs hit hard. They'll fire quite a decent burst of them, one after the other, and these will actually do a massive amount of damage if they do actually connect. And unlike the Youngling, it can actually climb, so it could also climb up walls, it could climb up technically ceilings if it wanted to, but it can't actually climb up walls now, so it's not like limited to, terrain can really mess up a Youngling. The Shellback doesn't care, it'll move where it wants to, and where it wants to move is into your face while it's trying to roll you over, so yeah, basically just bowl you over like a bowling ball, or pinball, so it can be very dangerous and just overall just a much stronger and much irritating thing to deal with, because the armor is actually much stronger, and very often you need proper anti-armor weapons to really deal with it. And of course, it has a lot more health, so even if it is a lot more just, armor overall, it also has a lot more health, so even if it is sitting still and you get free shots in, it still is a lot more tanky overall. Though thankfully though, it has a lot more, advantageous and more visible weak point than the Youngling, where the tail's tip for a Shellback is the weak point. It glows very brightly and you're able to tell pretty quick where it is. However, you still need to get rid of a lot of armor to get good clean shots at it, so it's very similar to like the Stingtail, where it has armor over its weak point, and you may need to get rid of quite a bit of it to actually properly deal with it and actually hit the weak point with anything that can reliably hit. Though of course it could be a lot more problematic than that, because when it's rolling around, Youngling for example, and I'm comparing the two quite a bit, but because they're very similar and it's good to compare them just to understand how annoying these guys can be. A Youngling's armor won't protect it that much while it's rolling, because it's pretty weak armor overall. It won't protect it. The Shellback's armor is very strong, so, and even worse is that, since it's rolling around quite a bit, you may shoot a piece of armor, and then while it's rolling around, while trying to focus on that piece of armor to actually break it so you can get a better shot, you may just hit another piece of armor, so instead of focusing down one piece of armor, you're slowly grinding down 5 segments at the same time, which is a massive waste of ammo, which gives it also more time to roll into you, shoot acid, and just be an overall nuisance. So, the Shellback is a much more dangerous version of the Youngling. Of course, it's the adult version of it. However, it still has some weaknesses. Of course, any, again, minigun with anti-armor can do pretty good against it. And if you overall just focus fire into it, it can go down pretty quick. But the problem is, you have to break through the armor first. So, anti-armor is just a must. Just overall, just a much more damaging version. Of course, the acid is also really bad, but as long as you keep on moving and know where it is, you can get away from it, but again, it's also just way more dangerous overall. But thankfully it is also pretty loud, so at the very least you'll know when it's around, because you'll hear it stomp around and roll around, so it's a lot more loud than a Youngling at least, so if it does spawn, you'll know pretty quick, or you'll know when the acid, lands in your face and you take almost all your shield and damage, so you'll know then when that happens, and you'll know that, oh, a Shellback spawned because my health is missing. Moving over to a single but very impactful one-off, we have the Nayaka Trawler, a, relatively simple creature in design. It's a sand shark, and it goes into sandblasted corridors, and it's very much a mix of the Grabber and the Corona Shellback. It operates very similar to not the adult version of the Corona, but actually the Youngling version, where it can't actually move over land. It swims through sand. It is a sand shark in a most literal of sense in terms of movement, where it moves around the ground in an area, and it basically is half submerged most of the time in the sand, and usually goes around an area. It usually, again, like the Youngling, it will often just kind of just sink to the bottom of an area because it can't easily get up. Though it is able to pick up some pretty quick, get pretty fast. It actually is able to pick up some speed, and it is possible for it to simply just weep up into the air and get into higher areas, but very often just weeps through the air just because it can, so. But it is a lot more maneuverable overall than a Shellback. However, upon aggroing to a dwarf that is nearby and realizing a dwarf is nearby at all, it will become hostile and it will attempt to tackle the dwarf, which is very similar to how a Shellback works. And it'll attempt to ram them basically, and it'll basically the same thing. It'll knock you back, it'll do some damage, and it's overall a very dangerous nuisance because again, it's a fast moving target that can knock you back into stuff and just cause pretty quick damage, especially in the middle of a swarm. It can be very devastating because again, it'll knock you around, and last thing you want to do while fighting 20 grunts is to be knocked around suddenly, not be able to control where you're going. However, like the Grabber, it can also grab you, so it will literally tackle into you and basically pile drive you through the sand and just keep moving forward. It will just move forward. And unlike the Grabber, which is, you know, relatively predictable in terms of its movement while it's grabbing a dwarf, the Trawler can just go nuts relatively in terms of movement. It'll go side to side in the area, it'll go around, and it'll basically, while it won't drop them from a great height most of the time, because it's a land-based creature, it'll still knock them around, it'll still incapacitate them for a bit, and, you know, keep them busy, because again, like a Grabber, you can't do anything when you're grabbed, and overall just move you around and possibly separate you from your team, or knock you off a ledge as it goes off the edge itself while grabbing you, or just take you across the entire room and then just drop you off right next to a bunch of Glyphids. So the Grabber is more dangerous in terms of the fact that it can drop you pretty high up. The Trawler is dangerous because it can just launch you into a random area and you just get separated. And it's even worse because, you know, unlike the Grabber, you know, it's submerged in sand. So while a good way to make both of them let go is to shoot them, you know, shoot the Grabber, it will drop you. You shoot the Trawler, it will let go of whoever it's holding. Problem is, given how fast it can go, similar to the Shellback, you can't really get a good shot on it sometimes because it literally moves very fast, because the momentum it can pick up is actually absurd. So trying to actually get a good shot off to make them let go is a little bit hard. Thankfully though, when, you know, you do get a few hits into it, it will basically kind of essentially belly flop on the sand. It'll lose all momentum basically. It'll basically just stagnate in the, you know, the general area it is in, and just kind of squirm on top of the surface in a panic, you know, stunned it basically, and it'll expose its weak point, which is its belly essentially, and if you shoot that, it'll go down very quick. Like, it isn't that tough, and like the Shellback, it relies mostly on like raw speed instead of, you know, being really tough, and even more extreme than a Shellback, because the Shellback has armor. This guy has no armor, but he has a lot of momentum, and again, depends on how the area is formed during generation. Like, some areas are really dangerous for Trawlers because it can allow them to pick up a lot of momentum really quickly, and they can go really fast across the room and jump from pretty far distances because they can't actually breach the surface essentially and jump and tackle you in midair technically, if you're like really unlucky and you're on a zip line. The thing is, like, it does try and tackle you, but the thing is, it relies on momentum a lot more. Like, the Shellback can, like, move on its own. The Trawler is mostly relying on momentum to, like, make it actually go. And plus, it's pretty, despite being, you know, mostly submerged, it still is decently visible, because you'll see just this plume of, like, kicked up sand as it goes along, and normally you'll see it jumping through the air in a cave, and the bottom of it glows because the weak point is a bright orange, and you'll see it pretty obviously as it jumps up and down through an area. So like, it is pretty visible, and if you do focus fire on it, you can do a lot of damage. The thing is, it's still very dangerous, and of course it's basically just a Grabber and a Shellback combined into one, and relies mostly on speed, though of course, you know, it's very weak to like explosives, poison, fire damage, you know. Like, damage over time is very effective against it, especially so it helps you allow you to track it, because you'll see the health bar, so where you'll be able to track it a lot better, because, you know, the game will show you the health bar as it takes the damage over time. Though of course, again, just you gotta be careful with it again, and just avoid the lower parts of some rooms if they do spawn, because again, they can't go up easily. They naturally go down, so long as you stay out of like the major sand basins that some rooms kind of bottom out as, and you just kind of avoid the bottom parts of the rooms and just stay high up and shoot them enough to make them stunned and then finish them off. They're pretty easy to take care of, but again, this thing is like, the main thing is they're, you know, that's kind of not their point. The point is that they come out of nowhere where you're trying to deal with like a Glyphid Swarm, you know, dealing with 3 Praetorians, 50 Grunts, and maybe an Oppressor. And this guy comes with a steel chair from like the left side of the room, nails your gunner, and then just runs off with him. And that happens to run right into the swarm, and then they all nail the gunner, and then, you know, pile onto him, and you have a down gunner, and then suddenly the swarm is now directly on top of you. So that's kind of the main thing. So like in isolation, like the Grabber, it isn't that bad, but again, when it comes from left field with the steel chair, you'll really feel it, and you'll really start to fear it though. So yeah, just keep your eyes out, and again, just take a few pot shots at it, just damage it enough to make it pop up, then finish it off from there, because once it's stunned, it'll lose all momentum and you're easily able to pick it off. Moving over to another sandblasted corridor, I guess the best way to put it as a natural inhabitant, we have the Deeptora Honeycomb. It is a giant hive, and it only spawns in sandblasted corridors and is basically what you expect what do you expect for a giant hive. Upon getting close to it, it will release a swarm of bugs that will chase you around, though if you destroy the swarm either through firepower, preferably through cryo or flamethrower or cryo cannon especially are very effective against it, because you can destroy swarms with bullets or make them dissipate, but it's a lot easier with the constant damage that you don't need to aim as well for on the flamethrower and the cryo cannon for the driller, so he's really efficient for that. And as long as it exists, it will constantly spawn swarms, it'll make them chase you around as long as you're nearby, but of course if you back up a bit, they'll dissipate naturally. And overall they're stationary, they can't really do much. They're more similar to like regular stage hazards more than like a regular enemy. Though of course there's actually quite a lot of ways to beat them since they're a stationary hazard. If you freeze them, you can very easily take them down. If you set them on fire, you can very easily take them down. Sustaining fire goes through them like butter. They have no armor, they only have a bit of health, so if you just pump lead into them, you can break it apart pretty quickly. Though since it's a relatively small stationary target, you can actually do a funny little trick where you're able to dig underneath it, and simply, if it doesn't have any terrain underneath it to hold it in place, it'll instantly get destroyed. Though of course, that's kind of you have to possibly take some damage from the swarm to do that, so it depends on how the situation arises. But if you want to save ammo, you absolutely need to save ammo. Taking a little bit of shield damage can be preferable than wasting ammo on a honeycomb, which, while it is pretty fragile overall, because it's, again, just a small block of HP, it still has enough HP to be relatively tanky if you don't have like high damaging precision weapons. Overall, it's just a relatively fragile, and as long as you stay away from it, it will do nothing. It is a stationary target, and it's pretty easy to see unless it's around a corner, so you'll be very aware of it when you do see it. And just overall, just the swarms are easy to deal with. Again, have a driller with a flamethrower or cryo cannon, easily dissipate them. Though the thing is, you preferably want to clear them out first whenever you enter a room, because the last thing you want to do is have a swarm, like a proper event swarm as like Glyphids pour in, and then suddenly realize that there's a honeycomb around a corner, and as you try and defend yourself, you're suddenly attacked by a beehive, and that makes your shield not recharge and all that stuff. So it's more of a nuisance than anything else, but as long as you just pump lead into it from a distance, it won't do anything. And overall, it's an effective, it's a nice little interesting entity for sandblasted corridors, but it isn't really that impactful since, again, it doesn't really have that much of a presence, because unless you get close to it or damage it, it will do nothing. So, but yeah, as long as you just focus it down, it's pretty simple to deal with. Moving on to the distinct cousin of the honeycomb, we have the bow wasp nest. This is basically a very similar thing to the honeycomb, but it spawns in a hollow bow, and of course it's a wasp nest, so it has a different design. They tend to spawn in clusters essentially, where there's a few of them nearby. Instead of the honeycombs spawn occasionally, but they're not clustered together. Wasp nests are a lot more clustered together, and having 3 or 4 of them near each other can be pretty damaging and dangerous, because sure, they do a little bit less damage overall than a honeycomb, but the swarms are still a problem, and you have 3 to 4 of them, it can be really bad. An interesting thing is, while the honeycomb tends to spawn primarily on the floor of a cavern, it spawns on the floor. It can't really go up on the walls at all. The bow wasp nest is much more able to go on the walls and underhangs of areas that are normally not accessible for a honeycomb, so it's very possible that you may actually walk into an area and you may not realize there's 3 or 4 wasp nests right above you, so you gotta be careful about that. Though it's a bit rare, because again, they're pretty visible and you'll quickly tell that they're nearby when you hear the buzzing. So, but overall, same thing as the regular honeycomb. The terrain trick can be really good when you dig underneath them, but overall they're, again, fragile structures. Focus fire them down, stay away from them, and just, again, pelt them from a distance. Freezing them is good. Explosives can work if you need to, but just stay away from them and just avoid the swarms if you can, or dissipate them if you need to, and you'll deal with them pretty quick, because again, they're the same as a honeycomb, it's just they're occasionally on the walls and they may spawn in small clusters, which won't really matter too much if you're able to shoot them across the room with a minigun, for example. Moving over to some of the other boss fights in the game, we have the Korlok Tyrant-Weed. So, unlike the Dreadnoughts, which have their own unique mission solely around them, and it could randomly spawn, instead of a normal wave or normal swarm, a Korlok will only spawn when the initial area is generated. So when you start a mission and it generates the whole level layout, it will possibly spawn a Korlok Tyrant-Weed based off how long the mission is and all that other stuff. So it has a set chance based off certain variables and all that stuff. So when the mission like generates, you either get a Tyrant-Weed or you don't. You don't get it like halfway through the mission, like it spawns halfway in. You either start with it or you don't. That's very different from a Dreadnought, which again could either has a whole mission around it or could just randomly spawn in like a low chance overall. Of course, since it spawns in initially at the start of a mission, it starts out dormant. So while dormant, it is basically inert. You'll be able to see it pretty clearly because there are 3 parts to the fight overall: the heart of the actual plant and the sprouts, which are, you know, the 2 things that spawn at the initial, you know, when it stays dormant. That's those things that initially spawn in. And of course there's the healing pods which spawn in later. So while dormant, it has sprouts and heart, and these are dormant, and they'll basically just sit around and do nothing until you aggro them, either from getting too close or shooting them. Thankfully though, they are very visible. The sprouts, while dormant, have a very, it's like a dull, like kind of greenish glow to them, but it's still like, you know, it's still visible. You know, they do pop out in the darkness, so you don't have much of an issue running into them unless by accident, unless you accidentally go around a corner and it's like, oh, it's right there. And also while it's dormant, you're able to tell roughly where it is pretty easily because there's a bunch of roots that go across the terrain around it. You're able to tell roughly where like the Korlok is, even if you can't directly see it, by either the sprouts or the fact there's a lot of roots everywhere. So of course you can possibly ignore it if you want to, because this is a boss fight and it can be really dangerous, and if you don't have enough ammo or you don't feel comfortable fighting it in certain areas, because in some areas it can be very dangerous if it's in a weird position, but other times maybe a lot easier, so maybe you don't want to fight it, you can avoid it if you need to. However, due to the fact that it's a multi-entity boss fight, so it has a pretty wide spread overall in terms of its overall size, so trying to get around it can either be pretty simple or very hard. You know, in a point extraction mission, it could be in a corner somewhere and you can just ignore it. Maybe it's blocking off, you know, one of the arcs, but you could avoid it and get the rest of them. If it's in a mining expedition, it may just be blocking your way and you just can't get through it. So it is possible to avoid it, but again, it depends on how you want to deal with it. But, you know, if you have to, you can avoid it, but it's still going to be difficult depending on how it spawns and everything. And also just how the cave is set up and what objectives you have to do. Because, if you know, if you only have one objective left and it's right in behind it, then you're going to have to probably fight it, since it'll aggro pretty easily. As well as just possibly aggroing if you fight a swarm and you accidentally shoot it once, and it'll just all pop up and get ready to go, and just you'll start to fight in the middle of a swarm, which isn't that great, because fighting 20 glyphids and a bunch of other stuff, and Tyrant-Weed popping up is as well, aggro is not great. But getting to the fight itself, so again, there's 3 parts of it: the heart, the sprouts, and the healing pods. So sprouts in the main core itself, the main heart of the plant, it spawns initially, and the heart itself is invulnerable. Completely invulnerable with its heavy armor. It's basically equivalent to a oppressor, essentially, but you can't actually damage it at all. It's pretty much impossible, essentially, unless you do some like weird shenanigans, but you can't do anything about it until it opens up, and the only way you can make it open up is taking down enough sprouts or healing pods. It is take down a set amount of them, and then it'll open up to spawn more, and then it'll close up again, and cycle repeats. So the sprouts themselves are, you know, they're basically miniature spitballers where they just shoot a projectile, and they're a lot weaker overall. They're, you know, not nearly as devastating in terms of either damage or health, so they're a little bit more frail in that way. But they spawn a lot of them. You can very easily have like up to 8 or maybe even 10 of them. Like there's quite a few of them that could spawn at once. And the healing pods, they start popping out once you get around the second bar of health, because Korlok's health is split apart into 3 bars that are segmented. And this is very important, because after you get through the first segment by damaging the core each time it opens up to spawn more sprouts, when you take down enough of them, you'll start spawning healing pods once you enter the second segment of the health. And the segments are actually mechanically important, not only to indicate when stuff starts to spawn, you know, the healing pods start to spawn, but also it kind of determines how the health can really recover, since if a bar of its health is completely gone, the healing pod cannot heal past that. So if it has like, this first segment's gone, the second segment is like half health, it can heal up the second bar, but it can't go heal up the other bar that's completely empty. So it can't fully recover, but it can recover the bar it's currently on. which, you know, is why you should probably take down healing pods, because given how very quickly it'll shut the core up again once it stops spawning more sprouts, and also it's very similar to the Dreadnought, where if you do too much damage to it at once, it will force shut it basically, and it'll still spawn stuff, but it'll force shut it, so you can't easily burst it down. You can still burst it down pretty well if you have a very specialized team and have a full, you fire everything you have into it, but it doesn't, you know, it tries to fight back a little bit against that whole strategy. But yeah, once you get into the second bar, it will start spawning healing pods, and these guys are simple in what they do. They're not spitballers, they're just healing pods that heal the core constantly until they're destroyed. Thankfully though, you're able to tell where they are pretty easily, not only because they're overall much more identifiable because they're not a bright pink, they kind of glow a bit. They have basically the Warden, I guess the best way to put it is like the visual effect of a Warden, because when they heal the sprout heart, it will actually heal the heart, and it has a beam between it and the pod, so you can go back from where the beam is coming from and shoot the healing pod. And also the thing is, like, when it spawns the more sprouts and everything and more healing pods, you can tell which, you know, seed will be a sprout because it's green. But if it's healing pod, it'll be kind of like a pinkish purplish color, so you can actually follow the seed back and quickly chase after it, and when it initially gets into the ground and starts to grow, you can immediately fire into it and destroy it immediately, so you don't even have to deal with it. And this could also be done for the sprouts as well, because the sprouts they take a little bit of time to grow and get ready to start firing, so if you see one that's starting to grow, you can easily just pump a few shots into it, or, you know, just do a charged melee attack, and you'll just instantly take it down pretty quickly. And you keep on doing this cycle over and over again until the heart is down, and basically after you destroy the heart and, you know, lower its health to 0, everything will explode and everything will die. Any sprouts or healing pods that are left will, you know, instantly disappear. They'll basically just instantly die. And the core itself, which I may be confusing with the pods, or I may be mixing up the names a little bit, and I do apologize for that, but the core itself will then explode, and then it'll release 3 tyrant shards, which are basically this boss's like reward for taking it down. And once depositing the shards into either, you know, wherever you deposit, either the mine head for like point extraction or molly in most cases. And once you deposit it, you basically just get a bunch of extra XP at the end. So you get a decent XP reward after defeating Tyrant-Weed and putting all of the shards into the area where you deposit, and that's pretty much all the reward you get, which, you know, it's a decent fight, and again, it's a decent reward, especially with like double XP stuff happening at the same time, or you're trying to grind up season progression especially. It could be a very efficient way to get that stuff done, essentially. But since it has a pretty kind of reward, it's like, in some cases, especially if you don't really care about XP for whatever reason, you know, you got all your season stuff done, etc. You may just want to move on if you want to, because there's some times where it can be really dangerous. Like if the Tyrant-Weed is on like a cliff face in the cave, it can be very dangerous, because that allows basically every single sprout to kind of have overlapping fire, and basically it'll act as like essentially a broadside, basically, where it'll constantly fire like spitballs at you over and over and over again from every single sprout, which again, there's quite a few of them initially, especially. And taking down the Tyrant-Weed in that situation can be very difficult, since, you know, the greatest, you know, weakness overall of the sprouts is that they have line of sight. They're spitballers, and they're not as big as a spitballer, so don't have as great line of sight overall over terrain. So if you hide behind terrain, the Tyrant-Weed sprouts can't really do much to you. But if, you know, it's on the cliff face and they're all like wind up basically against the wall, and they can basically overwatch the entire room, that could be really bad. So there's some cases where you have to be really a lot more careful with Tyrant-Weed, but so long as you're able to focus down the core and keep the sprouts and the healing pods relatively like pushed down and like get rid of more and more of them constantly, it is a fight that can be managed, but it can be one of the more dangerous ones. Like, this is the type of fight where like a new team of players may have a lot of trouble, because like it's a lot of stuff to focus on at once, and with all the sprouts everywhere, all the healing pods everywhere, this could be something, especially if a wave pops in during that time, or a smaller swarm pops in during that fight, it could be very dangerous. Since, you know, having to deal with a swarm with like also getting overwatched by a bunch of Korlok sprouts is really bad. So yeah, it's one of the more dangerous fights, but as long as you're able to keep the sprouts down constantly and make sure it doesn't heal much health back overall, it is a mostly simple fight, but again, it just depends on how the cave spawns and if anything else spawns during the fight, so gotta be really careful about that. But by itself, and if you're fully, if you're fully prepared with your team and everyone's ready to go when you initiate the fight, it's a relatively simple fight and you can take care of it relatively easily without much issue, though still it's a dangerous fight and you should definitely take precautions and be ready to back off if you need to. Moving on to the very angry cousin of Molly, we have Betsy. So it's a mule, it's basically Molly with a gun. And yeah, this is the other major boss fight that can spawn in initially when a cave system initially generates. So again, like the Tyrant-Weed, you can only get it at the start of the mission. It only spawns in at the start of the mission. So if you have a Betsy in the cave, you only have one Betsy and it spawns initially, and you'll sit there until you activate it, or aggro it is the better way to put it. But if it can't spawn in mid mission like the Tyrant-Weed, it's you have one or you're nothing at all. So you always know that you only have to deal with one of them in a mission at most, which is good because turns out Molly with a gun is terrifying. So basically the gimmick of the fight is that the Betsy itself is basically immune to all damage. It cannot be damaged in any way. All the metal, you might as well be shooting an oppressor in the front. It's completely invulnerable. However, that's not really the point of the fight. There are two little parasites on it that are called, if I remember correctly, Xynarch charge suckers, which are basically just parasites that try and eat the metal wiring within it, and that causes it to go haywire. So your main goal is not to destroy the Betsy's, you're supposed to cleanse it of the parasites, which you do by shooting them repeatedly with everything you have, basically just pumping wet into them. So yeah, you just destroy the parasites. That's the main goal of the fight, which they spawn on 2 of the 4 sides of Betsy. However, since it spawns initially dormant, you're able to actually get some preparation in, because first off, it spawns in and it sits there for a while until you aggro it. While dormant as well, it actually gives off a pretty noticeable sound effect that's very loud. You'll hear it across the caves, and you'll quickly know if you hear Betsy because you hear this siren noise going off over and over again, kind of basically like a mild alarm noise essentially. And you'll follow it and you'll find Betsy on the ground, and either upon getting too close or shooting Betsy at all will activate it and it'll get up and start to fight back. You have to focus on parasites, which, there's 2 of them on Betsy, so there's 2 different health bars, and they're not that tough overall, but the thing is that Betsy is heavily armed, and the armor helps give them some cover, so you need to be really careful about that, especially since Betsy also moves around quite a bit, so, it's also hard to get a good angle when it's climbing across the walls. It'll go across the ceiling sometimes, and especially in some tighter hallways, it'll be really hard to get around Betsy to get a good angle on the parasites to take them down. And of course, Betsy will fight back, and it has a total of 3 different attacks it can go for. So it has a precision burst, which is basically just, it tries to shoot you with a machine gun. Thankfully, it does sit still for a moment to actually get the targeting laser going to start firing, so you can't get behind cover, which is good because it hits like a truck. Betsy is probably one of the most high damaging enemies in the game. It's tied with a bulk and dreadnoughts essentially. The machine gun does a lot of damage, especially since how accurate it is, and especially how long range it is. Betsy has a long amount of range overall, so cover is your friend here, especially against precision burst. Because again, you don't want to be caught out in the middle of nowhere with it being completely targeted on you, because it'll take you down pretty quick. And of course, the next attack it has is basically it shoots out a bomb, and it can do it on the move essentially. And the bombs are very simple. It shoots out a bomb, and after impacting terrain, it'll stick there for a second, and then it'll explode. And which gives you some time to, get out of the radius of the bomb, which is good because it also hits like a truck and can shoot them out pretty quick as well, so gotta be really careful about that. And occasionally Betsy will just sit down as best as it can, essentially on the ground. It'll basically just fold upon itself a little bit, and upon sitting on the ground, it will create a shield similar to a gunner's shield, and then it'll just shoot bombs out everywhere in a bomb shower essentially. And if you're near it while it does it, you're very likely to either die or not die. You don't technically die in this game, but you have a good chance of being knocked down and losing all your health, or you take most of your health and you're barely surviving. So the bomb shower is very bad because again, it shoots out a massive amount of them, and it can do a lot of damage, especially if you're stuck in a hallway or you know, you try and actually commit to actually attacking Betsy, because while the shield protects it from range attacks outside the bubble shield overall, like it'll just ignore everything. If you go within the bubble, you can still attack it and sing still for you, so you can actually get a pretty good shot on the parasites. Of course, that comes with the drawback that the bomb shower is going off, and it'll likely annihilate you pretty quickly if you stay in there for too long, or you aren't lucky with dodging the bombs, or you know, you just get unlucky and you just get stuck in a corner. So like, you can't attack within the bubble shield, but you only want to do it when you have a chance to instantly take down both the parasites, or the one that survives, since, you know, there are two different health bars, and once one goes down, you can focus on the other one and all that stuff. Thankfully though, Betsy is pretty weak to a lot of stuff. You know, overall the parasites being two different health bars means that poison, fire damage, or any damage over time effect, you know, it basically has a double the effect, because again, it's not affecting one health bar, it's affecting two, so get a lot of effectiveness out of like neurotoxin essentially, and a lot of fire damage works really well because you just get a lot of damage in overall. And of course the parasites aren't really that tough, they're more relying on like Betsy's firepower and just armor and just overall just being moving around erratically to not get hit. So if you put a decent amount of lead into the parasites with a minigun or any other high damaging like weapon at all, you'll very quickly take it down. And then you can focus on the air parasite, and then once both parasites are down, Betsy will become basically broken, and just like in a salvage mission where you're trying to fix the mini mules, you can repair Betsy, and Betsy will be with you for the rest of the mission. And, you know, basically have the same attacks except the bomb. It doesn't do the bomb shower, but it still has a precision burst and a quick bomb as in the actual fight itself, and it will defend you from Glyphids and everything else. And it's pretty effective. It's essentially a slightly better Bosco in terms of overall like damage, and the quick bomb itself is actually pretty good against Glyphid Grunts especially. Though the main thing is you gotta be careful of is that it does do friendly fire damage, so it's very possible for you to take a lot of damage from the bomb or accidentally get in the way of precision burst occasionally, so you have to be really careful about that. But overall, it's a very nice thing to have, especially for like Has 5 missions or Has 5 plus missions where you have to go a little bit longer, and you know, it's a longer mission overall, it's a lot more dangerous. So having a infinite ammo turret that never runs out again with ammo and just always starts attacking anything it sees is pretty nice when you have to deal with like massive swarms or you have to deal with Mactera. So overall, it's a very dangerous fight overall. It's probably one of the more dangerous fights in the game, just because due to how it attacks you, it has a very long range. You know, while it's more focused on single target damage, which, you know, isn't great against Glyphids while it's prepared, it's very good against you while it's corrupted. So it's like, it will actually do a massive amount of damage to you, and it, like, especially the burst fire will just shred you. So like, it is a dangerous fight, especially with how long the range is, and it's kind of just a shared quality with all the robot enemies in the game, where they're very dangerous, because it turns out having an enemy that has long range attacks that can actually reliably hit you is very dangerous, especially if they all hit like trucks. So yeah, it's very dangerous, but if you do beat it, you get a companion for the rest of the mission, and it's pretty strong overall. So yeah, if you're able to fight Betsy and like get your team ready to basically C4 at the start of the fight, and with your driller, and just focus it down as quick as possible. It is possible to take it down pretty quick, but again, you need to focus on it. So it's advisable that you have your full team ready to go as soon as it starts, but besides that, just focus on it, stay behind cover, and hopefully you should be able to repair it pretty quick, and then the rest of the missions should be marginally easier thanks to the fact that Betsy should hopefully defend you for a decent amount of it. Moving into some of the more random creatures found in Hoxie's, we have the Carnivorous Larva. This is a creature only found if the mission has its relevant mission mutator, where every single creature in the mission spawns parasites, especially Glyphids. And you know, certain Glyphids spawn more. So for example, Glyphid Grunt will spawn 1, and Praetorian will spawn 3 upon death. And these are basically just swarmers, but there's a different look to them. They'll just go to you, they'll try and attack you, and that's pretty much it. So it's basically just a swarmer that pops out of a bug that you just killed to, you know, try and attack you. Thankfully though, they are, again, just basically just reskinned swarmers, where they will just pretty much attack you and that's it. And they're very low health, very low defense. Even if they do hit you, they won't hit you that hard, but, and also they have so low health that pretty much everything that works against swarmers works very well against these guys. The Thorns perk works wonderfully, and of course any AoE just annihilates them. Though of course, if you have any form of freeze, or like, you know, if you're able to freeze bugs, then that's a good way to deal with them, because frozen bugs don't really spawn Larva, so it's like you can just immediately just deal with them that way. So though of course fire is also very effective, and again like neurotoxin is very effective too, because AoE and just fire damage and especially sticky flames of the flamethrower can really work well just dealing with them, even if it doesn't stop them from spawning. So overall a mild nuisance at worst, but still it's just a thing to be careful of, because they again will still attack you and they'll still, you know, make your shield unable to recharge for a bit, and it'll just be a nuisance. So overall just get AoE, fire, cryo, and just deal with them however you can, and just basically treat them as slightly more annoying swarmers that pop out any enemy that dies. Moving on to the Huuli Hoarder, this is a passive creature that will spawn naturally in the caves upon the cave being generated, and it'll just wander around the cave it's in, and it is completely harmless. It cannot attack you in any way. You know, it's basically just a giant goodie bag, essentially, of stuff. So upon any dwarves all getting close to the Huuli Hoarder or getting attacked in any way, it will start to run away while screaming, basically, in a very humorous way as it panics to try and get away. And if given enough time and some space, it will try and burrow and it'll despawn, if it manages to successfully do that. However, if you manage to kill it before it despawns and gets away, it can actually be pretty valuable, because it'll drop a mass amount of gold and the relevant crafting minerals for that biome. So for example, if you get some sandblasted corridor missions with a Huuli Hoarder, it'll drop a lot of magnite and also a lot of inner pearls. So that's definitely quite nice if you definitely want to get some upgrades and you just don't have enough minerals at the moment. So it's very effective to go after these guys when you can. However, given how easy they are to, you know, get away, it's best to have your whole team ready to simply burst it down. They're fast, but they're not that tough. And of course, if you freeze them or do any way to slow them down, they will get a very easy takedown, even by a solo player. But again, they can get away pretty quickly, because they'll climb up walls, they'll go through terrain pieces, and they'll get away in any way they can, and they're very fast. So it's best to have your whole team ready, or at least have a good portion of your team ready to go. So long as you stay near it, it can't really burrow that well, so as long as you stay near it, so having Scout constantly like be right behind it with his grappling hook is a good way to stop it from burrowing, but that's not always a guarantee. It tends to be pretty weird with when it's able to burrow and when it's not, so it's always effective to simply just stay near it at all times and just slow it down and freeze it, and then just pump lead into it and then get rewards from taking it down. Moving over into a stationary enemy, we have the Spitball Infector, so similar to the Honeycombs for Deeptora and like every other stationary enemy in the game, these guys only spawn at the start of the mission, and so if there's 10 of them at the start of the mission, you'll only see 10 of them in the entire mission, no matter what. They cannot spawn more in after initial generation of the mission's overall way out. And these guys are very similar to like Gutsy, the Korlok, where they're initially docile, or not really docile, they're very aggressive, but they're dormant, and unless you get close to them or shoot them, they will stay dormant, and upon being, you know, basically getting rudely awakened by getting shot at, or a dwarf getting too close, they'll rear up and start shooting giant blobs of acid at the thing that they hate the most, which, you know, is you, which can be very dangerous because these are very high damaging attacks overall. Like their acid mortar is a pretty devastating attack, especially on higher hazard levels. And given how tall they are and how big they are, they can easily get a sight line across the entire room over terrain, so they are very dangerous overall. Thankfully though, you can tell where they are before they awaken, so you can basically prep and have your whole team ready to DPS it down, and the acid mortar can be shot down, so if need be you can always just shoot the projectile down before it hits you. The weak points are pretty openly available, especially the bulb in the front where, you know, when it's trying to shoot you, it'll try and face you, so you have an easy shot at the bulb in front of it to get an easy weak point damage. And freezing it is very effective because they have a very low freeze threshold, so it's very easy to freeze them and then just instantly take them down, either with temperature shock or just putting damage into them because the multiplier from being frozen. So overall relatively dangerous, especially if you're like doing a escort mission and you're trying to get Doretta for a room and suddenly like 3 of them pop up. But as long as you take care of them in a quick fashion and you freeze them and just overall just take advantage of the fact that they're dormant for a bit so you're able to prep and get in position, they're pretty simple. And of course, if need be, you can always shoot down the acid mortar. They'll still be very careful because they still hit like a truck. Moving over to the more chunky cousin of the Spitball Infector, we have the Barrage Infector, a recent addition to Season 5. This is basically the same stuff as a regular Spitball. You know, it spawns at the start of a mission, and it starts dormant for a bit, until, you know, either get close to it or until you shoot it. However, instead of shooting one projectile that just simply hits a target and then does damage, The Barrage Infector shoots basically a shotgun of explosive bulbs that it just shoots out everywhere in the general direction of a dwarf that's targeting, and these will not only do, a bit of damage, but they stick to the ground for a bit and then explode, and again, they do a lot of damage, so it's very, very bad actually get in the way of it, especially at close range, because they can shotgun you very effectively, because it isn't like they're a mortar. They can shoot you close range, and there has been a situation where I managed to get close enough to Barrage Infector in order to try and freeze it, and I managed to get a shot off at close range, and basically every single shot hit me at once. So they're basically a shotgun version of the Spitball, or they're very dangerous. Thankfully though, again, all the weaknesses of the Spitball are applied to this guy as well. They're dormant for a bit so you can prep, again easy to freeze, and the weak point is pretty visible and also expands quite heavily when they are about to attack, but of course freezing them is always great. And if need be, you can shoot down the projectiles, but again, it's more likely you should be focusing on this Barrage Infector itself, or try and get out of the way of projectiles. So, like, if you have to shoot them down, that's not good, but, that usually is a situation where you have to do, like, again, the escort mission for Doretta, trying to go through areas and this guy spawns, and you have to make sure Doretta doesn't get obliterated by it. Overall, there's a more dangerous version of the regular Infector, but as long as you focus it down, freeze it, it will go pretty much the same way as the regular Spitball Infector, just a lot more chunky overall, it has a bit more health, but freezing it still takes down pretty quick, and, it's still dormant, so again, you can just prep, and when you're ready to go, you have your whole team ready to simply obliterate it before it can fire off a single shot. Moving over to one of the more infamous creatures in DRG, we have the Cave Leech, which is, a stationary creature, so of course it spawns in at the start of the mission, and also has its own mission modifier where a bunch of them spawn, like, at all times in every single room, so yeah, Cave Leech Cluster is definitely a interesting modifier. But yeah, so it's a stationary creature that goes on the ceiling, and it does nothing until a dwarf goes underneath it, and upon sentient dwarf underneath it, it'll try and pick him up. It'll basically just have its long tentacle that will reach as far as it needs to get to the dwarf. It's basically infinite range so long as it goes down towards the dwarf, and once it reaches the dwarf, it will pick him up, bring him up to the top where the main body is, and it'll just start ripping them apart, and then it'll drop their body, and then it'll wait for the next dwarf to pop by underneath it. So Cave Leeches are very dangerous, because first off, again, grabs are very bad, but unlike the Nayaka Trawler or Grabber, getting grabbed by a Cave Leech, unless you manage to someone else manages to damage it, either Bosco or another teammate, it is an instant kill. There isn't like a way you can kind of like squeeze by with a, using Scout's grappling hook to avoid fall damage of a Grabber dropping you, or kind of get out of a Nayaka Trawler's grab when it drops you off somewhere. If Cave Leech grabs you and no one is there to stop it, it'll be an instant down. Thankfully though, since it's a stationary creature, it has a set area it can, grab from, and even though that grab area can be really weird sometimes, because there has been times where it was able to grab at essentially a 90-degree angle almost, so it can be a little bit weird with a tip box and when it can actually grab you. It is not that strong, it's very fragile overall. And also thankfully, while attempting to grab you, not only is the tentacle very visible as it comes down to grab you, the tentacle itself glows a bit to make it even more visible. It reeling down its tentacle to grab you is a very distinct sound effect. It kind of sounds like, I don't really know how to describe it. It's not really like a winding of a rope, but it's a distinct sound. It's like almost like a hissing sound almost. I guess that's the best way to put it. It's a very noticeable sound, so if you hear a slight, hissing noise, you know it's about to grab you, and it's very possible for you to simply either walk up and shoot it a few times, which will cause it to back up a bit, or you can simply power attack the tentacle with your pickaxe, and a power attack to the tentacle will pretty much instantly kill it. So if need be and you have like a split second, a power attack can basically save your life, which is very good. Though of course you may need some headphones to actually hear the Cave Leech. Over like sound of everything else, it may be very subtle, but it is a slight noise that you can use as a sound effect to know if you're about to get grabbed or not. But thankfully though, again, once you clear out an area, you don't have to worry about Cave Leeches. They're not going to constantly spawn like Nayakas or Grabbers, but again, it could also be very nasty because due to how some of the terrain is set up, you may think you're safe, but it turns out there was a Cave Leech there all along. It managed to get blocked by a small piece of terrain, and if you move in the wrong area, now it has a line of sight of you, and the area you thought was safe turned out to be just dangerous. It just had a Cave Leech, so you have to be really careful with that. But usually, so long as you look up and make sure you realize once you see Cave Leech, you can safely assume it's a mission that that'll spawn more of them. So once you realize that cave witches are about, as long as you keep on looking up, and if you see any weird indents in the ceiling that could indicate a cave witch, if you fire a few shots in that area, if you hit them, you'll see their health bar, so you can actually guarantee that you'll know where they are, and then you finish them off pretty quick. So because again, they have no defense at all, they're just blobs of health, and very frail ones at that. Pretty simple overall, just look up and don't die hideously. Moving to another stationary creature, this one a local of the Hollow Bow biome, we have the Stabber Vine. So basically just a giant vine with a giant blade in the front of it. And it is very self-explanatory. They spawn in groups of 3 mostly, and they will stay in their general area. They'll move around a little bit, but they'll stay in their general area. They're stationary mostly. And once a dwarf gets in their radius, the vines will try and stab you. It does what it says on the tin, and yeah. And these do a lot of damage. They do a bit of knockback, so they can knock you off a cliff possibly. But overall their damage it's decent, but it's not devastating. But their knockback is also really bad. And given that there usually are 3 of them in a single area, or in like a cluster, it can be really bad if they all hit you one after the other, especially during the actual proper swarm and you're trying to deal with other stuff. Thankfully though, they're very visible. Unlike cave witches, they're again just they're giant vines. They're not trying to hide in the top of the, ceiling of the cave, not in the rafters. They're just across the walls. They're very visible. They're very large. And shooting the base of the claw is a very good way to simply just annihilate them. Like the yellow bulb is like their weak point, and you just annihilate them very quickly with any form of firepower. They actually are a little bit tanky, given their overall being a stationary thing. But any form of damage is just great. Poison works well, fire works really well. Cryo doesn't do anything, but again, just any way you can actually deal damage to them, then they'll go down pretty quick. Of course, you always avoid them, so if they're in like a corner of the room that you don't need to go into, you can just ignore them and they'll just ignore you pretty much. So again, they're dangerous, but so long as you stay out of their way and take them down from range, they're pretty easy. Though of course, if they're in a corner and you can't get to an area without being right in a radius, going around a corner and it's like, oh, they're right there, it'll be a pretty bad time. But usually they stay in open areas, so you won't run into that too often. Though again, if you do get stabbed, it's pretty devastating sometimes if you do fall off a cliff. But besides that, as long as you stay out of the way and just focus them down at range, it's pretty solid. And of course, a charged melee attack from your pickaxe will just annihilate them pretty quickly, so especially hit them right in the bulb as well. So if you need be, you can always just attack back and you basically just riposte with your pickaxe, and it'll do pretty well. Fester fleas are just a creature meant for a secondary, and they are harmless. They fly around and they make noises, and that's all they do. So you have to take down about 10 of them for a secondary mission, and if you take down 10 of them, then that's it. You don't even need to look at them again. If you need to chase them down, high damage is always very appreciated, just to one-shot them, because as soon as you get close to them or you try and shoot them, they'll fly off somewhere, and they're pretty fast with flying. So pretty much I think they're actually one of the fastest flying creatures in terms of like raw speed, from like maybe like some Mactera, if in some situations could get just as fast, and maybe a Nayaka Trawler if it builds up a lot of momentum. But like overall, on average, they're the fastest flying creature in the game, from what I can roughly tell. And yeah, you're not going to chase it down that easily. Thankfully though, they do glow a bit. It's a dual bluish glow, so you're able to tell where they are in the dark, and they're frail. They have basically no defense, but if need be, fire damage, electricity damage, or neurotoxin, poison, all of those really work really well, because damage over time means that even if they do run away, so you don't have to chase them down, because the damage over time will work very well. Overall, just shoot them and just move on. They're not really too much of a big deal, and just deal with them as soon as possible. Though it is a problem of chasing down a few of them, because they can move around quite a bit in the caves, and it may be hard to track some of them down. So it's not uncommon for you to deal with one that's missing and you have to chase it down across the cave. So yeah. But thankfully they make pretty loud noises, and they're pretty noticeable when you're in the cave with them, so at the very least their sound cues are pretty obvious, so at least they're in the room with you. The barnacles are the other major creature that counts as a secondary objective in most missions, and a recent addition to Season 5. And one of my more favorite creatures, because I really like the barnacle design is lovely. I love them so much, so it's nice that we have barnacles finally in this game, because there was the whole ocean-themed dense biozone area, so it's nice that we finally have some barnacles to go along with the urchins in those areas. But of course these guys spawn in any biome. It's a generic secondary objective, but still. They're basically the same as Fester fleas. You take down a set amount of them in a mission and then you're done. Though of course, unlike the Fester fleas where they move around a lot, barnacles are just in areas in the wall, especially on the ceiling and like larger areas, and even in hallways, and They have small little indents in the wall, and you have to get a good angle on them and shoot them out. They're even more frail than a Fester Flea, so basically any direct damage at all will instantly take them down. More a problematic issue, and possibly dangerous issue, is you have to get a good angle on them to actually get a good shot, because they actually are burrowed into the wall and ceilings of the caves, so you may have to get some weird angles to get them, and that could lead to you falling off an edge, but that's unlikely, because again, they're not a threat. They do nothing except exist. So yeah, as long as you get a good angle, they're pretty simple to take down, and they're pretty obvious where they are, because they make small little like clicking noises, and they glow a little bit in the dark, so you're able to see where they are. And the area where the little indent where they're in the wall is surrounded by a little bit of like there's like a noticeable like rocks around where they are, you know, in the wall, so you can actually easily tell where they are, besides the glow as well. So they're pretty visible in the dark, just you have to avoid getting a little bit too optimistic and accidentally falling off an edge while trying to shoot one of them. But overall, just save ammo, and just if you're able to, use your pickaxe, but most of the time just shoot them and move on, and they're a relatively simple thing to deal with. Moving on to the probably the most likely thing to be a mascot for this game, we have the loot bug. It's a relatively simple creature. It moves around, and if you attack it and take it down, you get gold and nitro from it, which is, valuable because gold's good for, getting upgrades in the space rig, or nitro's good in the mission because you need it for resupplies. Though of course you never really need to kill loot bugs really most of the time, because you most likely have more than enough nitro, in the cave naturally. But if you absolutely need to, you can take down a few loot bugs and get some nitro that way. Though of course you can always pet them, but yeah. They're mostly just a thing that exists in the caves just to make it feel more alive, and they're nice, they're fun to have, and as long as you leave them alone, they'll leave you alone. They can't do anything anyways, they're harmless, but yeah, they're loot bugs, there's not really much else to say. Golden loot bugs, the same thing as a regular loot bug, but instead of giving a mix of nitro and gold, it gives you a lot of gold, and they're a lot more rare overall, so. And also they're a nice golden sheen to them, so yeah, they're literally just loot bugs that give you a bunch of gold, so. Yeah, just if you want the gold, annihilate them. If you don't, pet them, and yeah. There's a regular loot bug, but it gives you more gold. Maggots, a passive creature that is basically harmless. It's even more frail than a swarmer. It's it's just the smallest thing that goes around the caves, and is basically harmless, unless you go in a few biomes where they actually have a special effect when they die. So in, for example, Magma Core, if a maggot is killed, it will explode, doing a little bit of damage and exposing some of the molten rock underneath, so that area now does damage to whoever, steps on top of the hot rock and all that stuff. So, and there's also other variations of maggots in other biomes that when you kill them, they exude a small bit of poison gas that will damage you over time, like in fungus bogs, for example. But besides that, they are harmless and they will do nothing, so as long as you leave them alone, they will leave you alone, and even if they could do they can't do anything anyways, they're harmless besides that, so. They're maggots, they are just there to exist. Silicate Harvesters, they are giant docile creatures. Again, they are completely harmless, they can't do anything to you, and they are actually large enough where you can actually stand atop of them and act as basically treat them as a platform essentially to stand atop of and shoot them, you can shoot them, but you can also shoot other bugs and hopefully get up to higher areas without wasting a platform or anything else like that, but it's not really necessary most of the time, because you can always just dig for the earth and you make your own stairway up. Though of course there's an achievement for killing a certain amount of bugs while all your team's on top of it, of course, but besides that, they are harmless, they exist and they go for the area, though actually just some of the sounds they could make could actually be hard to distinguish from stuff spawning, so because they actually make like a rumbling noise as they go through the dirt and graze essentially, so it can be a little bit hard to tell when stuff spawns while they're nearby, because they actually make that noise, or a very similar noise constantly, so. And also they tend to get in your way a few times, especially during when you're trying to build the pipes for the refinery mission, so you may need to deal with them in those types of missions, but besides that, they're harmless and they just exist, and they're good ambience at the very least for the caves, so yeah, they're neat, and always a fun thing to have as you vibe through the caves. The Cave Angel, another passive creature, and it spawns, solely in the Azure Wield, and it is a giant stingray basically that flies through the air, and it's great and it's wonderful and I love it. It's a wonderful design and all that stuff, and you can use them as like basically a glider. You can grab onto them and it helps you get up to higher places, but I never really got much use out of it, and usually they're a lot more trouble than they're worth, but it's a nice little thing to have, and maybe you can use them to save yourself from fall damage a little bit, but most of the time they're harmless and they exist and they are just there, so they're good ambience, and again, they're just giant flying manta rays essentially, so they're neat, but they don't really have much purpose besides that one really niche purpose, though again, it is still a purpose that can be helpful in some situations. The Hexawing Niffer, another Azure Wield native. It is completely harmless and has no other purpose besides existing within the caves to add ambience. Though they are really colorful, so they're really fun to watch go around the caves and all that stuff, and they're decent ambience, so. But again, they're harmless and they don't really do much besides exist, so they're fun, and they're always nice to see when you go around the Azure Wield, especially since how colorful that biome is, but again, they're harmless, they don't do anything, and unlike the Cave Angel, they don't really have much of a practical purpose, so they just exist for ambience purpose, and that's it. Finally, moving over to an actual hostile creature, we have the Vartok Scamble. Pardon me, the Vartok Scale Bramble. I usually just call it a Vartok because I just can't remember the other half of his name, but and I get mixed up pretty easily because yeah, Vartok Scale Bramble. There we go. But yeah, this is actually a very interesting creature. So it is a stationary creature, so of course it spawns in at the start of the mission and only at the start of the mission. It has a gimmick where it has several different nodes that basically go out across the terrain, and it has the main body itself. And the main body itself is invulnerable and it'll shoot projectiles. I guess it's very similar to like the Korlok in a lot of ways, where it basically has a rapid fire version of the Sprout's projectile, but it shoots out like a burst of 3 of them. It does a decent amount of damage, and it's just really nasty overall, because it can do a lot of damage if you do get hit by all 3 of them at once. Though, since the main body is invulnerable, you have to go after the nodes, and once you destroy all the nodes, which can be across the terrain and all that stuff, because it's very similar to how, like, in the Industrial Sabotage mission, there's a bunch of wires that you have to follow. If you follow, like, the fleshy wires from the main body to the node, you'll find a node, and once you destroy all the nodes across the terrain, it could be in pretty weird places, depending on how it generates the terrain and all that stuff. The Vartok will become vulnerable, and once it's vulnerable, it goes down pretty quick. It has barely any health. The main reason it has any like survivability at all is because it's actually invulnerable, but once that's gone, it's pretty easy to take down. So yeah, so the core itself is a major issue, but again, once you take down the nodes, it's pretty quick to take down overall. Though of course, depending on where the nodes spawn and all that stuff, it could be really weird to try and track them all down, especially since the Vartok spawns on the ceiling, so it could be in a lot of weird places, especially around corners, or you have to get through the sightline of the Vartok to reach the nodes to expose it and all that stuff. So yeah, it can be a major threat, especially if you're in an area fighting other stuff, but by itself it's a fun little engagement, and overall just a simple thing of just destroying nodes, then destroy the core, avoid getting hit, though if you keep on moving, it can't really hit you, because again, the projectiles don't move that fast. It's very similar to like the Spitballer again, and then the Korlok Tyrant-Weed Sprout stuff, or around that kind of idea of like the projectiles are not that fast, so if you keep on moving, you're relatively safe. Once you sit still or get engaged in other fights, it becomes a real issue. But again, once you take down nodes, it goes down pretty quick, so at the very least, once it is exposed, it goes down very quickly. Moving over to the prime focal point of Season 1 and 2, we have the Rival Tech robots. So, overall they have several qualities that they all share. First off, they spawn primarily in either industrial sabotage missions, since that's the whole mission around them. So they spawn a lot in those missions, or if there's a rival presence mission, warning on or mutator when you choose a mission. So they can spawn in those 2 circumstances, as well as any Rival Tech mid-mission an event. You know, there's a event where you have to hack, I think it's like a data center, basically, and you get a data cube from that. They spawn while you're doing that event, and there's also a pseudo mini boss fight that they also spawn in once you start that. So they actually do spawn in a few areas, but mostly they are kept their own corner overall, so they'll only spawn in those situations and aren't as widespread as like the other enemies in the game. Like Glyphid Grunts spawn everywhere, robots only spawn in, or these rival tech robots spawn in only a set amount of situations. And also, combined with the fact that how they spawn, they also share a overall weakness to fire, as if you set a rival tech robot on fire, in most situations there are some exceptions, it will instantly kill them. Because it'll fry their circuitry and it'll melt them, and they will instantly go down upon being set on fire. So driller with a flamethrower, or if you have the hot bullet modification for your minigun, you'll be very happy with that, because that will very quickly take down quite a few of them. And overall, they are just, as a whole, are just tough, incredibly dangerous enemies, and this is best exemplified by the quote-unquote baseline enemy for the whole rival tech, not really ecosystem, but out of all the rival tech stuff, the patrol bot kind of exemplifies this most, of being an absolute menace, since it is a overall very strong combatant. It is a relatively fast moving, flying, and also it has like two forms of movement, but very fast enemy that has both a lot of plasma shot attacks where it's able to charge up shots from its head and fire them out, and also has a missile attack where it's able to shoot out several missiles at once and basically just do quite a bit of explosive damage if they hit you. So, and they actually home in as well, so they are actually very dangerous overall in terms of their armaments, because they're very fast and they hit very hard, especially on higher hazard levels. And combined with their heavy armor and their weak point being their head, you know, they are actually relatively tough because they're really hard to hit, because they actually both fly and actually move across the ground, because they have two forms of movement. They're able to float through the air and basically propel themselves at decent speed, so like they're not incredibly fast, but they're able to move pretty quickly, relatively, through the air, and, you know, constantly fire down barrages of plasma or missiles and be an absolute menace. Or they can roll across the ground and basically act very similar to a Nayaka in terms of the fact that they move more based on momentum than actual like speed by their own power. Essentially, they basically roll across the ground using a ball underneath their main body, and they can move very fast and they can fire on the move, and they're very fast in that whole form of movement. And they're very, very dangerous because they'll go around very quickly. They have heavy armor, so they'll block a lot of shots, they'll resist quite a few shots, and since they're moving around so fast across the ground, their head will be very hard to hit because they'll be just moving around chaotically, especially since they're moving more momentum than anything else. And overall, they are very dangerous, especially since they spawn in groups and they spawn often whenever rival tech stuff is brought up. They are one of the two major things that spawn constantly during that whole, any situation that the rival tech stuff is brought up, so you'll see them quite a lot and they'll be quite a nuisance. So of course you can use fire to take them down, and of course if you manage to get close enough, a solid pickaxe power attack will do a decent chunk of damage, but still they're very sturdy and overall it's very tough, so fire is definitely something you want to go for if you can. And if you're able to slow them down with anything like electricity, that could work, or sludge from a sludge pump could work. Freezing them won't really do much because they can't really be frozen, but you know, if you're able to slow them down in any way, it's good overall since they're very hard to hit sometimes. However, they have a unique little gimmick that they share actually with Betsy, in that if occasionally does not guarantee, upon being reduced to 0 health, they will basically enter an inert state and they'll float to the ground, and if you get up to them within a certain amount of time, you will be able to hack them. And this allows you to basically do a quick time event, and if you successfully do it, you hack the robot, and the patrol bot now acts as your friend until it dies, and you have quite a few of them, and like it's not uncommon to see like 3 of them around your team, you know, that you hacked by the end of like a industrial sabotage, for example. They're pretty, you can get quite a few of them, and you know, they're not like great. Like Bosco is a little bit better AI in terms of attacking grunts and all that stuff, but you know, like other enemies, like they're more meant to attack you, but there's still decent fire support, and enemies and even other patrol bots will focus on them as well, so they're decent decent like other targets besides your team to actually have the enemies focus on, so at the very least they'll be decent meat shields at the very least. But it's a nice little gimmick, and even in a situation where you're not doing a industrial sabotage mission, you can still hack them and you can have them for the rest of the mission so long as they survive. So though they are a little bit chaotic and they will often get themselves in danger a lot more than they probably should, so don't count on them living for that long, but they'll still exist for a bit and they'll do a decent amount of work overall. When they're actually hostile to you, they are your top priority pretty much, even above like acid spitters, because like if you can go for acid spitter and quickly finish it quickly and get out of the way as fast as possible, you should go for it. But patrol bots are like your highest priority in most situations due to how damaging they are overall. So yeah, just focus on them and just focus on the head and just do everything you can, and of course set them on fire if you can. Though of course there's another thing as well that you should be aware of is for all robot enemies is that they're immune to poison, so neurotoxin grenade stuff won't really work on them. So obviously they don't have lungs or anything like that, so you can't really breathe it in. But that's another thing to note is that the poison, you can't really do the damage over time effect trick of dealing with a lot of stuff at once. So fire is your main thing, so at the very least if you do use the neurotoxin grenade, you can always set the cloud on fire and instantly get a lot of fire on them and immolate them pretty quickly. So you can always use the neurotoxin grenade for that, so that's good at least. Following up with the other major robot enemy that Rival Tech has that you'll see in most missions that involve them, you'll have the Shredder. So these are basically Naedocytes that don't have the electricity damage, but are they do a bit more raw physical damage overall, then they hit a little bit harder. And of course they have the immunity to poison, so you can't use a neurotoxin cloud to deal with them. And overall they're basically just Naedocytes that are higher damage and have some immunities, as well as being a little bit weak to fire, and they're very weak to melee, so if you hit them with a pickaxe once they instantly go down, so they're very weak to melee. Preferably you want to use a little bit of melee to save some of your ammo, but if need be you can use any AoE and that'll work just as well. Though of course they're a lot more damaging overall, so while you can use thorns as well as like a safeguard to make sure they can't combo you constantly into demon revolve your shield and then into your health and all that stuff, thorns won't be nearly as effective because like they do a lot more damage and thorns won't give you as good of a trade as it would in comparison to like a Shredder or a Naedocytes, because these guys will reliably get through your shield pretty quickly if you wet them, unlike Naedocytes or Swarmers, which will at least take a second to get through your shield. These guys will go for your shield a lot faster, so gotta be real careful with that. Thankfully though, they are not as chaotic as Naedocytes because they tend to float around a bit. Like Shredders are pretty straightforward, they'll go straight towards you, and using your pickaxe is just a really effective way to deal with them. So at worst case scenario, you can always just take a little bit of damage on your shield, make sure you don't have to waste ammo, and just use your pickaxe. So, but yeah, definitely a threat, but they are just stronger Naedocytes, and basically transfer everything you deal with Naedocytes is transferred over to these guys, except the poison. Moving over to a major section of the Rival Tech, we have the turrets. So turrets are all stationary and are, of course being stationary, they don't spawn in mid-mission and they pop up primarily in industrial sabotage missions as well as rival presence missions where they, it's a mission that also has Rival Tech on the side, so like an egg mission for example. And they are basically, the whole gimmick about them is that they are invulnerable until you get close to them, then they'll activate, they'll drop a shield, which they can't be hurt from range since they have a shield up, but if you get close to them they'll drop it and then they'll start attacking you with whatever turret, whatever attack they have as a turret. So there's 3 different turrets in total, so we'll start off with a repulsion turret. This is probably the most basic of the turrets. It basically just throws out plasma force fields, so like 3 different plasma force fields in 3 different directions, and then it rotates a bit and shoots out another and it repeats. They're very weak to fire and to melee as per all other robots pretty much, so of course if you set them on fire they instantly go down, and their shield is what keeps them alive because their weak points are pretty visible due to actual glowing side vents, and overall they're very simple to deal with, but in tight hallways they can be really nasty because the plasma force fields will actually block your shots. So that's kind of a theme with force fields as well, and that's something you should be aware of. Though if you get around them they're pretty simple to take care of, and again fire, melee attacks do quite a lot, and even a minigun or like any other major weapon, high damage will do quite well. Though of course the main thing is that they're meant to be with other stuff as well, so that they'll block your shots, they'll be a nuisance, and when the force fields knock into you, they'll do some damage, but isn't heavily damaging, but it's definitely enough to be annoying and get your shield down and help you start taking some health damage. So it's definitely something you need to be worried about, but given their relatively short range and relatively predictable attacks, it's very easy to get around them in an open area. Just in an enclosed area, the force fields can be rather devastating because they can easily combo you and get some health damage in while your shield's down. Moving over to the next turret available, we have the burst turret. So these are basically the standard gun turret. They are the same gimmick as the repulsion turrets. They have a shield, you get close to them, they'll activate, they'll drop the shield, and they'll start firing plasma barrages at you. They're basic projectiles, they're relatively slow, so you can dodge them, but again, given in tight hallways, it'll be really hard to dodge them. And they often spawn in hallways as well, so you have limited area to dodge, and they do a lot of damage, so you gotta be really careful with that. And they have a lot longer range, they actively aim for you, so unlike the repulsion turret, you can't really get around them by just standing in an angle where their force field won't hit you. They will actually aim for you. Thankfully though, their top vent, which is a very visible weak point, so you'll be able to get a lot of damage in, and of course melee and fire damage, very advisable here. Though to be fair, these are one of the turrets that you probably have the worst time with, because they do a lot of damage, and given how many these may spawn alongside repulsion turrets, it may be more advisable, especially if there's a rifle presence mission modifier. You may want to go for the turret hub, which is something I haven't mentioned before, but the turret hub is something that spawns in a rifle presence mission that has that modifier, and basically you do a quick time event upon getting close to it. It's usually surrounded by turrets on all sides, and once you take it down, all the turrets will instantly get destroyed. So if you beat that quick time event, though of course you have to destroy some turrets to get to it directly, but of course you can always just dig underneath it using driller to tunnel to it and all that stuff. So, and there's only one per rival presence mission, so as far as I know of. So once you take care of that, all turrets are dealt with. So with the repulsion turrets, you don't really need to care too much about that whole mechanic because they're pretty easy to take care of by themselves. But for burst turrets, and especially next turret we'll get to very shortly, you may want to do that because they can do a lot of damage, they can take up some ammo, and they are very dangerous. So it's maybe best to simply just deal with them when you can. So it's best to simply avoid them if possible, and if you really need to, burst them down with fire or melee, or just shoot them as much as possible from a long enough range where they can't really shoot you that easily because their projectiles take way too long to get to you, so you're easily able to dodge them. The final turret that's available is the sniper turret, mostly found in the rooms where the power stations are located in a industrial sabotage mission. So these guys are very different than the other two turret types because they're actually spawned on the ceiling. So they sit on the ceiling, and same thing overall, they have a shield naturally, and once they notice the dwarf, they will emerge and then they'll try and shoot them. However, unlike the burst turret, the sniper turret is a much longer range turret overall. It'll basically, you're able to see it, it'll see you basically, and once it sees you, it'll charge up a shot and with a laser crosshair. After a moment, it'll fire a shot, which will do a lot of damage. This thing will easily go for your shield and get some health damage in very easily. It can do a lot of damage, so you have to stay out of sight lines, which you have to use terrain and all that stuff. Though thankfully the laser sight line means you're able to tell where it is pretty easily, and while it's unpacking to actually start attacking you, you can easily start firing on it, and they're not that tough at overall. Like, they're pretty weak overall, and probably one of the more weaker turrets in terms of HP, just due to how long it takes for them to unpack and start charging up a shot, since it's very easy to take one down if you have any form of ranged weapon at all. So the problem is, of course, if you're driller, then ranged weapons may not be that available because flamethrower, cryo cannon, and sludge pump aren't really at long range. So while gunner has a lot of options, and scout has a lot of options, and engineer has a few options, but yeah, it just depends on what loadout you have. But overall, if you just fire on them while they try to unpack, they can be pretty quickly taken down. It's just mostly just a dangerous turret that's found in corners of rooms and stuff that will just try and snipe you. Thankfully though, despite them spawning in quite a few clusters around the power generators, they're pretty simple takedowns, and they're pretty easy to spot once you see the laser sight lines and all that stuff. So at the very least, you'll be able to track them pretty easily, and once you have any form of fire on them, it'll be pretty good. But again, you use terrain to avoid getting hit, because again, if they hit you, they'll hit you pretty hard, and since there's quite a few of them and probably some other stuff in the room as well, it may be really difficult to keep your shield up while under a barrage of like a few of them, and while you're trying to dodge like another thing in the room, like a spitballer for example. So overall, just very dangerous and you should focus it down as much as possible. So, but thankfully though, they're pretty uncommon, only spawning in the power station rooms and just another fight, but we'll get into that very shortly. Moving over to some more heavyweights of the rival tech group, we have the Nemesis, which is basically the equivalent of an oppressor for rival tech, essentially. But even worse, actually. It's actually way more dangerous overall and way more tanky overall. It rarely spawns, and very often you'll likely only see one max per mission, though I think it's technically possible to have 2 spawn in a mission, but 1 is usually the max I've ever seen, so it rarely spawns, but you'll very quickly realize when it does spawn when you hear distorted voice lines of your dwarves, you know, saying, "Help me, I'm stuck here," basically trying to attempt to get you to get over to it, which, you know, it's obvious ruse, but yeah. You track the noise down and get to it, it will attack you, and it is an absolute monster in terms of overall stat line and what it does. It is very tough, it has extremely heavy armor. Its weak points are often blocked quite a bit by armor, so you have to get rid of some armor to actually get proper shots off on those areas. And it flies around, so it doesn't have much of limitations in terms of, you know, level generation or ground-based attacks like the incendiary grenade, which is, you know, very good for dealing with robots because fire damage, which, you know, can work, but unfortunately, even if the Nemesis was on the ground, it has such a high fire resist that it's very hard to set on fire. It is possible to set on fire, but it's very hard to. But if you do set on fire, it is an instant kill. And it has quite a bit more devastating weapons than the patrol bot, you know, basically being a larger variation of that. It's able to fire out force fields similar to the repulsion turret, which can both block bullets and help defend itself, as well as do damage when they collide into you, so that's something to be wary of. Since it can't really move that fast, so like it does actually kind of need a shield to help close distance since it isn't that fast. So yeah, it kind of needs a shield to help close the distance a bit without taking too much damage. But if it does get close to you, it will grab you with one of its massive claws on top of it. Once it grabs you, it will crush you basically, and this is pretty much, like maybe there's some exceptions, but this will basically be an instant down, because it'll do a lot of damage to you, and unless someone else like staggers it by destroying a weak point or just doing a lot of damage to it, it won't really let you go. So it's very much like a cave leech in that kind of way, where if it grabs you, it will do a lot, so you gotta stay away from it at all times. Though of course, it can also dig, so if it needs to get through a small passageway, and you think it'll be very smart by trying to block it off, you're wrong. It'll try and dig right through the earth with using the force fields, so it can actually dig, and can dig pretty well, so it's very similar to like a bulk in that way, where it can get through physical obstacles if it needs to. However, the most infamous, I guess the best way to put it, attack it has is when, upon being either set on fire and instantly going down because of that, or just health going down naturally due to you putting enough lead into it to stop it, it will collapse to the ground, and with one final distorted voice line, it will just start throwing bombs everywhere. It'll throw phase bombs everywhere, which are basically, it'll spawn them in an area around them. And after a moment of charging up, the bomb will explode. And these do a pretty hefty amount of damage. They will go for your shield pretty quickly, and they'll go for your health pretty quickly. So yeah, basically it's a last-ditch attempt to blow you up, and in some confined areas it can be really bad, especially if you're facing other stuff at the same time. So overall, it's just a very dangerous entity overall, and it's pretty much like the major like tank of the rival tech stuff. As it's big, it's bulky, it's incredibly dangerous. It has basically attacks for every single range. It has a force field for long range, it has the melee grab for short range. Thankfully, again, fire is a weakness to it, so new flame wave overclock for the flamethrower is really good at setting out fire if you get really close to it, which, you know, risky, but if all the projectiles hit, it will do a lot of fire damage, which will help a lot. And of course, any armor piercing anything will work really well, because the sheer amount of armor it has it'll make it relatively easy to take off a lot of armor, so it'll help your teammates out a lot. So overall, it's just not really, there isn't like a major weakness to this guy. It's just mostly just, it's a tough enemy all around, and you simply have to break through it, basically. Yeah, nothing really to say here, just a tough enemy, stay away from it, and just shoot it as much as possible and stay away from it, especially when it goes down. Moving over to the boss fight that could spawn in a random mission for rival tech, we have the Prospector drone. So this is actually a relatively unique boss fight, since it actually doesn't attempt to pulp you into a fine red mist, you know, by itself. So it actually does something a little bit more different. The main strategy for Prospector drone is, firstly, it spawns naturally in caves at the start of a mission, and once it is attacked by a dwarf, because actually getting close to the Prospector drone itself won't actually make it aggro. Shooting it will, but actually moving around it, even jumping on it, it will not care. But if you shoot it, then the fight will start, and it'll begin to book it out of there as fast as possible. And instead, it'll summon patrol bots, it'll summon shredders, it'll just try and defend itself by summoning more guys to defend it, and then just run off somewhere, and you have to chase it down. Now, of course, it isn't going to run across the entire map. It tends to not go too far, but it tends to at least try and fly away from you if it can, and it's able to go up like the giant like mine shaft that the drop pod makes. It occasionally does that. Like, it'll try and get away from you, but it won't like be absurd about the whole thing, thankfully. And it'll just occasionally, as you damage it, it'll summon a shield, make it invulnerable for a bit, and then keep on running away and summon more guys, and it'll just keep on doing that over and over again until you take it down. Basically just patrol bots and shredders, and that's pretty much the main thing you have to focus on. So if you're good at taking down those two enemies, you're going to be fine with the Prospector, because it's basically just going to summon those over and over again. And you can destroy the weak points on the side if you want to do that to get some extra damage in. And overall, just a fight that if you just focus enough firepower into it, it'll be done pretty quick. And it's probably one of the more easier fights overall, since assuming that you're not having a swarm happen at the same time, it basically is just a few patrol bots, a shredder, and it running around pretty quickly, which is good, since it's, you know, not every fight needs to be absurdly difficult or like be a Korlok or be a Betsy. Sometimes just a guy that runs away from you and tries to summon different things is a fine fight overall. And once you defeat it, you'll get, of course, you'll get the data cube, which, you know, for season 1 and 2 progression, that's very important. And you just get some gold and nitron and occasionally some other like minerals as well. So it's a simple fight. It's basically just shoot the giant Prospector drone before it gets away. It's mostly just deal with the patrol bots and shredders it summons and just try and track it down. But of course, fire's good, melee attacks are very good against it. It's just basically just trying chasing it down is the main issue. So, you know, in some areas it can be really simple. If it's a giant flat area, it'll be very simple. If it's multi-layered vertical area that's complex and weird, it may be a lot harder to chase it down. So the more difficult thing is essentially just trying to deal with the patrol bots and just the terrain and maybe anything else that may spawn alongside it, like, you know, a swarm or anything else that may spawn. So it's more about chasing it down than the actual fight itself. But again, you can always destroy the weak points on the side, get a lot of damage in quickly, so at the very least you can DPS it down so you don't have to chase it too far. Finishing off the rival tech, we have the rival tech Caretaker. So this is the major centerpiece of season 1 and 2, and is the final fight you have to do at the end of every industrial sabotage mission to actually get the objective and leave. So you're guaranteed to fight one of these at the end of every mission. The fight is mostly a 2-phase situation where it goes back and forth, where the first phase is it having 4 intakes roughly exposed, because it's a little bit weird to hitbox, because you have to hit the inside of the hitbox, and the intake is not really that easy to hit because it's on the top 4 corners of it. And given how like the corners push out and like how the hitbox is, because the rest of the body itself is completely immune, so you can't damage it anywhere else. It can be really hard to hit sometimes, especially since it'll, in that phase, it'll summon waves upon waves upon waves of plasma barriers similar to the repulsion turrets and Nemesis. So it'll block a lot of shots, and it'll also be really hard to hit by itself because the hitbox is a little weird. And of course, it'll also summon robotic appendages, which are a different enemy, which we'll get into very shortly. But it'll just keep on summoning those plasma barriers to defend itself and just to deal damage if they hit you, because they're very large, so you need to be really prepared for dodging them. So like, you need to move quite a bit out of the way, and, you know, hopefully you get a wide open area to do it in. But once you take down the 4 intakes, it opens one of its eyes, and then you're able to shoot the exposed part, and it will go around to 4 different sides, so you have to possibly go around the different sides to actually shoot it. And once you shoot it and you deplete its health bar to one of its segments, it'll then become invulnerable again and do 1 to 3 attacks, or special attacks. It can either, you know, throw out a large amount of phase phase bombs, which are basically the same as Nemesis. It'll throw them out everywhere. It'll try and actively hit dwarves or anything can really hit. So instead of Nemesis kind of throwing them around randomly, the Caretaker will actually try and aim the bombs. It does a lot of damage, so you need to keep on moving and hopefully don't double back on yourself. They don't run back into them. It can also summon a massive amount of shredders, or it can summon a massive amount of sniper turrets. And then it'll revert back to the phase where it has 4 intakes, and you just repeat it again until it's dead. And it'll do the special attack another time, and then it'll die the next time it goes through. So the thing to note is that if it does the shredders or anything else, any of those special attacks, it'll do it for the rest of the fight constantly. So if it spawns shredders at the start, it'll spawn shredders at the start, and for the rest of the fight. If it spawns bombs for the rest of the fight. Sniper turrets for the rest of the fight. Which you know is very dangerous and overall very bad. Even more so because it also summons patrol bots. Because patrol bots pop up no matter what, they just summon occasionally. Which is really bad because again, you're trying to dodge everything else, and then you have patrol bots, and sniper turrets, and possibly shredders, or maybe bombs. With also robotic appendages, and also you can't step onto the platform the Caretaker is on, because if you do, it'll charge up a area shock, and if you're on the platform when it does it, you take a lot of damage. So it can't just hide underneath the Caretaker, you actually have to stay off the platform. Overall, it's a pretty dangerous fight overall, especially since the robotic appendages have their own kind of unique little stat line. Robotic appendages spawn across the 4 different parts of the platform the Caretaker is on, and they never stop spawning. If you destroy it, it'll pop back up either after some time or when the next phase starts. So if you go through one phase of the intakes going down and then it opens the eye, the appendages will pop up. Robotic appendages can either stab you like a stabber vine, like in Hollow Bow, or it has a laser barrage, which is similar to the patrol bot, and they do a pretty decent amount of damage and are just overall a nuisance because you don't really want to focus on them unless they are in the way, because they'll just respawn again and you're just kind of wasting ammo. So you want to try and focus them down as much as you can, but try and focus more on the Caretaker to get the fight done. And also the robotic appendages can also get behind cover since they're able to burrow and pop up somewhere else in the area. So if you're behind cover trying to hide from projectiles or just trying to resupply, because you should probably get several resupplies ready to go before the fight starts, just in case, for your team, and you have it behind cover, the robotic appendage could pop behind the cover with you and start attacking you. So it is a really major threat. Thankfully though, the appendages are very weak in that a single power attack to the head, especially when they stab you and they miss you and they hit the ground, gives you some time to riposte with a pickaxe power attack, and you basically one-shot them. So it's very easy to deal with one of them without spending any ammo and only using a power attack, which for the effort put in and how dangerous the appendages can be is a worthwhile trade overall in my opinion. But overall, the Caretaker fight itself is basically it's a multitask fight where the Dreadnought is like there's one big guy and he just charges at you. The Caretaker has the turrets, he has the appendages, he has the patrol bots, the bombs, the shredders, the electrical shock, and the plasma barriers. Like there's a massive amount of attacks going on, and preferably you want to try and make the area before you start the fight as best as possible in terms of like making it flat, has a lot of cover, and try and make sure that you have areas to get above it so that your drawer can actually use the C4 to basically put the C4 on top of the Caretaker when it has intakes open, and when he sets it off, it'll damage all 4 of them heavily. Preferably you can use your drawer to dig a tunnel above it, or if need be you can use a zip line, or if you're able to, the zip line isn't great because you can get shot off it with the appendages, but if there's a way to get above the Caretaker easily, you can drop C4 on top of it while it's spinning around with the vents open, and you can easily damage all 4 of them and get through that phase really quickly. In fact, I would say a good strategy to have is let your drawer have a C4 resupply where he just has a resupply all to himself and he just chugs it every single time he needs more C4, and you just chuck more of them on top of the Caretaker just to get through the phase faster. Basically your drawer by himself can easily get through half the fight basically, or half the phases, for the rest of your team to focus on the rest of it, since drawer has a little bit of trouble dealing with the Caretaker because his indirect damage weapons aren't the greatest at dealing with the eyes or any other part of the Caretaker really. He's decent for dealing with the robots like the patrol bots and appendages that spawn alongside it, but the Caretaker itself is kind of anti-drawer besides the C4 techniques. And overall, you just gotta be really prepared because this is definitely a fight that can really break people. It can be really tough. especially since some rooms can be really compact, and that basically forces you right against it, and you basically have no room to maneuver, and then you get hit with a bunch of stuff, and then the sniper turrets appear, then the bombs appear, and then it's a whole mess. Overall, it's just a fight you need to prep for, and just, again, if you have the C4 stuff, you can really deal with it a lot easier, but it's just something you just need to deal with, and eventually you'll be able to take it down, but even still, it's just a tough fight overall, and again, preparation is key, and just making sure the area around it is safe before you start fighting is kind of a major important thing to do. But once you deal with that, you get access to data rack, and then you can finish the mission, so at the very least, it's a fight at the very end, so if you manage to push through, you're able to get to the end pretty quick. Moving over to the stars of Seasons 3 and 4, we have the Rotpox, starting off with the Rotpox Larva. So this is basically just a parasitic larva from before, but it's Rotpox, so it spawns from Rotpox sources such as spires and other enemies, and instead of a regular physical attack, it instead inflicts you with Rotpox, which Rotpox is a status effect that was added in Seasons 3 to 4 that is basically freeze but worse, since once you have it built up, it not only makes you immobile and unable to do anything like freeze, and you have to do kind of a little bit of a quick time event to get out of it. Instead of just keeping you immobile, unlike freeze, it actually damages you over time, and it does a decent amount of damage as well, so it can actually be an overall threat of much more than freeze, because, at least freeze, you can get out of it quickly, and then it's like, you're fine. Rotpox will actually damage you enough to possibly get through your shield, which is very dangerous. So, any enemy with Rotpox is vastly much more dangerous than any enemy with freeze, because at least freeze, you can get out of it quickly, and if you need be, you can always use your Feather Driller to set you on fire to help reduce your freeze status a little bit, it'll help warm you up. Rotpox, you're just stuck with it, so you can't really use your funny temperature shenanigans to go around it. So, the Rotpox larva overall is much more dangerous than a regular larva, and it's overall just something you should be very careful of. But thankfully though, it's still a larva, so any form of AoE is great. Sticky flames from the flamethrower is great, and the main thing is you should focus on cleaning up the spires and any Rotpox stuff nearby so they stop spawning, because they won't stop spawning until you deal with all of them, so it's just best to deal with everything as soon as possible so you can get past it and continue on with the mission without having to worry about a bunch of larvae chasing you down. Moving over to the rest of the Rotpox enemies, we have basically a list of different variants that are basically enemies we talked about before, but they've been infected by Rotpox. And they do have some differences that from their original counterparts that are either minor or they are actually pretty major differences, but they all share similarities for being Rotpox afflicted, so we'll go over that real fast so we can get through them really quickly, because most of them are just slight variations of already existing enemies with a few gimmicks. So all Rotpox enemies or variants of existing enemies have blisters on their body, so each variant of an enemy that's affected by Rotpox is massively tougher than its normal variant. Now of course this is a little bit skewed, so a grunt that's affected by Rotpox is a lot tougher than a normal regular grunt, but it isn't that much, while some of the other enemies are quite a bit spongier overall, just because it's more like a multiplier effect than an additive effect. So tougher enemies get a lot tougher, while a grunt, it gets a little bit tougher, but it isn't nearly as bad as the others. And the thing is, these blisters, help you deal with that, since if you destroy all the blisters on their body, which, a few direct shots with any weapon that does direct damage will destroy them, it will not only do a lot of damage overall to the actual host, which, if they're already low in health, they'll go down, but if you destroy all the blisters on their body, they will instantly go down, which is very good, because again, they're very tanky. You don't waste a lot of ammo on something that's very spongy when you can just avoid it. Now, basically, that's the kind of main gimmick of all Rotpox variants, is that they're tougher, they have the blisters, and they usually have, Rotpox-related attacks. For example, the Rotpox Grunt. It's basically a regular grunt, but not only is it just tougher, the Rotpox blisters, it also has a range attack, which is, a little bit interesting, because he's saying, oh, the grunt's just a basic melee guy, and you'll save the range stuff for the spitter and all that stuff, but no, it actually has a range attack by itself. A tendril will come out of it, and it'll just chuck a Rotpox projectile at you. Now, this projectile isn't that fast, and the animation is a pretty long wind-up, so you can see it coming pretty easily. However, if you do get hit by it, it's a small amount of damage. It's a decent amount of damage overall. It's not massive, but it is something. But it'll get you that Rotpox meter going up, and you'll quickly get infested if you keep on taking hits, especially if you're near a spire where you automatically get more and more Rawpox on you over time, so it's important for that reason at least. So yeah, overall these grunts are pretty dangerous because again they're way tougher, and unless you focus on the blisters, which the blisters can be in weird angles, so it's like trying to shoot them may be a lot harder than you may expect. And just being overall tankier and spongier means that they absorb, a lot more damage, and they're just a lot tougher overall. Thankfully though, they're not that tough overall, and they're still grunts, so grunts are pretty across the board, though the projectile attack makes them a lot more dangerous. Especially since they actually go alongside other Rawpox enemies a lot, so it's more of like a cumulative effect rather than, they're stronger together than the individual parts, so that's kind of the whole thing about Rawpox, is that the more sources of Rawpox you have, the more dangerous it is, so, because yeah, you get immobilized faster, you take damage faster, so, yeah. But thankfully though, these are one of the Rawpox enemies that you can actually avoid focusing on the blisters too much. If you need to take them down, just shooting them can work, but still, the blisters are still a worthwhile thing to go for, even if they don't have that much health, even in their toughened form. Moving over to the second most overall notable Rawpox infected enemy, we have the Rawpox Praetorian. Very similar to the Grunt in a lot of ways, but it's a Praetorian. It has the blisters, it's tougher, it has heavy armor, and it not only has a Rawpox infestation range attack as the Grunt, other normal Praetorian attacks are now Rawpox themed. So now, Death Cloud is now a giant cloud of spores, that's Rawpox, and the Vomit is also Rawpox, so basically a lot more dangerous overall, since at least if you're caught in a regular Praetorian's breath attack, you can actually get out of there pretty quick if you're on your feet. Not so much with the Praetorian that's covered with Rawpox, that basically freezes you, but it's even worse than freezing, so it's even worse than the Glacial Strata one. Because, the freeze one, you only take a little bit of damage from the breath, and then you get frozen, then you get out. You also now take damage from a Rawpox, as well as the breath damage, so it's much worse. And of course, due to heavy armor and how large it is, trying to get all the blisters can be very difficult, because again, it's a large entity, so trying to run around it to get all the blisters can be really difficult, especially in a tight hallway. So overall, it's a very dangerous thing overall, but as long as you have like a scout or you're able to move around quickly around it, it can be taken care of, but again, it's just a tougher variation of a Praetorian, and it's much more dangerous overall because of that. The next Rawpox affected creature is the Rawpox Spitter. Basically an acid spitter, it just has the blisters, is relatively tougher, and instead of just raw damage, it has an infectious spit attack, which, inflicts Rawpox. So it's actually way worse, since instead of, just doing raw damage, it actually heavily infects you with Rawpox, and basically can very easily push you over the edge to actually get fully infected and get immobilized from the spores, and that can lead to a bunch of issues. Thankfully though, due to its more bright red coloration, the main problem with a spitter, it being relatively hard to spot in the rafters of a cave, and just being hard to see overall, is mostly negated since it now sticks out a lot more, and instead of being a hard thing to find in the rafters of the caverns, it is now very similar to a web spitter, as in it's very bright overall. It's pretty easy to see now, thankfully, so you can spot it very quickly. Though of course, due to how it usually sticks up into the rafters, it tends to be pretty hard to shoot all the blisters due to the range between you and it most of the time, but it's still a spitter, and it's still pretty easy to get all the blisters with any precision weapon with a decent amount of accuracy, so overall it's just a lot more dangerous overall, because of course Rawpox spit is very nasty, but thankfully though it's a lot easier to find, so at least you're able to pin it down a lot quicker, since you don't have to constantly guess if there's an acid spitter on top of you, because you'll see it immediately and you can start focus firing on it immediately as well. Moving to one of the more overall different affected enemies, we have the Rawpox Exploder. So the Exploder is basically very similar to the Exploder in the base function, as it will still run towards you and try to explode. And of course the explosion is mostly Rawpox based, so if it does explode near you, it's basically, if not a complete guarantee, but a near guarantee infection, so you'll get immobilized and all that stuff and you'll take damage from it. But also, due to the fact that Rawpox variations get a lot tougher than the normal variants, Rawpox Exploders actually do have a semi-decent defense, as in they're not paper thin like regular Exploders. This makes them very difficult to deal with, because you can't just weigh down basic AoE to deal with them at a long range, which means they can more likely get closer to you and then explode. which is now a big problem. And of course, the blisters can allow you to do a lot of damage to them, but they're still very weak to being frozen, because again, they won't explode in that situation, so freezing them is very good. And overall, just the whole concept that's also very good for other exploders, which is walk in front of them and then walk back very fast before they explode, is still a reasonable, if a little bit sketchy strategy if you don't want to waste ammo, since you can no longer really melee attack them because they're a little bit too tanky at this point to reliably be taken down in that manner. So yeah, they're just basically a tier above regular exploders and irradiation exploders, so gotta be really careful around them, especially since again they can easily combo Rawpox infections and basically get you immobilized in the worst possible way, and that's the last thing you want to do while you're facing like anything else. Moving over to the only Mactera that has been affected by the Rawpox, we have the Goo Bomber. So this is basically a way worse version overall and way more dangerous version overall of a Glacial Strata Goo Bomber essentially, which is, still pretty dangerous, and now both the barrage and the infection cause Rawpox, and which is very bad because, again, the Glacial Strata freeze, it only freezes you, only makes you immobile. It still does that to Rawpox, but also damages you, so that's very bad. And of course, since it's moving around a lot, boils that you have to hit are also across its body, so depending on how it moves and how much it moves around, it could be really hard to hit some of the blisters to actually take it down. So overall, it's a very dangerous thing, high priority, and just basically a lot stronger and dangerous version overall as either of the other Goo Bomber variants. Though the coloration is one of my favorites. I really do like the pale white and red. It's a very nice color combination, but yeah, this guy's terrifying. Shoot it down at all costs, and you can break the sacks if you want to, but it may be just better to focus it down as soon as possible, just so you hopefully can take it down before it reaches you. But you can take down the goo sacks if you need to. Just again, don't stand underneath it as you do, since it'll drop a bunch when you do that. So yeah, it's terrifying. Yeah, shoot it down as much as possible, but thankfully it's relatively rare. It's not that common of a Rawpox enemies, so at the very least you won't be swarmed by them most of the time, unless you have like a heavily modded game where you're doing Half-Fight Plus, so that's good at least. Going over the final Rawpox infected subtype of a creature we already talked about, we have the Rawpox Breeder. Basically a Naedocyte Breeder that's much more spongy than even before, so if you thought the original one was quite spongy, this guy's even more spongy, though you can still freeze him, thankfully. And basically, instead of spawning Naedocytes, he spawns Rawpox Larva, which are arguably worse because the Rawpox Larva inflict Rawpox, but it can be argued that the Naedocytes are worse because they fly, so pick your poison, I guess, if you want the regular one or Rawpox variant. Overall, it's just a much spongier version. Blisters give you a way to do some extra damage. However, there's actually a major difference between it and a regular breeder. When it dies, normally, I'm pretty sure if it's frozen it doesn't do this, but if it dies normally either for blisters or just taking damage, it'll fall to the ground. Then after a bit, instead of its body dissolving after a bit, as all other bodies do when an enemy dies, it'll instead explode and release a massive wave of Rawpox larva. This can be very dangerous, and it's basically the Rawpox variant of the Brood Nexus explosion, so very bad and horrible overall, because that can easily be an issue if you deal with other stuff along the side, along with the breeders, so it's something you should be very careful of. Thankfully, breeders are very rare, and since they spawn initially when the cave generates, they won't pop up mid-wave or mid-mission, so they're rare, and they're not that common, so worst case scenario, you might have two of them in the same room, but thankfully they don't pop up that often, so at the very least, despite them being quite nasty and tanky, you're able to deal with them still, and Scout is going to be really good against them because he's able to move around very quickly and use a grappling hook to get all the right angles to shoot all the blisters, so overall it's just a really nasty version because his Rawpox variants are always a bit nasty overall, both in-game and in terms of mechanics as well, because they can be very dangerous, but thankfully the larva can also be dealt with AoE, so there are counterplays. If the need arises, they're going to deal with a massive amount of them. Now moving on to the major Rawpox boss, we have the Corruptor, which is a very interesting fight overall because he actually requires you to use the power washing tools that you usually use to clean up the spires. And like all mini bosses except the Dreadnought, he can't spawn mid-mission, he only spawns initially, which is good because he's way more impactful overall to the mission than a Dreadnought. Even while he's dormant and is kind of moving around naturally, he will constantly spread Rawpox terrain, which will slow you down and cause Rawpox larva to spawn, and it's being an overall nuisance, so even if you try and ignore him, he will be a major threat. Just be a major annoyance, because Rawpox, Larva by themselves can be a major issue, especially if you're fighting other stuff. However, since he is covered by a thick shell and also a thick amount of biomatter, you can't directly attack the core deep inside him. So you need to use the power washing tools and basically coat his two layers. So there's two layers, the outer shell and then there's the biomass shell. And you basically need to coat those layers with the soap from the power washing tools and then suck it off with the vacuum tool. And you need to keep on doing this over and over again until you break apart one of the three parts completely. Because there's three areas, and then there's, for each area there's two layers. And each area has its own unique core that once you fully strip the core off, or you fully strip the shells off, you expose the core, then you shoot the core, and it'll do 1/3 of his health. So it is pretty necessary to actually remove a good portion of the armor. Though of course he'll fight back, he'll move around a lot, he'll slam the ground AoE, he'll create lines of Rawpox that will go across the ground that will hurt you, and he'll try and use Rawpox to infect you, and every time you crack open a part of a shell, a bunch of larvae pop out. So he's a pretty nasty fight, especially since you can't really do much for most of it because he's invulnerable. However, given his cores are, once you strip off all the armor and you shoot the cores, he goes down pretty fast, so you can always just try and just focus down parts of the shell and just try and get it done as soon as possible. And there's not really much a way you can really go around the whole situation. He's basically immune to a lot of stuff that can go around it, like freeze. He's not really weak to much else, so he's just an overall strong entity that you just need to grind your way through with the tools of the soap and the vacuums. But thankfully though, again, he's only spawned once per mission, if at all, and he gives a decent amount of Rawpox, cores for your season progression, so at the very least he gives you a lot for fighting him, so pretty worthwhile, at least if you're doing the season progression for those 2 seasons. Or play cards, that's what they're called. My apologies. But yeah, overall it's just a really nasty fight, but thankfully again, he doesn't really do much else besides that. He's just mostly, so long as you stay your distance, he can't really do much. Like if you're in the air, he can't do much at all. Like his slam won't really do much, his ground-based attacks won't do much, and the larva can't really do much either, so. And plus the Rawpox corruption that he leaves behind, well, nasty because it's proper terrain that actually, it's very much like vines that go across the ground. And if you step in them, they'll infect you with Rawpox and slow you down. But if you put soap on them and then suck them up, or when the corruptor is destroyed, they'll go away. So that's definitely something you need to be definitely worried about. But the terrain itself, again, if you're up in the air and you're trying not to, as long as you're trying to avoid those areas and at the very least put some soap on the ground and have another teammate suck it all up with vacuum, you can deal with it pretty quickly because the terrain is, you can easily just suck it up and deal with it very quickly. So again, stay in the air, use a zip line, use jet boots, scout, grappling hook, platforms. Like staying above him is the best way to deal with him because again, he has no range attacks really that don't involve going across the ground. So if you're above him, he's kind of screwed a little bit in that term because he just can't really reach you that easily. Though of course you need to make sure you constantly cover sides with soap and then vacuum it up to actually damage the shell, so it may be a little bit hard, especially with other stuff spawning during that time, but preferably you want to try and again fight them like all other bosses while your team's prepared, as well as nothing else is spawning, so you have an easy fight that you don't have to multitask on dealing with a grunt swarm, Rawpox stuff, and a corruptor, and maybe something else at the same time. But besides that, it's just stay above them and just try and be careful, because again, terrain corruption stuff can be very bad in some cases, but as long as you vacuum it all up and keep on top of it, it shouldn't be that bad. Now we're out of Rawpox, and now we go into the Core Spawn, starting off the Core Spawn Crawler as the only entity of the Core Spawn family as of this moment, as of Season 5. So, kind of the main focus point of this season. He's, nasty. He's overall very dangerous. He's a nasty piece of work. He spawns only during the Core Spawn event, as of this moment. Of course, next season, they tend to do seasons in pairs. So, for example, like, Season 1, 2 was Robots, Stream 4, Lithophage, and 5 is Core Spawn. We may get more Core Spawn in the future, we may not, but they tend to pair them up, so this may be outdated once the next season comes, but for the moment, as of Season 5, they only spawn during the Core Spawn event and Core Stone event, not Core Spawn. Well, yeah, it is a Core Spawn event, but it's a Core Stone event. and they only spawn during that time, and they spawn endlessly until the core stone is destroyed, which, you know, you just shoot it and then break apart its shell when it reforms it, so pretty simple fight overall. But the core spawn itself is very fast. It's probably the fastest overall melee ground-based creature in the game as of this moment. It is very agile, it jumps around a lot, is very aggressive, and the armor is actually tough enough to actually take a few hits, so they're very hard to pin down, both because they're just fast and they're also just quite tough. And their melee attacks are also pretty decent. Like, they're not slasher tier, but they're still pretty rough. They definitely pack a punch, and plus, when they die, they leave behind a bit of acidic gunk or blood that will stick to the ground for a bit, and it's very similar to the Septic spreader, but not nearly to the same degree, but it's still dangerous and you shouldn't walk into it, which is very bad because they'll constantly spawn over and over again, so as you fight the core stone, they'll just pile up more and more and more. So currently I found out that the best way to fight the core stone is just sit on a zip line, ignore the spawn crawlers, and just focus on the core stone. So yeah, that shows you how nasty the crawlers can be. So yeah, be really careful around them. Again, stay above them. If you're on a zip line or you're flying above them, they can't do much because they can jump around, but they can't really do a good jump attack that well. So as long as you stay above them, they're not that bad, and just focus on the core stone and you should be mostly fine. And again, have your whole team prepared just in case stuff goes wrong. If you need to, poison, freeze, fire, like any damage effect will work really well on them. They're pretty basic in terms of their resistances, as in they have none. So if you freeze them, that's good. If set them on fire, that's good. Poison, that's good. Fear could work, but the main thing is just ignore them, go for the core stone, and suppress them so that your driller can deal with the core stone and break it open again when it reforms. Really nasty though, really great design, but yeah, focus on the core stone and be careful around them because they do pack a punch and they can swarm you very well, especially with their mobility and their ability to jump around. So yeah, be really careful around them and just focus on the main objective and don't let them overwhelm you. Moving over to a boss fight that actually isn't in the Miner's Manual yet, we have the Armor and Heartstone. So again, it's not in the Miner's Manual for some reason. I hope someday it will be put into the Miner's Manual, so maybe once we get in their Armor and fight of some kind, maybe it'll go along with the new edition, but for a moment it's not in there. But I still want to talk about it because it's a decently major fight, and it's basically the equivalent of the Caretaker, because it's basically a guaranteed fight at the end of every escort duty mission, so it's something that you need to be well aware of. So Armor and Fight is relying mostly around Doretta, you know, the good old drill dozer, and basically you just bring her through the mission and you repair her, you refill her with, you know, more fuel to keep going, and you take her over all the way to the Armorin, and then you can start it when you hit the big red button. So sometimes it could be a good amount of time before you get to the Armorin, and Doretta has 3 decently large HP pools, or 3 health bars, I guess is a better way to put it, and over time you can repair her, but if you lose a HP bar, it's gone forever until you either die or win the mission. So yeah, it is definitely a stamina fight, definitely against you and the swarm and anything else that may pop up. Pretty much exemplified in the Armor and Hearthstone fight, since basically the fight is a very like push and pull kind of fight, where like DRG has kind of like a lot of the fights have like it's going fine, then something goes wrong, then it all goes completely wrong. So kind of is that kind of feel to it, where if one team member goes down or something goes wrong, it can quickly spiral out of control. The Armor and Fight is basically the perfect example of that. Basically, main preparations you want to do is hopefully you have enough Nitra by the end of the major escorting part of the mission to have a few resupplies ready to go, and you want to put these resupplies basically flanking both sides of Doretta, because this is definitely the fight where it's like, if you need a resupply, you can't wait for it to get called down and open up. You need to get it right away, and you need to get it back onto Doretta or whatever else you may need to do. So very much want resupplies ready to go as soon as you start the fight, and possibly several of them, especially on higher hazard levels. And overall, you want your whole team set up and ready to go before you start, of course, because yeah, starting without half a team is basically a good way to lose the fight, because it's a mess overall. The Armor and Hearthstone fight is split apart into 2 different sections. We have the swarm phases, and then we have the actual Armor and Fight itself phases, where it's like the first and third phases are basically it just throws bugs at you, basically just a constant swarm happens until Doretta breaks through the shell, and then it goes to the next phase, and then there'll be armored fight after that. So, or not really armored. It's the armored fight overall. Just the armored actually only attacks in the second and fourth phases directly. But for the first and third, it's basically just a giant swarm, and you have to defend Doretta and deal the bugs and anything else that may pop up. So, you know, of course, you can always repair Doretta if she takes damage, and the main thing is you just want to keep the bugs away and have a good perimeter going where you can't allow the bugs to get too close and be a nuisance and overwhelm you. But however, the more overall kind of complex part of the fight is the second and fourth phases, when, you know, the armored actually tries to attack. So this actually got recently updated in this recent season, since instead of having 2 set attacks that will happen on the second and fourth phases in a predictable order, the armored now has 3 attacks to choose from, and it chooses them randomly when the phase pops up, though it can't repeat the same attack over again. So one attack happens, it can't do it again for next phase when it actually tries to attack you, so, or attacks Doretta, because more focused on Doretta than anything else, except for one attack where it actually does target the dwarves, but mostly it's focusing on Doretta. And these 3 attacks are, it basically summons a bunch of spires that come out of the ground, and after a moment charging, they start shooting a laser at Doretta, and they'll do constant damage until they're destroyed. And another attack where it'll basically pick up rocks from a nearby area and just chuck them into Doretta and try and damage her directly, which does a lot of damage. And the recently added attack is one where it tries to directly target a dwarf occasionally, and it basically tries to encase them in stone and try and trap them. And if it goes underneath Doretta, for example, a dwarf is on top of Doretta trying to repair her, if that encasement attack tries to get activated under Doretta, it does a lot of damage. So those are the 3 major attacks the armor can choose from in the 2 phases it can directly attack. Now, all these are very dangerous in their own way, and of course, just because the main swarm phases of the fight are over with doesn't mean bugs aren't spawning. They're still going to spawn at just less extreme, so we gotta still be careful about Mactera, Glyphids, maybe even a bulk detonator possibly, which can be very dangerous because they can easily destroy Doretta if they explode on top of her. So there's definitely a constant threat of bugs harassing you, but there's a lot of ways you can deal with each main armored attack. The rock trap is the simplest one. Just stay away from Doretta if it's starting to summon a rock trap underneath you. It has a very visible sound effect and visual effect when it's targeting a dwarf, and you'll know when it's happening. And your main goal is just to get away from Doretta and, you know, preferably move to a corner of the area that it will summon a rock trap in, and it'll not only miss you but not be in the way, because it is terrain. It does get destroyed over time eventually, but it is terrain that can block shots and block sight lines, so just get it out of the way so it doesn't interfere with the rest of the team is the main thing you want to do. And of course, if you get trapped, you can always dig out, but of course bugs are spawning, so you gotta be very careful about that and not get swarmed while you're trapped in a small, not great position overall, being trapped in a lot of terrain, because there is a hole on top of the rock trap, so, you know, Scout can get out with his grappling hook, but also allows bugs to get to you still, so definitely be worried about that. Rock spires are one of the more simple attacks to deal with, in terms of the fact that you just have to either have a driller basically destroy the spires by drilling through them, because they are also terrain, they are rock, so if you drill through them, the structure will collapse and it will stop firing a laser, and then you can repair Doretta way easier without having to deal with constant damage. However, there's also another way you can deal with stuff related to terrain. Your weapons can actually destroy terrain. Some of them can, at least. You know, all gunners primaries to a certain level can, for example, destroy terrain, and it can destroy the spire, which are very, you know, that's pretty important, because the actual source of the laser is at the very tip of the spire. So, for example, if you have a gunner with a minigun, if you shoot the spire at the very top of the tip of where the laser's coming out, it'll actually disable it. You don't actually need to dig through the much wider base, you know, which can take a bit with a pickaxe, and you need to have a driller to really commit to it to effectively take them down within a reasonable time frame. But if you just shoot the top of it with a gun, you know, minigun, autocannon, and any other weapon that destroys, or even explosives that destroy terrain, if you shoot the tip of the spire, it'll just disable it and you can just go back to shooting bugs immediately. So it's a very efficient way to deal with it, but again, you have to have a good accuracy and actually have the ammo to spare. So it's definitely a risky operation, especially since you're probably moving away from the bugs next to you to the spire, but overall it's a good way to quickly deal with them without having to send a driller or another teammate out to try and destroy them manually with a pickaxe or drills. So that's, you know, a good way to deal with it. And finally, the final armored attack is when it tries to throw rocks at Doretta. Now these rocks do a lot of damage, and when they impact Doretta, they will do a lot of damage to Doretta and to you if you're standing on top of Doretta at when it, hits it. So really bad to stand in the way of a rock that's coming down on top of Doretta. Thankfully though, the rocks are relatively slow. They're very visible as relatively slow. They're not glacially slow, but they take a second to get over to Doretta, depending on where they spawn in a room, because it pulls them out of the terrain and the walls and stuff. So if it pulls it from like the far across the room, it'll take a bit. If it spawns it right on top of Doretta, well, it's on top of Doretta already, so gotta be really quick with it. If you shoot the rocks with basically anything, it'll do damage to them, and once their health goes to 0, they'll get destroyed, and the rock's destroyed, so it won't fall on top of Doretta. And combined with the moment of time where it has to pull the rock over to top of Doretta, it does have a moment where it gets ready to throw him down on top of Doretta, basically swam him down, so you have a little bit more time as well to shoot him. But again, you want to focus on these are probably the most dangerous phase it can possibly have in terms of the overall fight, because the rocks can easily like annihilate your team if you're staying on top of it for too long, and basically you have to quickly just shoot them down as fast as possible, because again, it's like one teammate goes down on top of Doretta while the rocks come down, another teammate tries to res them, they also go down, bugs take down the scout, etc., and then it could really spiral even more from there. So again, the main thing is just shoot the rocks as fast as possible, though of course you can melee attack them, because if you're standing on top of the armor itself, because it actually doesn't hurt you directly. If you stand on top of the main armor and structure and just melee charge attack the rocks, you can deal with them that well, relatively well, at least, be able to get a free kill every so often, so you don't have to waste ammo or time on it, so that's good. Because they aren't that tanky, so a charge melee attack is pretty decent shot of, like, at the very least, instantly taking it down, if not, and if it doesn't, it'll get them very low health, so it's very easy to take down from there. But there's also another way you can deal with it, as in have your engineer build platforms over Doretta, basically as a roof essentially, and the rocks will like land on top of the platforms and get destroyed because it's a physical object that actually blocks the rocks from actually hitting Doretta, but it will like basically like drilling a hole through the platforms over time, and if left alone, the rocks will just destroy a platform completely and just attack Doretta as normal. But if you have multiple layers of platforms on top for the roof, it can pretty much clog up the rocks long enough where you can take down the ones that you can and get through the phase without losing that much health on Doretta. So it is a way you can do it, but you have to be really careful about the whole thing, because you have to keep it going, and rocks still have AoE, so like even if they don't hit you directly, they still have enough AoE where if the roof is too close to the top of Doretta, if for example the gunner is on top of Doretta, the AoE can still take him down, so it's definitely something you need to be worried about. And overall, it's just engineer constantly focusing on it, because it is something that needs to be again maintained, because they will actually break apart the platform over time. But after all that, just once you get the 4 phases down, the armor and stone fight will be over with. You break open the main structure, and you get the hard stone that you can weave. Overall, the first and third phases are not that bad, depending on what spawns. Of course, there's a lot, mission mutators like Swarmageddon, Mactera, Swarm, or Ebonite stuff popping up. That could be a really big issue, but there's regular swarms, and as long as you're good against swarms, you're going to be pretty solid in those missions. That part of the fight overall. Though, of course, you still need to be careful for like a bulk, for example, because a bulk basically can very easily destroy Doretta, just in case you accidentally explode on top of it. And not only will the main explosion do a lot of damage, the cluster bombs could also do a bit of damage from there as well, and possibly take down 2 health bars, which is, you only have 3, and when you're dealing with the rock attack, it can be a big problem that lose that much health early on. But the first and third phases aren't that bad. The main issue is the second and fourth phases, depending on what the Omron chooses as its attacks, because again, it can choose from 3 and you can't repeat them, so thankfully, because 2 of the rock attacks that is constantly slamming down Doretta over and over again can be a really big issue. So yeah, just overall, it's a very dangerous fight overall, and something you need to be definitely kept on top of, because again, this is probably one of the most spiraling fights in the game, probably overall in my opinion, because like the second something goes wrong, it will really go wrong. So yeah, just again, keep resupplies available, and just try and keep a decent team cohesion overall, and just try and focus stuff down as fast as possible, because again, like if something goes wrong, it will really go wrong, and you don't want that to happen, because the last thing you want to do is be at the last step of a mission and then lose it. And these missions can take quite a bit of time, so you don't want to waste 25 minutes doing a mission and then the throwing rocks attack brings you down to the very last step of like stage 4 to fight. So yeah, it's a long fight relatively at a very long mission, so overall, so be really careful about it, because if you lose during the armored fight, it can really hurt a bit overall. That's every notable creature found in the RG. I hope you all enjoyed the video. This was an old video idea that I've been working on and just never had time to really make, so I'm happy I finally managed to scrape it together. And on a side note, I do stream on Twitch and have a Discord community server where I announce when I do stream and occasionally post some of my 3D modeling stuff there as well. So if you want to chat or be there for whatever reason or just hang out, you're more than welcome to. Of course, like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video, and any support overall is greatly appreciated. And thank you everyone for stopping by, and I really do appreciate everyone stopping by and watching the video. So thank you all, have a good rest of your day or night, and yeah, good night everyone, ciao.